Section 32, Part 2, Chapter 2, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Her great fear was that she might lose her self-control when the time came to put her newly acquired knowledge into practice. To see herself before the foul odors of decomposing flesh, to contemplate the flow of blood, a horrible thing for her who had always felt an invincible repugnance toward all the unpleasant conditions of ordinary life. But these hesitations were short, and she was suddenly animated by a dashing energy. These were times of sacrifice. Were not men snatched every day from the comforts of sensuous existence to endure the rude life of a soldier? She would be a soldier in petticoats, facing pain, battling with it, plunging her hands into putrefaction, flashing like a ray of sunlight into the places where soldiers were expecting the approach of death. She proudly narrated to Desnoyers all the progress that she was making in the training school, the complicated bandages that she was learning to adjust, sometimes over a mannequin, at others over the flesh of an employee, trying to play the part of a sorely wounded patient. She, so dainty, so incapable in her own home of the slightest physical effort, was learning the most skillful ways of lifting a human body from the ground and carrying it on her back. Who knew but that she might render this very service some day on the battlefield? She was ready for the greatest risks, with the ignorant audacity of women impelled by flashes of heroism. All her admiration was for the English army nurses, slender women of nervous vigor whose photographs were appearing in the papers, wearing pantaloons, riding boots, and white helmets. Julio listened to her with astonishment. Was this woman really Marguerite? War was obliterating all her winning vanities. She was no longer fluttering about in bird-like fashion. Her feet were treading the earth with resolute firmness, calm and secure in the new strength which was developing within. When one of his caresses would remind her that she was a woman, she would always say the same thing: "What luck that you are a foreigner! What happiness to know that you do not have to go to war!" In her anxiety for sacrifice, she wanted to go to the battlefields, and yet at the same time she was rejoicing to see her lover exempt from military duty. This preposterous lack of logic was not gratefully received by Julio, but irritated him as an unconscious offense. "One might suppose that she was protecting me," he thought. "She is the man, and rejoices that I, the weak comrade, should be protected from danger. What a grotesque situation!" Fortunately, at times when Marguerite presented herself at the studio, she was again her old self, making him temporarily forget his annoyance. She would arrive with the same joy in a vacation that the college student or the employee feels on a holiday. Responsibility was teaching her to know the value of time. "No classes today," she would call out on entering, and tossing her hat on a divan, she would begin a dance step, retreating with infantile coquetry from the arms of her lover. But in a few minutes she would recover her customary gravity, the serious look that had become habitual with her since the outbreak of hostilities. She spoke often of her mother, always sad, but striving to hide her grief and keeping herself up in the hope of a letter from her son. She spoke, too, of the war, commenting on the latest events with the rhetorical optimism of the official dispatches. She could describe the first flag taken from the enemy as minutely as though it were a garment of unparalleled elegance. From a window she had seen the minister of war. She was very much affected when repeating the story of some fugitive Belgians recently arrived at the hospital. They were the only patients that she had been able to assist until now. Paris was not receiving the soldiers wounded in battle. By order of the government, they were being sent from the front to the hospitals in the south. She no longer evinced toward Julio the resistance of the first few days. Her training as a nurse was giving her a certain passivity. She seemed to be ignoring material attractions, stripping them of the spiritual importance which she had hitherto attributed to them. She wanted to make Julio happy, although her mind was concentrated on other matters. One afternoon she felt the necessity of communicating certain news which had been filling her mind since the day before. Springing up from the couch, she hunted for her handbag, which contained a letter. She wanted to read it again, to tell its contents to somebody with that irresistible impulse which forestalls confession. It was a letter which her brother had sent her from the Vosges. In it he spoke of Laurier more than of himself. They belonged to different batteries, but were in the same division, and had taken part in the same combats. The officer was filled with admiration for his former brother-in-law. Who could have guessed that a future hero was hidden within that silent and tranquil engineer? But he was a genuine hero just the same. All the officials had agreed with Marguerite's brother on seeing how calmly he fulfilled his duty, facing death with the same coolness as though he were in his factory near Paris. He had asked for the dangerous post of lookout, slipping as near as possible to the enemy's lines in order to verify the exactitude of the artillery discharge, rectifying it by telephone. A German shell had demolished the house on the roof of which he was concealed, and Laurier, on crawling out unhurt from the ruins, had readjusted his telephone and gone tranquilly on, continuing the same work in the shelter of a nearby grove. His battery, picked out by the enemy's aeroplanes, had received the concentrated fire of the artillery opposite. In a few minutes all the force were rolling on the ground, the captain and many soldiers dead, officers wounded, and almost all the gunners. There only remained as chief Laurier, the impassive, as his comrades nicknamed him, and aided by the few artillerymen still on their feet, he continued firing under a rain of iron and fire, so as to cover the retreat of a battalion. "He has been mentioned twice in dispatches," Marguerite continued reading. "I do not believe it will be long before they give him the cross. He is valiant in every way. Who would have supposed all this a few weeks ago?" She did not share the general astonishment. Living with Laurier had many times shown her the intrepidity of his character, the fearlessness concealed under that placid exterior. On that account, her instincts had warned her against rousing her husband's wrath in the first days of her infidelity. She still remembered the way he looked the night he surprised her leaving Julio's home. His was the passion that kills, and nevertheless he had not attempted the least violence with her. The memory of his consideration was awaking in Marguerite a sentiment of gratitude. Perhaps he had loved her as no other man had. Her eyes, with an irresistible desire for comparison, sought Julio's, admiring his youthful grace and distinction. The image of Laurier, heavy and ordinary, came into her mind as a consolation. Certainly the officer whom she had seen at the station when saying goodbye to her brother did not seem to her like her old husband. But Marguerite wished to forget the pallid lieutenant with the sad countenance who had passed before her eyes, preferring to remember him only as the manufacturer preoccupied with profits and incapable of comprehending what she was accustomed to call the delicate refinements of a chic woman. Decidedly, Julio was the more fascinating. She did not repent of her past; she did not wish to repent of it. And her loving selfishness made her repeat once more the same old exclamation: "How fortunate that you are a foreigner! What a relief to know that you are safe from the dangers of war!" Julio felt the usual exasperation at hearing this. He came very near to closing his beloved's mouth with his hand. Was she trying to make fun of him? It was fairly insulting to place him apart from other men. Meanwhile, with blind irrelevance, she persisted in talking about Laurier, commenting upon his achievements. "I do not love him. I never have loved him. Do not look so cross. How could the poor man ever be compared with you? You must admit, though, that his new existence is rather interesting. I rejoice in his brave deeds as though an old friend had done them, a family visitor whom I had not seen for a long time. The poor man deserved a better fate. He ought to have married some other woman, some companion more on a level with his ideals. I tell you that I really pity him." And this pity was so intense that her eyes filled up with tears, awakening the tortures of jealousy in her lover. After these interviews, Desnoyers was more ill-tempered and despondent than ever. "I am beginning to realize that we are in a false position," he said one morning to Argensola. "Life is going to become increasingly painful. It is difficult to remain tranquil, continuing the same old existence in the midst of a people at war." His companion had about come to the same conclusion. He, too, was beginning to feel that the life of a young foreigner in Paris was insufferable now that it was so upset by war. One has to keep showing passports all the time in order that the police may be sure that they have not discovered a deserter. In the streetcar the other afternoon, I had to explain that I was a Spaniard to some girls who were wondering why I was not at the front. One of them, as soon as she learned my nationality, asked me with great simplicity why I did not offer myself as a volunteer. Now they have invented a word for the stay-at-homes, calling them les embusqués, the hidden ones. I am sick and tired of the ironical looks shot at me wherever I go. It makes me wild to be taken for an embusqué. A flash of heroism was galvanizing the impressionable bohemian. Now that everybody was going to war, he was wishing to do the same thing. He was not afraid of death. The only thing that was disturbing to him was the military service, the uniform, the mechanical obedience to bugle call, the blind subservience to the chiefs. Fighting was not offering any difficulties for him, but his nature capriciously resented everything in the form of discipline. The foreign groups in Paris were trying to organize each its own legion of volunteers, and he, too, was planning his, a battalion of Spaniards and South Americans, reserving naturally the presidency of the organizing committee for himself, and later the command of the body. He had inserted notices in the papers, making the studio in the Rue de la Pompe the recruiting office. In 10 days, 2 volunteers had presented themselves. A clerk shivering in midsummer, who stipulated that he should be an officer because he was wearing a suitable jacket, and a Spanish tavern keeper who, at the very outset, had wished to rob Argensola of his command on the futile pretext that he was a soldier in his youth, while the Bohemian was only an artist. 20 Spanish battalions were attempted with the same result in different parts of Paris. Each enthusiast wished to be commander of the others, with the individual haughtiness and aversion to discipline so characteristic of the race. Finally, the future generalissimos decided to enlist as simple volunteers, but in a French regiment. "I am waiting to see what the Garibaldis do," said Argensola modestly. "Perhaps I may go with them." This glorious name made military service conceivable to him. But then he vacillated. He would certainly have to obey somebody in this body of volunteers, and he did not believe in an obedience that was not preceded by long discussions. What next? "Life has changed in a fortnight," he continued. "It seems as if we were living in another planet. Our former achievements are not appreciated. Others, most obscure and poor, those who formerly had the least consideration, are now promoted to the first ranks. The refined man of complex spirituality has disappeared for who knows how many years. Now the simple-minded man climbs triumphantly to the top, because, though his ideas are limited, they are sure, and he knows how to obey. We are no longer the style." Desnoyers assented. It was so. They were no longer fashionable. None knew that better than he. For he who was once the sensation of the day was now passing as a stranger among the very people who a few months before had raved over him. "Your reign is over," laughed Argensola. "The fact that you are a handsome fellow doesn't help you one bit nowadays. In a uniform and with a cross on my breast, I could soon get the best of you in a rival love affair. In times of peace, The officers only set the girls of the provinces to dreaming. But now that we are at war, there has awakened in every woman the ancestral enthusiasm that her remote grandmothers used to feel for the strong and aggressive beast. The high-born dames, who a few months ago were complicating their desires with psychological subtleties, are now admiring the military man with the same simplicity that the maid has for the common soldier. Before a uniform, they feel the humble and servile enthusiasm of the female of the lower animals before the crests, foretops, and gay plumes of the fighting males. Look out, master. We shall have to follow the new course of events or resign ourselves to everlasting obscurity. The tango is dead. And Desnoyers agreed that truly they were two beings on the other side of the river of life, which at one bound had changed its course. There was no longer any place in the new existence for that poor painter of souls, nor for that hero of a frivolous life, who from 5 to 7 every afternoon had attained the triumphs most envied by mankind. End of section 32. Section 33, Part 2, Chapter 3 of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, The Retreat. War had extended one of its antennae even to the Avenue Victor Hugo. It was a silent war in which the enemy, bland, shapeless, and gelatinous, seemed constantly to be escaping from the hands only to renew hostilities a little later on. "I have Germany in my own house," growled Marcelo Desnoyers. Germany was Dona Elena, the wife of von Hartrott. Why had not her son, that professor of inexhaustible sufficiency, whom he now believed to have been a spy, taken her home with him? For what sentimental caprice had she wished to stay with her sister, losing the opportunity of returning to Berlin before the frontiers were closed? The presence of this woman in his home was the cause of many compunctions and alarms. Fortunately, the chauffeur and all the men servants were in the army. The two chinas received an order in a threatening tone. They must be very careful when talking to the French maids. Not the slightest allusion to the nationality of Dona Elena's husband, nor to the residence of her family. Dona Elena was an Argentinian, but in spite of the silence of the maids, Don Marcelo was always in fear of some outburst of exalted patriotism, and that his wife's sister might suddenly find herself confined in a concentration camp under suspicion of having dealings with the enemy. Frau von Hartrott made his uneasiness worse. Instead of keeping a discreet silence, she was constantly introducing discord into the home with her opinions. During the first days of the war, she kept herself locked in her room, joining the family only when summoned to the dining room. With tightly puckered mouth and an absent-minded air, she would then seat herself at the table, pretending not to hear Don Marcelo's verbal outpourings of enthusiasm. He enjoyed describing the departure of the troops, the moving scenes in the streets and at the stations, commenting on events with an optimism sure of the first news of the war. Two things were beyond all discussion. The bayonet was the secret of the French, and the Germans were shuddering with terror before its fatal, glistening point. The .75 cannon had proved itself a unique jewel, its shots being absolutely sure. He was really feeling sorry for the enemy's artillery, since its projectiles so seldom exploded, even when well aimed. Furthermore, the French troops had entered victoriously into Alsace. Many little towns were already theirs. Now it is as it was in the '70s, he would exult, brandishing his fork and waving his napkin. We are going to kick them back to the other side of the Rhine. Kick them, that's the word. Chichi always agreed gleefully while Dona Elena was raising her eyes to heaven, as though silently calling upon somebody hidden in the ceiling to bear witness to such errors and blasphemies. The kind Dona Luisa always sought her out afterwards in the retirement of her room, believing it necessary to give sisterly counsel to one living so far from home. The Romantica did not maintain her austere silence before her sister, who had always venerated her superior instruction. So now the poor lady was overwhelmed with accounts of the stupendous forces of Germany, enunciated with all the authority of a wife of a great Teutonic patriot and a mother of an almost celebrated professor. According to her graphic picture, millions of men were now surging forth in enormous streams, thousands of cannons were filing by, and tremendous mortars like monstrous turrets. And towering above all this vast machinery of destruction was a man who alone was worth an army, a being who knew everything and could do everything, handsome, intelligent, and infallible as a god, the Emperor. "The French just don't know what's ahead of them," declared Dona Elena. "We are going to annihilate them. It is merely a matter of 2 weeks. Before August is ended, the Emperor will have entered Paris." Senora Desnoyers was so greatly impressed by these dire prophecies that she could not hide them from her family. Chichi waxed indignant at her mother's credulity and her aunt's Germanism. Martial fervor was flaming up in the former peoncito. Ay, if only women could go to war! She enjoyed picturing herself on horseback, in command of a regiment of dragoons, charging the enemy with other Amazons as dashing and buxom as she. Then her fondness for skating would predominate over her tastes for the cavalry, and she would long to be an Alpine hunter, a diable bleu, among those who slid on long runners, with musket slung across the back and alpenstock in hand, over the snowy slopes of the Vosges. But the government did not appreciate the valorous women, and she could obtain no other part in the war but to admire the uniform of her true love, Rene Lacour, converted into a soldier. The senator's son certainly looked beautiful. He was tall and fair, of a rather feminine type recalling his dead mother. In his fiance's opinion, Rene was just a little sugar soldier. At first she had been very proud to walk the streets by the side of this warrior, believing that his uniform had greatly augmented his personal charm. But little by little a revulsion of feeling was clouding her joy. The senatorial prince was nothing but a common soldier. His illustrious father, fearful that the war might cut off forever the dynasty of the Lacours, indispensable to the welfare of the state, had had his son mustered into the auxiliary service of the army. By this arrangement, his heir need not leave Paris, ranking about as high as those who were kneading the bread or mending the soldiers' cloaks. Only by going to the front could he claim, as a student of the École Centrale, his title of sub-lieutenant in the artillery reserves. "What happiness for me that you have to stay in Paris! How delighted I am that you are just a private!" And yet, at the same time, Chichi was thinking enviously of her friends whose lovers and brothers were officers. They could parade the streets, escorted by a gold-trimmed kepis that attracted the notice of the passers-by and the respectful salute of the lower ranks. Each time that Dona Luisa, terrified by the forecasts of her sister, undertook to communicate her dismay to her daughter, the girl would rage up and down, exclaiming: "What lies my aunt tells you! Since her husband is a German, she sees everything as he wishes it to be. Papa knows more. Rene's father is better informed about these things. We are going to give them a thorough hiding. What fun it will be when they hit my uncle and all my snippy cousins in Berlin!" "Hush!" groaned her mother. "Do not talk such nonsense. The war has turned you as crazy as your father." The good lady was scandalized at hearing the outburst of savage desires that the mere mention of the Kaiser always aroused in her daughter. In times of peace, Chichi had rather admired this personage. "He's not so bad looking," she had commented, but with a very ordinary smile. Now all her wrath was concentrated upon him. The thousands of women that were weeping through his fault, the mothers without sons, the wives without husbands, the poor children left in the burning towns. Ah, the vile wretch! And she would brandish her knife of the old Peoncito days. A dagger with silver handle and sheath, richly chased, a gift that her grandfather had exhumed from some forgotten souvenirs of his childhood in an old valise. The very first German that she came across was doomed to death. Dona Luisa was terrified to find her flourishing this weapon before her dressing mirror. She was no longer yearning to be a cavalryman nor a diable bleu. She would be entirely content if they would leave her alone in some closed space with the detested monster. In just 5 minutes she would settle the universal conflict. "Defend yourself, Boche!" she would shriek, standing at guard as in her childhood she had seen the peons doing on the ranch. And with a knife thrust above and below, she would pierce his imperial vitals. Immediately there resounded in her imagination shouts of joy, the gigantic sigh of millions of women freed at last from the bloody nightmare, thanks to her playing the role of Judith or Charlotte Corday, or a blend of all the heroic women who had killed for the common weal. Her savage fury made her continue her imaginary slaughter, dagger in hand. Second stroke, the crown prince rolling on one side and his head to the other. A rain of dagger thrusts. All the invincible generals of whom her aunt had been boasting, fleeing with their insides in their hands, and bringing up the rear that fawning lackey who wished to receive the same things as those of highest rank. The uncle from Berlin. Ah, if she could only get the chance to make these longings a reality! "You are mad," protested her mother, "completely mad. How can a ladylike girl talk in such a way?" Surprising her niece in the ecstasy of these delirious ravings, Dona Elena would raise her eyes to heaven, abstaining thenceforth from communicating her opinions, reserving them wholly for the mother. Don Marcelo's indignation took another bound when his wife repeated to him the news from her sister. All a lie! The war was progressing finely. On the eastern frontier, the French troops had advanced through the interior of Alsace and Lorraine. "But Belgium is invaded, isn't it?" asked Dona Luisa. "And those poor Belgians!" Desnoyers retorted indignantly. "That invasion of Belgium is a treason, and a treason never amounts to anything among decent people." He said it in all good faith, as though war were a duel in which the traitor was henceforth ruled out and unable to continue his outrages. Besides, the heroic resistance of Belgium was nourishing the most absurd illusions in his heart. The Belgians were certainly supernatural men, destined to the most stupendous achievements. And to think that heretofore he had never taken this plucky little nation into account! For several days he considered Liege a holy city before whose walls the Teutonic power would be completely confounded. Upon the fall of Liege, his unquenchable faith sought another handle. There were still remaining many other Lieges in the interior. The Germans might force their way further in. Then we would see how many of them ever succeeded in getting out. The entry into Brussels did not disquiet him. An unprotected city, its surrender was a foregone conclusion. Now the Belgians would be better able to defend Antwerp. Neither did the advance of the Germans toward the French frontier alarm him at all. In vain his sister-in-law, with malicious brevity, mentioned in the dining room the progress of the invasion, so confusedly outlined in the daily papers. The Germans were already at the frontier. "And what of that?" yelled Don Marcelo. "Soon they will meet someone to talk to. Joffre is going to meet them. Our armies are in the east, in the very place where they ought to be, on the true frontier, at the door of their home. But they have to deal with a treacherous and cowardly opponent that, instead of marching face to face, leaps the walls of the corral like sheep stealers. Their underhanded tricks won't do them any good, though. The French are already in Belgium and adjusting the accounts of the Germans. We shall smash them so effectually that never again will they be able to disturb the peace of the world. And that accursed individual with a rampant mustache we are going to put in a cage and exhibit in the Place de la Concorde." Inspired by the paternal braggadocio, Chichi also launched forth, exultingly, an imaginary series of avenging torments and insults as a complement to this imperial exhibition. These allusions to the Emperor aggravated Frau von Hartrott more than anything else. In the first days of the war, her sister had surprised her weeping before the newspaper caricatures and leaflets sold in the streets. Such an excellent man, so knightly, such a good father to his family. He wasn't to blame for anything. It was his enemies who forced him to assume the offensive. Her veneration for exalted personages was making her take the attacks upon this admired grandee as though they were directed against her own family. One night in the dining room, she abandoned her tragic silence. Certain sarcasms shot by Desnoyers at her hero brought the tears to her eyes, and this sentimental indulgence turned her thoughts upon her sons, who were undoubtedly taking part in the invasion. Her brother-in-law was longing for the extermination of all the enemy. "May every barbarian be exterminated! Every one of the bandits in pointed helmets who have just burned Louvain and other towns, shooting defenseless peasants, old men, women, and children." "You forget that I am a mother," sobbed Frau von Hartrott. "You forget that among those whose extermination you are imploring are my sons." Her violent weeping made Desnoyers realize more than ever the abyss yawning between him and this woman lodged in his own house. His resentment, however, overleapt family considerations. She might weep for her sons all she wanted to. That was her right. But these sons were aggressors and wantonly doing evil. It was the other mothers who were inspiring his pity, those who were living tranquilly in their smiling little Belgian towns when their sons were suddenly shot down, their daughters violated, and their houses burned to the ground. As though this description of the horrors of war were a fresh insult to her, Dona Elena wept harder than ever. What falsehoods! The Kaiser was an excellent man. His soldiers were gentlemen. The German army was a model of civilization and goodness. Her husband had belonged to this army. Her sons were marching in its ranks. And she knew her sons, well bred and incapable of wrongdoing. These Belgian calumnies she could no longer listen to, and with dramatic abandon she flung herself into the arms of her sister. Senor Desnoyers raged against the fate that condemned him to live under the same roof with this woman. What an unfortunate complication for the family! And the frontiers were closed, making it impossible to get rid of her. "Very well, then," he thundered. "Let us talk no more about it. We shall never reach an understanding, for we belong to two different worlds. It's a great pity that you can't go back to your own people." After that he refrained from mentioning the war in his sister-in-law's presence. Chichi was the only one keeping up her aggressive and noisy enthusiasm. Upon reading in the papers the news of the shootings, sackings, burnings of cities, and the dolorous flight of those who had seen their all reduced to ashes, she again felt the necessity of assuming the role of lady assassin. Ay, if she could only once get her hands on one of those bandits! What did the men amount to, anyway, if they couldn't exterminate the whole lot? Then she would look at Rene in his exquisitely fresh uniform, sweet-mannered and smiling as though all war meant to him was a mere change of attire, and she would exclaim enigmatically, "What luck that you will never have to go to the front! How fine that you don't run any risks!" And her lover would accept these words as but another proof of her affectionate interest. One day Don Marcelo was able to appreciate the horrors of war without leaving Paris. 3,000 Belgian refugees were quartered provisionally in the circus before being distributed among the provinces. When Desnoyers entered this place, he saw in the vestibule the same posters which had been flaunting their spectacular gaieties when he had visited it a few months before with his family. Now he noticed the odor from a sick and miserable multitude crowded together, like the exhalation from a prison or poorhouse infirmary. He saw a throng that seemed crazy or stupefied with grief. They did not know exactly where they were. They had come thither, they didn't know how. The terrible spectacle of the invasion was still so persistent in their minds that it left room for no other impression. They were still seeing the helmeted men in their peaceful hamlets, their homes in flames, the soldiery firing upon those who were fleeing, the mutilated women done to death by incessant adulterous assault, the old men burned alive, the children stabbed in their cradles by human beasts inflamed by alcohol and license. Some of the octogenarians were weeping as they told how the soldiers of a civilized nation were cutting off the breasts from the women in order to nail them on the doors, how they had passed around as a trophy a newborn babe spiked on a bayonet, how they had shot aged men in the very armchair in which they were huddled in their sorrowful weakness, torturing them first with their jests and taunts. They had fled blindly, pursued by fire and shot, as crazed with terror as the people of the Middle Ages, trying not to be ridden down by the hordes of galloping Huns and Mongols. And this flight had been across the country in its loveliest festal array, in the most productive of months, when the earth was bristling with ears of grain, when the August sky was most brilliant, and when the birds were greeting the opulent harvest with their glad songs. In that circus, filled with the wandering crowds, the immense crime was living again. The children were crying with a sound like the bleating of lambs. The men were looking wildly around with terrified eyes. The frenzied women were howling like the insane. Families had become separated in the terror of flight. A mother of 5 little ones now had but one. The parents, as they realized the number missing, were thinking with anguish of those who had disappeared. Would they ever find them again? Or were they already dead? End of section 33. Section 34, Part 2, Chapter 3, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Don Marcelo returned home grinding his teeth and waving his cane in an alarming manner. Ah, the bandits! If only his sister-in-law could change her sex! Why wasn't she a man? It would be better still if she could suddenly assume the form of her husband, von Hartrott. What an interesting interview the 2 brothers-in-law would have! The war was awakening religious sentiment in the men and increasing the devotion of the women. The churches were filled. Dona Luisa was no longer confining herself to those of her neighborhood. With the courage induced by extraordinary events, she was traversing Paris afoot and going from the Madeleine to Notre Dame or to the Sacre Coeur on the heights of Montmartre. Religious festivals were now thronged like popular assemblies. The preachers were tribunes. Patriotic enthusiasm interrupted many sermon with applause. Each morning, on opening the papers, before reading the war news, Senora Desnoyers would hunt other notices. Where was Father Amet going to be today? Then, under the arched vaultings of that temple, would she unite her voice with the devout chorus, imploring supernatural intervention. Lord, save France. Patriotic religiosity was putting Sainte Genevieve at the head of the favored ones. So from all these fiestas, Dona Luisa, tremulous with faith, would return in expectation of a miracle similar to that which the patron saint of Paris had worked before the invading hordes of Attila. Dona Elena was also visiting the churches, but those nearest the house. Her brother-in-law saw her one afternoon entering Saint Honoré d'Eylau. The building was filled with the faithful, and on the altar was a sheaf of flags, France and the Allied nations. The imploring crowd was not composed entirely of women. Desnoyers saw men of his age, pompous and grave, moving their lips and fixing steadfast eyes on the altar, on which were reflected like lost stars the flames of the candles. And again he felt envy. They were fathers who were recalling their childhood prayers, thinking of their sons in battle. Don Marcelo, who had always considered religion with indifference, suddenly recognized the necessity of faith. He wanted to pray like the others, with a vague, indefinite supplication, including all beings who were struggling and dying for a land that he had not tried to defend. He was scandalized to see von Hartrott's wife kneeling among these people, raising her eyes to the cross in a look of anguished entreaty. She was begging heaven to protect her husband, the German who perhaps at this moment was concentrating all his devilish faculties on the best organization for crushing the weak. She was praying for her sons, officers of the King of Prussia, who, revolver in hand, were entering villages and farmlands, driving before them a horror-stricken crowd, leaving behind them fire and death. And these orisons were going to mingle with those of the mothers who were praying for the youth, trying to check the onslaught of the barbarians, with the petitions of these earnest men rigid in their tragic grief. He had to make a great effort not to protest aloud, and he left the church. His sister-in-law had no right to kneel there among those people. "They ought to put her out," he growled indignantly. "She is compromising God with her absurd entreaties." But in spite of his annoyance, he had to endure her living in his household, and at the same time had taken great pains to prevent her nationality being known outside. It was a severe trial for Don Marcelo to be obliged to keep silent when at table with his family. He had to avoid the hysterics of his sister-in-law, who promptly burst into sighs and sobs at the slightest allusion to her hero. And he feared equally the complaints of his wife, always ready to defend her sister, as though she were the victim. That a man in his own home should have to curb his tongue and speak tactfully. The only satisfaction permitted him was to announce the military moves. The French had entered Belgium. It appears that the Boches have had a good setback. The slightest clash of cavalry, a simple encounter with the advanced troops, he would glorify as a decisive victory. In Lorraine, too, we are making great headway. But suddenly the fountain of his bubbling optimism seemed to become choked up. To judge from the periodicals, nothing extraordinary was occurring. They continued publishing war stories so as to keep enthusiasm at fever heat, but nothing definite. The government, too, was issuing communications of vague and rhetorical verbosity. Desnoyers became alarmed, his instinct warning him of danger. "There is something wrong," he thought. "There's a spring broken somewhere." This lack of encouraging news coincided exactly with the sudden rise in Dona Elena's spirits. With whom had that woman been talking? Whom did she meet when she was on the street? Without dropping her pose as a martyr, with the same woe-begone look and drooping mouth, she was talking, and talking treacherously. The torment of Don Marcelo in being obliged to listen to the enemy harbored within his gates. The French had been vanquished in Lorraine and in Belgium at the same time. A body of the army had deserted the colors. Many prisoners, many cannon were captured. "Lies! German exaggerations!" howled Desnoyers. And Chichi, with the derisive ha-has of an insolent girl, drowned out the triumphant communications of the aunt from Berlin. "I don't know, of course," said the unwelcome lodger with mock humility. "Perhaps it is not authentic. I have heard it said." Her host was furious. Where had she heard it said? Who was giving her such news? And in order to ventilate his wrath, he broke forth into tirades against the enemy's espionage, against the carelessness of the police force in permitting so many Germans to remain hidden in Paris. Then he suddenly became quiet, thinking of his own behavior in this line. He too was involuntarily contributing toward the maintenance and support of the foe. The fall of the ministry and the constitution of a government of national defense made it apparent that something very important must have taken place. The alarms and tears of Dona Luisa increased his nervousness. The good lady was no longer returning from the churches cheered and strengthened. Her confidential talks with her sister were filling her with a terror that she tried in vain to communicate to her husband. "All is lost! Elena is the only one that knows the truth." Desnoyers went in search of Senator Lacour. He would know all the ministers, and no one could be better informed. "Yes, my friend," said the important man sadly, "two great losses at Morange and Charleroi, at the east and the north. The enemy is going to invade French soil, but our army is intact and will retreat in good order. Good fortune may still be ours. A great calamity, but all is not lost." Preparations for the defense of Paris were being pushed forward rather late. The forts were supplying themselves with new cannon. Houses, built in the danger zone in the piping times of peace, were now disappearing under the blows of the official demolition. The trees on the outer avenues were being felled in order to enlarge the horizon. Barricades of sacks of earth and tree trunks were heaped at the doors of the old walls. The curious were skirting the suburbs in order to gaze at the recently dug trenches and the barbed wire fences. The Bois de Boulogne was filled with herds of cattle. Near heaps of dry alfalfa, steers and sheep were grouped in the green meadows. Protection against famine was uppermost in the minds of a people still remembering the suffering of 1870. Every night the street lighting was less and less. The sky, on the other hand, was streaked incessantly by the shafts from the searchlights. Fear of aerial invasion was increasing the public uneasiness. Timid people were speaking of Zeppelins, attributing to them irresistible powers, with all the exaggeration that accompanies mysterious dangers. In her panic, Dona Luisa greatly distressed her husband, who was passing the days in continual alarm, yet trying to put heart into his trembling and anxious wife. "They are going to come, Marcelo. My heart tells me so. The girl! The girl!" She was accepting blindly all the statements made by her sister, the only thing that comforted her being the chivalry and discipline of those troops to which her nephews belonged. The news of the atrocities committed against the women of Belgium were received with the same credulity as the enemy's advances announced by Elena. "Our girl, Marcelo, our girl!" And the girl, object of so much solicitude, would laugh with the assurance of vigorous youth on hearing of her mother's anxiety. "Just let the shameless fellows come. I shall take great pleasure in seeing them face to face." And she clenched her right hand as though it already clutched the avenging knife. The father became tired of this situation. He still had one of his monumental automobiles that an outside chauffeur could manage. Senator Lacour obtained the necessary passports, and Desnoyers gave his wife her orders in a tone that admitted of no remonstrance. They must go to Biarritz or to some of the summer resorts in the north of Spain. Almost all the South American families had already gone in the same direction. Dona Luisa tried to object. It was impossible for her to separate herself from her husband. Never before in their many years of married life had they once been separated. But a harsh negative from Don Marcelo cut her pleading short. He would remain. Then the poor senora ran to the Rue de la Pompe. Her son, Julio, scarcely listened to his mother. Ay, he too would stay. So finally the imposing automobile lumbered toward the south, carrying Dona Luisa, her sister, who hailed with delight this withdrawal before the admired troops of the emperor, and Chichi, pleased that the war was necessitating an excursion to the fashionable beaches frequented by her friends. Don Marcelo was at last alone. The two coppery maids had followed by rail the flight of their mistresses. At first the old man felt a little bewildered by this solitude, which obliged him to eat uncomfortable meals in a restaurant and pass the nights in enormous and deserted rooms, still bearing traces of their former occupants. The other apartments in the building had also been vacated. All the tenants were foreigners who had discreetly decamped, or French families surprised by the war when summering at their country seats. Instinctively he turned his steps toward the Rue de la Pompe, gazing from afar at the studio windows. What was his son doing? Undoubtedly continuing his gay and useless life. Such men only existed for their own selfish folly. Desnoyers felt satisfied with the stand he had taken. To follow the family would be sheer cowardice. The memory of his youthful flight to South America was sufficient martyrdom. He would finish his life with all the compensating bravery that he could muster. "No, they will not come," he said repeatedly, with the optimism of enthusiasm. "I have a presentiment that they will never reach Paris. And even if they do come!" The absence of his family brought him a joyous valor and a sense of bold youthfulness. Although his age might prevent his going to war in the open air, he could still fire a gun, immovable in a trench, without fear of death. Let them come. He was longing for the struggle with the anxiety of a punctilious businessman wishing to cancel a former debt as soon as possible. In the streets of Paris he met many groups of fugitives. They were from the north and east of France, and had escaped before the German advance. Of all the tales told by this despondent crowd, not knowing where to go and dependent upon the charity of the people, he was most impressed with those dealing with the disregard of property. Shootings and assassinations made him clench his fists with threats of vengeance, but the robberies authorized by the heads, the wholesale sacking by superior order, followed by fire, appeared to him so unheard of that he was silent with stupefaction, his speech seeming to be temporarily paralyzed. And a people with laws could wage war in this fashion, like a tribe of Indians going to combat in order to rob. His adoration of property rights made him beside himself with wrath at these sacrileges. End of section 34. Section 35, Part 2, Chapter 3 continued of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He began to worry about his castle at Villeblanche. All that he owned in Paris suddenly seemed to him of slight importance to what he had in his historic mansion. His best paintings were there, adorning the gloomy salons. There, too, the furnishings captured from the antiquarians after an auctioneering battle, and the crystal cabinets, the tapestries, the silver services. He mentally reviewed all these objects, not letting a single one escape his inventory. Things that he had forgotten came surging up in his memory, and the fear of losing them seemed to give them greater luster, increasing their size and intensifying their value. All the riches of Villeblanche were concentrated in one certain acquisition which Desnoyers admired most of all, for to his mind it stood for all the glory of his immense fortune, in fact the most luxurious appointment that even a millionaire could possess. "My golden bath," he thought. "I have there my tub of gold." This bath of priceless metal he had procured after much financial wrestling from an auction, and he considered the purchase the culminating achievement of his wealth. No one knew exactly its origin. Perhaps it had been the property of luxurious princes. Perhaps it owed its existence to the caprice of a demi-mondaine fond of display. He and his had woven a legend around this golden cavity adorned with lions' claws, dolphins, and busts of naiads. Undoubtedly it was once a king's. Chichi gravely affirmed that it had been Marie Antoinette's, and the entire family thought that the home on the Avenue Victor Hugo was altogether too modest and plebeian to enshrine such a jewel. They therefore agreed to put it in the castle, where it was greatly venerated, although it was useless and solemn as a museum piece. And was he to permit the enemy in their advance toward the Marne to carry off this priceless treasure, as well as the other gorgeous things which he had accumulated with such patience? Ah, no! His soul of a collector would be capable of the greatest heroism before he would let that go. Each day was bringing a fresh sheaf of bad news. The papers were saying little, and the government was so veiling in its communications that the mind was left in great perplexity. Nevertheless, the truth was mysteriously forcing its way, impelled by the pessimism of the alarmists and the manipulation of the enemy's spies, who were remaining hidden in Paris. The fatal news was being passed along in whispers. "They have already crossed the frontier. They are already in Lille. They were advancing at the rate of 35 miles a day." The name of von Kluck was beginning to have a familiar ring. English and French were retreating before the enveloping progression of the invaders. Some were expecting another Sedan. Desnoyers was following the advance of the Germans, going daily to the Gare du Nord. Every 24 hours was lessening the radius of travel. Bulletins announcing that tickets would not be sold for the northern districts served to indicate how these places were falling, one after the other, into the power of the invader. The shrinkage of national territory was going on with such methodical regularity that, with watch in hand and allowing an advance of 35 miles daily, one might gauge the hour when the lances of the first Uhlans would salute the Eiffel Tower. The trains were running full, great bunches of people overflowing from their coaches. In this time of greatest anxiety, Desnoyers again visited his friend, Senator Lacour, in order to astound him with the most unheard of petitions. He wished to go immediately to his castle. While everybody else was fleeing toward Paris, he earnestly desired to go in the opposite direction. The senator couldn't believe his ears. "You are beside yourself," he exclaimed. "It is necessary to leave Paris, but toward the south. I will tell you confidentially, and you must not tell, because it is a secret. We are leaving at any minute. We are all going. The president, the government, the chambers. We are going to establish ourselves at Bordeaux as in 1870. The enemy is surely approaching. It is only a matter of days, of hours. We know little of just what is happening, but all the news is bad. The army still holds firm, is yet intact, but retreating, retreating all the time, yielding ground. Believe me, it will be better for you to leave Paris. Gallieni will defend it, but the defense is going to be hard and horrible. Although Paris may surrender, France will not necessarily surrender. The war will go on, if necessary, even to the frontiers of Spain. But it is sad, very sad." And he offered to take his friend with him in that flight to Bordeaux, of which so few yet knew. Desnoyers shook his head. No, he wanted to go to the castle of Villeblanche, his furniture, his riches, his parks. "But you will be taken prisoner," protested the senator. "Perhaps they will kill you." A shrug of indifference was the only response. He considered himself energetic enough to struggle against the entire German army in the defense of his property. The important thing was to get there, and then just let anybody dare to touch his things. The senator looked with astonishment at this civilian infuriated by the lust of possession. It reminded him of some Arab merchants that he had once known, ordinarily mild and pacific, who quarreled and killed like wild beasts when Bedouin thieves seized their wares. This was not the moment for discussion, and each must map out his own course. So the influential senator finally yielded to the desire of his friend. If such was his pleasure, let him carry it through. So he arranged that his mad petitioner should depart on that very night on a military train that was going to meet the army. That journey put Don Marcelo in touch with the extraordinary movement which the war had developed on the railroads. His train took 14 hours to cover the distance normally made in 2. It was made up of freight cars filled with provisions and cartridges, with the doors stamped and sealed. A third-class car was occupied by the train escort, a detachment of provincial guards. He was installed in a second-class compartment with the lieutenant in command of this guard and certain officials on their way to join their regiments after having completed the business of mobilization in the small towns in which they were stationed before the war. The crowd, habituated to long detentions, was accustomed to getting out and settling down before the motionless locomotive or scattering through the nearby fields. In the stations of any importance, all the tracks were occupied by rows of cars. High-pressure engines were whistling, impatient to be off. Groups of soldiers were hesitating before the different trains, making mistakes, getting out of one coach to enter others. The employees, calm but weary-looking, were going from side to side, giving explanations about mountains of all sorts of freight and arranging them for transport. In the convoy in which Desnoyers was placed, the territorials were sleeping, accustomed to the monotony of acting as guard. Those in charge of the horses had opened the sliding doors, seating themselves on the floor with their legs hanging over the edge. The train went very slowly during the night across shadowy fields, stopping here and there before red lanterns and announcing its presence by prolonged whistling. In some stations appeared young girls clad in white, with cockades and pennants on their breasts. Day and night they were there, in relays, so that no train should pass through without a visit. They offered, in baskets and trays, their gifts to the soldiers: bread, chocolate, fruit. Many, already surfeited, tried to resist, but had to yield eventually before the pleading countenance of the maidens. Even Desnoyers was laden down with these gifts of patriotic enthusiasm. He passed a great part of the night talking with his traveling companions. Only the officers had vague directions as to where they were to meet their regiments, for the operations of war were daily changing the situation. Faithful to duty, they were passing on, hoping to arrive in time for the decisive combat. The chief of the guard had been over the ground and was the only one able to give any account of the retreat. After each stop, the train made less progress. Everybody appeared confused. Why the retreat? The army had undoubtedly suffered reverses, but it was still united and, in his opinion, ought to seek an engagement where it was. The retreat was leaving the advance of the enemy unopposed. To what point were they going to retreat? They who 2 weeks before were discussing in their garrisons the place in Belgium where their adversaries were going to receive their death blow, and through what places their victorious troops would invade Germany. Their admission of the change of tactics did not reveal the slightest discouragement. An indefinite but firm hope was hovering triumphantly above their vacillations. The Generalissimo was the only one who possessed the secret of events, and Desnoyers approved with the blind enthusiasm inspired by those in whom we have confidence. Joffre, that serious and calm leader, would finally bring things out all right. Nobody ought to doubt his ability. He was the kind of man who always says the decisive word. At daybreak, Don Marcelo left the train. "Good luck to you!" And he clasped the hands of the brave young fellows who were going to die, perhaps in a very short time. Finding the road unexpectedly open, the train started immediately, and Desnoyers found himself alone in the station. In normal times, a branch road would have taken him on to Villeblanche, but the service was now suspended for lack of a train crew. The employees had been transferred to the lines crowded with the war transportation. In vain he sought, with most generous offers, a horse, a simple cart drawn by any kind of old beast, in order to continue his trip. The mobilization had appropriated the best, and all other means of transportation had disappeared with the flight of the terrified. He would have to walk the 8 miles. The old man did not hesitate. Forward march! And he began his course along the dusty, straight, white highway running between an endless succession of plains. Some groups of trees, some green hedges, and the roofs of various farms broke the monotony of the countryside. The fields were covered with stubble from the recent harvest. The haycocks dotted the ground with their yellowish cones, now beginning to darken and take on a tone of oxidized gold. In the valleys the birds were flitting about, shaking off the dew of dawn. The first rays of sun announced a very hot day. Around the haystacks Desnoyers saw knots of people who were getting up, shaking out their clothes, and awaking those who were still sleeping. They were fugitives camping near the station in the hope that some train would carry them further on, they knew not where. Some had come from faraway districts. They had heard the cannon, had seen war approaching, and for several days had been going forward, directed by chance. Others, infected with the contagion of panic, had fled, fearing to know the same horrors. Among them he saw mothers with their little ones in their arms, and old men who could only walk with a cane in one hand and the other arm in that of some member of the family, and a few old women, withered and motionless as mummies, who were sleeping as they were trundled along in wheelbarrows. When the sun awoke this miserable band, they gathered themselves together with heavy step, still stiffened by the night. Many were going toward the station in the hope of a train which never came, thinking that perhaps they might have better luck during the day that was just dawning. Some were continuing their way down the track, hoping that fate might be more propitious in some other place. Don Marcelo walked all the morning long. The white rectilinear ribbon of roadway was spotted with the approaching groups that on the horizon line looked like a file of ants. He did not see a single person going in his direction. All were fleeing toward the south. And on meeting this city gentleman, well shod, with walking stick and straw hat, going on alone toward the country which they were abandoning in terror, they showed the greatest astonishment. They concluded that he must be some functionary, some celebrity from the government. At midday he was able to get a bit of bread, a little cheese, and a bottle of white wine from a tavern near the road. The proprietor was at the front, his wife sick and moaning in her bed. The mother, a rather deaf old woman, surrounded by her grandchildren, was watching from the doorway the procession of fugitives which had been filing by for the last 3 days. "Monsieur, why did they flee?" she said to Desnoyers. "War only concerns the soldiers. We country folk have done no wrong to anybody, and we ought not to be afraid." 4 hours later, on descending one of the hills that bounded the valley of the Marne, he saw afar the roofs of Villeblanche clustered around the church, and further on, beyond a little grove, the slaty points of the round towers of his castle. The streets of the village were deserted. Only on the outer edges of the square did he see some old women sitting as in the placid evenings of bygone summers. Half of the neighborhood had fled. The others were staying by their firesides through sedentary routine or deceiving themselves with a blind optimism. If the Prussians should approach, what could they do to them? They would obey their orders without attempting any resistance. And it is impossible to punish people who obey. Anything would be preferable to losing the homes built by their forefathers, which they had never left. End of section 35. Section 36, Part 2, Chapter 3, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the square he saw the mayor and the principal inhabitants grouped together. Like the women, they all stared in astonishment at the owner of the castle. He was the most unexpected of apparitions. While so many were fleeing toward Paris, this Parisian had come to join them and share in their fate. A smile of affection, a look of sympathy began to appear on the rough, bark-like countenances of the suspicious rustics. For a long time Desnoyers had been on bad terms with the entire village. He had harshly insisted on his rights, showing no tolerance in matters touching his property. He had spoken many times of bringing suit against the mayor, and sending half of the neighborhood to prison. So his enemies had retaliated by treacherously invading his lands, poaching in his hunting preserves, and causing him great trouble with countersuits and involved claims. His hatred of the community had even united him with the priest, because he was on terms of permanent hostility with the mayor. But his relations with the church turned out as fruitless as his struggles with the state. The priest was a kindly old soul who bore a certain resemblance to Renan, and seemed interested only in getting alms for his poor out of Don Marcelo, even carrying his good-natured boldness so far as to try to excuse the marauders on his property. How remote these struggles of a few months ago now seemed to him. The millionaire was greatly surprised to see the priest, on leaving his house to enter the church, greet the mayor as he passed with a friendly smile. After long years of hostile silence, they had met on the evening of August 1st at the foot of the church tower. The bell was ringing the alarm, announcing the mobilization to the men who were in the field, and the two enemies had instinctively clasped hands. All French. This affectionate unanimity also came to meet the detested owner of the castle. He had to exchange greetings, first on one side, then on the other, grasping many a horny hand. Behind his back, the people broke out into kindly excuses. A good man with no fault except a little bad temper. And in a few minutes, M. Desnoyers was basking in the delightful atmosphere of popularity. As the iron-willed old gentleman approached his castle, he concluded that although the fatigue of the long walk was making his knees tremble, the trip had been well worth while. Never had his park appeared to him so extensive and so majestic as in that summer twilight. Never so glistening white the swans that were gliding double over the quiet waters. Never so imposing the great groups of towers whose inverted images were repeated in the glassy green of the moats. He felt eager to see at once the stables with their herds of animals. Then a brief glance showed him that the stalls were comparatively empty. Mobilization had carried off his best work horses. The driving and riding horses also had disappeared. Those in charge of the grounds and the various stable boys were also in the army. The warden, a man upwards of 50 and consumptive, was the only one of the personnel left at the castle. With his wife and daughter he was keeping the mangers filled, and from time to time was milking the neglected cows. Within the noble edifice he again congratulated himself on the adamantine will which had brought him thither. How could he ever give up such riches? He gloated over the paintings, the crystals, the draperies, all bathed in gold by the splendor of the dying day, and he felt more than proud to be their possessor. This pride awakened in him an absurd, impossible courage, as though he were a gigantic being from another planet, and all humanity merely an ant-hill that he could grind underfoot. Just let the enemy come. He could hold his own against the whole lot. Then, when his common sense brought him out of his heroic delirium, he tried to calm himself with an equally illogical optimism. They would not come. He did not know why it was, but his heart told him that they would not get that far. He passed the following morning reconnoitering the artificial meadows that he had made behind the park, lamenting their neglected condition due to the departure of the men, trying himself to open the sluice gates so as to give some water to the pasture lands which were beginning to dry up. The grapevines were extending their branches the length of their supports, and the full bunches, nearly ripe, were beginning to show their triangular lusciousness among the leaves. Ay, who would gather this abundant fruit? By afternoon he noted an extraordinary amount of movement in the village. Georgette, the warden's daughter, brought the news that many enormous automobiles and soldiers, French soldiers, were beginning to pass through the main street. In a little while a procession began filing past on the high road near the castle, leading to the bridge over the Marne. This was composed of motor trucks, open and closed, that still had their old commercial signs under their covering of dust and spots of mud. Many of them displayed the names of business firms in Paris, others the names of provincial establishments. With these industrial vehicles, requisitioned by mobilization, were others from the public service, which produced in Desnoyers the same effect as a familiar face in a throng of strangers. On their upper parts were the names of their old routes: Madeleine, Bastille, Passy-Bourne, etc. Probably he had travelled many times in these very vehicles, now shabby and aged by 20 days of intense activity, with dented planks and twisted metal, perforated like sieves, but rattling crazily on. Some of the conveyances displayed white discs with a red cross in the centre. Others had certain letters and figures comprehensible only to those initiates in the secrets of military administration. Within these vehicles, the only new and strong motors, he saw soldiers, many soldiers, but all wounded, with head and legs bandaged, ashy faces made still more tragic by their growing beards, feverish eyes looking fixedly ahead, mouths so sadly immobile that they seemed carven by agonizing groans. Doctors and nurses were occupying various carriages in this convoy, escorted by several platoons of horsemen, and mingled with the slowly moving horses and automobiles were marching groups of foot soldiers with cloaks unbuttoned or hanging from their shoulders like capes, wounded men who were able to walk and joke and sing, some with arms in splints across their breasts, others with bandaged heads, with clotted blood showing through the thin white strips. The millionaire longed to do something for these brave fellows, but he had hardly begun to distribute some bottles of wine and loaves of bread before a doctor interposed, upbraiding him as though he had committed a crime. His gifts might result fatally, so he had to stand beside the road, sad and helpless, looking after the sorrowful convoy. By nightfall, the vehicles filled with the sick were no longer filing by. He now saw hundreds of drays, some hermetically sealed with the prudence that explosive material requires, others with bundles and boxes that were sending out a stale odor of provisions. Then came great herds of cattle, raising thick, whirling clouds of dust in the narrow parts of the road, prodded on by the sticks and yells of the shepherds in kepis. His thoughts kept him wakeful all night. This, then, was the retreat of which the people of Paris were talking, but in which many wished not to believe. The retreat reaching even there and continuing its indefinite retirement, since nobody knew what its end might be. His optimism aroused a ridiculous hope. Perhaps this was only the retreat of the hospitals and stores which always follows an army. The troops, wishing to be rid of impedimenta, were sending them forward by railway and highway. That must be it. So all through the night he interpreted the incessant bustle as the passing of vehicles filled with the wounded, with munitions and eatables like those which had filed by in the afternoon. Toward morning he fell asleep through sheer weariness, and when he awoke late in the day, his first glance was toward the road. He saw it filled with men and horses, dragging some rolling objects. But these men were carrying guns, and were formed in battalions and regiments. The animals were pulling the pieces of artillery. It was an army. It was the retreat. Desnoyers ran to the edge of the road to be more convinced of the truth. Alas, they were regiments, such as he had seen leaving the stations of Paris, but with what a very different aspect! The blue cloaks were now ragged and yellowing garments, the trousers faded to the color of a half-baked brick, the shoes great cakes of mud. The faces had a desperate expression, with layers of dust and sweat in all their grooves and openings, with beards of recent growth, sharp as spikes, with an air of great weariness showing the longing to drop down somewhere forever. killing or dying. But without going a step further, they were tramping, tramping, tramping. Some marches had lasted 30 hours at a stretch. The enemy was on their tracks, and the order was to go on and not to fight, freeing themselves by their fleet-footedness from the involved movements of the invader. The chiefs suspected the discouraged exhaustion of their men. They might exact of them complete sacrifice of life, but to order them to march day and night, forever fleeing before the enemy, when they did not consider themselves vanquished, when they were animated by that ferocious wrath which is the mother of heroism, their despairing expressions mutely sought the nearest officers, the leaders, even the colonel. They simply could go no further. Such a long, devastating march in such a few days. And what for? The superior officers, who knew no more than their men, seemed to be replying with their eyes as though they possessed a secret: "Courage! One more effort! This is going to come to an end very soon." The vigorous beasts, having no imagination, were resisting less than the men, but their aspect was deplorable. How could these be the same strong horses with glossy coats that he had seen in Paris processions at the beginning of the previous month? A campaign of 20 days had aged and exhausted them. Their dull gaze seemed to be imploring pity. They were weak and emaciated, the outline of their skeletons so plainly apparent that it made their eyes look larger. Their harness, as they moved, showed the skin raw and bleeding. Yet they were pushing on with a mighty effort, concentrating their last powers, as though human demands were beyond their obscure instincts. Some could go no further, and suddenly collapsed from the sheer fatigue. Desnoyers noticed that the artillerymen rapidly unharnessed them, pushing them out of the road so as to leave the way open for the rest. There lay the skeleton-like frames, with stiffened legs and glassy eyes, staring fixedly at the first flies, already attracted by their miserable carrion. The cannons, painted gray, the gun carriages, the artillery equipment, all that Don Marcelo had seen clean and shining with the enthusiastic friction that man has given to arms from remote epochs, even more persistent than that which woman gives to household utensils, were now dirty, overlaid with the marks of endless use, with the wreckage of unavoidable neglect. The wheels were deformed with mud, the metal darkened by the smoke of explosion, the gray paint spotted with mossy dampness. In the free spaces in this file, in the parentheses opened between battery and regiment, were sandwiched crowds of civilians. Miserable groups driven on by the invasion, populations of entire towns that had disintegrated, following the army in its retreat. The approach of a new division would make them leave the road temporarily, continuing their march in the adjoining fields. Then, at the slightest opening in the troops, they would again slip along the white and even surface of the highway. They were mothers who were pushing handcarts heaped high with pyramids of furniture and tiny babies, the sick who could hardly drag themselves along, old men carried on the shoulders of their grandsons, old women with little children clinging to their skirts, a pitiful, silent brood. Nobody now opposed the liberality of the owner of the castle. His entire vintage seemed to be overflowing on the highway. Casks from the last grape gathering were rolled out to the roadside, and the soldiers filled the metal ladles hanging from their belts with a red stream. Then the bottled wine began making its appearance by order of date, and was instantly lost in the river of men continually flowing by. Desnoyers observed with much satisfaction the effects of his munificence. The smiles were reappearing on the despairing faces. The French jest was leaping from row to row, and on resuming their march the groups began to sing. Then he went to see the officers, who, in the village square, were giving their horses a brief rest before rejoining their columns. With perplexed countenances and heavy eyes, they were talking among themselves about this retreat, so incomprehensible to them all. Days before, in Guise, They had routed their pursuers, and yet now they were continually withdrawing in obedience to a severe and endless order. "We do not understand it," they were saying. "We do not understand." An ordered and methodical tide was dragging back these men who wanted to fight, yet had to retreat. All were suffering the same cruel doubt. "We do not understand." End of section 36. Section 37, Part 2, Chapter 3, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ. Translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. And doubt was making still more distressing this day and night march with only the briefest rests, because the heads of the divisions were in hourly fear of being cut off from the rest of the army. "One effort more, boys! Courage! Soon we shall rest." The columns in their retirement were extending hundreds of miles. Desnoyers was seeing only one division. Others and still others were doing exactly this same thing at that very hour, their recessional extending across half of France. All, with the same disheartened obedience, were falling back. The men exclaiming the same as the officials: "We don't understand! We don't understand!" Don Marcelo soon felt the same sadness and bewilderment as these soldiers. He didn't understand either. He saw the obvious thing, what all were able to see, the territory invaded without the Germans encountering any stubborn resistance. Entire counties, cities, villages, hamlets remaining in the power of the enemy at the back of an army that was constantly withdrawing. His enthusiasm suddenly collapsed like a pricked balloon, and all his former pessimism returned. The troops were displaying energy and discipline, but what did that amount to if they had to keep retreating all the time, unable on account of strict orders to fight or defend the land? Just as it was in the 70s, he sighed. Outwardly there is more order, but the result is going to be the same. As though a negative reply to his faint-heartedness, he overheard the voice of a soldier reassuring a farmer. "We are retreating, yes, only that we may pounce upon the Boche with more strength. Grandpa Joffre is going to put them in his pocket when and where he will." The mere sound of the marshal's name revived Don Marcelo's hope. Perhaps this soldier, who was keeping his faith intact in spite of the interminable and demoralizing marches, was nearer the truth than the reasoning and studious officers. He passed the rest of the day making presents to the last detachments of the column. His wine cellars were gradually emptying. By order of dates, he continued distributing thousands of bottles stored in the subterranean parts of the castle. By evening, he was giving to those who appeared weakest bottles covered with the dust of many years. As the lines filed by, the men seemed weaker and more exhausted. Stragglers were now passing, painfully drawing their raw and bleeding feet from their shoes. Some had already freed themselves from these torture cases and were marching barefoot, with their heavy boots hanging from their shoulders and staining the highway with drops of blood. Although staggering with deadly fatigue, they kept their arms and outfits, believing that the enemy was near. Desnoyers' liberality stupefied many of them. They were accustomed to crossing their native soil, having to struggle with the selfishness of the producer. Nobody had been offering anything. Fear of danger had made the country folk hide their eatables and refuse to lend the slightest aid to their compatriots who were fighting for them. The millionaire slept badly this second night in his pompous bed with columns and plushes that had belonged to Henry IV, according to the declarations of the salesman. The troops no longer were marching past. From time to time there straggled by a single battalion, a battery, a group of horsemen, the last forces of the rear guard that had taken their position on the outskirts of the village in order to cover the retreat. The profound silence that followed the turmoil of transportation awoke in his mind a sense of doubt and disquietude. What was he doing there when the soldiers had gone? Was he not crazy to remain there? But immediately there came galloping into his mind the great riches which the castle contained. If he could only take it all away! That was impossible now, through want of means and time. Besides, his stubborn will looked upon such flight as a shameful concession. "We must finish what we have begun," he said to himself. He had made the trip on purpose to guard his own, and he must not flee at the approach of danger. The following morning, when he went down into the village, he saw hardly any soldiers. Only a single detachment of dragoons was still in the neighborhood. The horsemen were scouring the woods and pushing forward the stragglers, at the same time that they were opposing the advance of the enemy. The troopers had obstructed the street with a barricade of carts and furniture. Standing behind this crude barrier, they were watching the white strip of roadway which ran between the two hills covered with trees. Occasionally there sounded stray shots like the snapping of cords. "Ours," said the troopers. These were the last detachments of sharpshooters firing at the advancing Uhlans. The cavalry of the rear guard had the task of opposing a continual resistance to the enemy, repelling the squads of Germans who were trying to work their way along to the retreating columns. Desnoyers saw approaching along the high road the last stragglers from the infantry. They were not walking; they rather appeared to be dragging themselves forward, with the firm intention of advancing, but were betrayed by emaciated legs and bleeding feet. Some had sunk down for a moment by the roadside, agonized with weariness, in order to breathe without the weight of their knapsacks and draw their swollen feet from their leather prisons and wipe off the sweat. But upon trying to renew their march, they found it impossible to rise. Their bodies seemed made of stone. Fatigue had brought them to a condition bordering on catalepsy. So, unable to move, they were seeing dimly the rest of the army passing on as a fantastic file. Battalions, more battalions, batteries, troops of horses. Then the silence, the night, the sleep on the stones and dust, shaken by most terrible nightmare. At daybreak they were awakened by bodies of horsemen exploring the ground, rounding up the remnants of the retreat. Ay, it was impossible to move. The dragoons, revolver in hand, had to resort to threats in order to rouse them. Only the certainty that the pursuer was nearer and might make them prisoners gave them a momentary vigor. So they were forcing themselves up by superhuman effort, staggering, dragging their legs, and supporting themselves on their guns as though they were canes. Many of these were young men who had aged in an hour and changed into confirmed invalids. Poor fellows, they would not go very far. Their intention was to follow on, to join the column, but on entering the village they looked at the houses with supplicating eyes, desiring to enter them, feeling such a craving for immediate relief that they forgot even the nearness of the enemy. Villeblanche was now more military than before the arrival of the troops. The night before, a great part of the inhabitants had fled, having become infected with the same fear that was driving on the crowds following the army. The mayor and the priest remained, reconciled with the owner of the castle through his unexpected presence in their midst, and admiring his liberality. The municipal official approached to give him some news. The engineers were mining the bridge over the Marne. They were only waiting for the dragoons to cross before blowing it up. If he wished to go, there was still time. Again Desnoyers hesitated. Certainly it was foolhardy to remain there, but a glance at the woods, over whose branches rose the towers of his castle, settled his doubts. No, no, we must finish what we have begun. The very last band of troopers now made their appearance, coming out of the woods by different paths. They were riding their horses slowly, as though they deplored this retreat. They kept looking behind, carbine in hand, ready to halt and shoot. The others, who had been occupying the barricade, were already on their mounts. The division reformed, the commands of the officers were heard, and a quick trot, accompanied by the clanking of metal, told Don Marcelo that the last of the army had left. He remained near the barricade in a solitude of intense silence, as though the world were suddenly depopulated. Two dogs, abandoned by the flight of their masters, leaped and sniffed around him, coaxing him for protection. They were unable to get the desired scent in that land trodden down and disfigured by the transit of thousands of men. A family cat was watching the birds that were beginning to return to their haunts. With timid flutterings, they were picking at what the horses had left, and an ownerless hen was disputing the banquet with the winged band, until then hidden in the trees and roofs. The silence intensified the rustling of the leaves, the hum of the insects, the summer respiration of the sunburnt soil, which appeared to have contracted timorously under the weight of the men in arms. Desnoyers was losing exact track of the passing of time. He was beginning to believe that all which had gone before must have been a bad dream. The calm surrounding him made what had been happening here seem most improbable. Suddenly he saw something moving at the far end of the road, at the very highest point where the white ribbon of the highway touched the blue of the horizon. There were two men on horseback, two little tin soldiers who appeared to have escaped from a box of toys. He had brought with him a pair of field glasses that had often surprised marauders on his property, and by their aid he saw more clearly the two riders clad in greenish gray. They were carrying lances and wearing helmets ending in a horizontal plate. He could not doubt it, before his eyes were the first Uhlans. For some time they remained motionless, as though exploring the horizon. Then, from the obscure masses of vegetation that bordered the roadside, others and still others came sallying forth in groups. The little tin soldiers no longer were showing their silhouettes against the horizon's blue. The whiteness of the highway was now making their background, ascending behind their heads. They came slowly down, like a band that fears ambush, examining carefully everything around. The advisability of prompt retirement made Don Marcelo bring his investigations to a close. It would be most disastrous for him if they surprised him here. But on lowering his glasses, something extraordinary passed across his field of vision. A short distance away, so that he could almost touch them with his hand, he saw many men skulking along in the shadow of the trees on both sides of the road. His surprise increased as he became convinced that they were Frenchmen wearing kepis. Where were they coming from? He examined more closely with his spyglass. They were stragglers in a lamentable state of body, with a picturesque variety of uniforms: infantry, zouaves, dragoons without their horses. And with them were forest guards and officers from the villages that had received too late the news of the retreat. Altogether about 50. A few were fresh and vigorous, others were keeping themselves up by supernatural effort. All were carrying arms. They finally made the barricade, looking continually behind them in order to watch, in the shelter of the trees, the slow advance of the Uhlans. At the head of this heterogeneous group was an official of the police, old and fat, with a revolver in his right hand, his mustache bristling with excitement, and a murderous glitter in his heavy-lidded blue eyes. The band was continuing its advance through the village, slipping over to the other side of the barricade of carts without paying much attention to their curious countryman, when suddenly sounded a loud detonation, making the horizon vibrate and the houses tremble. "What is that?" asked the officer, looking at Desnoyers for the first time. He explained that it was the bridge, which had just been blown up. The leader received the news with an oath, but his confused followers, brought together by chance, remained as indifferent as though they had lost all contact with reality. "Might as well die here as anywhere," continued the official. Many of the fugitives acknowledged this decision with prompt obedience. since it saved them the torture of continuing their march. They were almost rejoicing at the explosion which had cut off their progress. Instinctively, they were gathering in the places most sheltered by the barricade. Some entered the abandoned houses, whose doors the dragoons had forced in order to utilize the upper floors. All seemed satisfied to be able to rest, even though they might soon have to fight. The officer went from group to group, giving his orders. They must not fire till he gave the word. Don Marcelo watched these preparations with the immovability of surprise. So rapid and noiseless had been the apparition of the stragglers that he imagined he must still be dreaming. There could be no danger in this unreal situation. It was all a lie. And he remained in his place without understanding the deputy who was ordering his departure with the roughest words. Obstinate civilian! The reverberation of the explosion had filled the highway with horsemen. They were coming from all directions, forming themselves into the advance group. The Uhlans were galloping around under the impression that the village was abandoned. Fire! Desnoyers was enveloped in a rain of crackling noises, as though the trunks of all the trees had split before his eyes. The impetuous band halted suddenly. Some of their men were rolling on the ground. Some were bending themselves double, trying to get across the road without being seen. Others remained stretched out on their backs or face downward with their arms in front. The riderless horses were racing wildly across the fields, with reins dragging, urged on by the loose stirrups. After this rude shock, which had brought them surprise and death, the band disappeared, instantly swallowed up by the trees. End of section 37. Section 38, Part 2, Chapter 4 of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Near the Sacred Grotto. Argensola had found a new occupation even more exciting than marking out the map of the maneuvers of the armies. "I am now devoting myself to the Taube," he announced. "It appears from 4 to 5 with the precision of a punctilious guest coming to take tea." Every afternoon at the appointed hour, a German aeroplane was flying over Paris dropping bombs. This would-be intimidation was producing no terror, the people accepting the visit as an interesting and extraordinary spectacle. In vain the aviators were flinging in the city streets German flags bearing ironic messages, giving accounts of the defeat of the retreating army and the failures of the Russian offensive. Lies, all lies. In vain they were dropping bombs, destroying garrets, killing or wounding old men, women and babes. Oh, the bandits! The crowds would threaten with their fists the malign mosquito, scarcely visible 6,000 feet above them, and after this outburst they would follow it with straining eyes from street to street, or stand motionless in the square in order to study its evolutions. The most punctual of all the spectators was Argensola. At 4 o'clock he was in the Place de la Concorde with upturned face and wide open eyes, in most cordial good fellowship with all the bystanders. It was as though they were holding season tickets at the same theater, becoming acquainted through seeing each other so often. Will it come? Will it not come today? The women appeared to be the most vehement, some of them rushing up, flushed and breathless, fearing that they might have arrived too late for the show. A great cry, "There it comes! There it is!" And thousands of hands were pointing to a vague spot on the horizon. With field glasses and telescopes, they were aiding their vision, the popular vendors offering every kind of optical instruments, and for an hour the thrilling spectacle of an aerial hunt was played out noisy and useless. The great insect was trying to reach the Eiffel Tower, and from its base would come sharp reports, at the same time that the different platforms spit out a fierce stream of shrapnel. As it zigzagged over the city, the discharge of rifles would crackle from roof and street. Everyone that had arms in his house was firing. The soldiers of the guard and the English and Belgians on their way through Paris. They knew that their shots were perfectly useless, but they were firing for the fun of retorting, hoping at the same time that one of their chance shots might achieve a miracle. But the only miracle was that the shooters did not kill each other with their precipitate and ineffectual fire. As it was, a few passers-by did fall wounded by balls from unknown sources. Argensola would tear from street to street, following the evolutions of the inimical bird, trying to guess where its projectiles would fall, anxious to be the first to reach the bombarded house, excited by the shots that were answering from below. And to think that he had no gun like those khaki-clad Englishmen or those Belgians in barrack cap with tassel over the front. Finally, the Taube, tired of maneuvering, would disappear. "Until tomorrow," ejaculated the Spaniard. "Perhaps tomorrow's show may be even more interesting." He employed his free hours between his geographical observations and his aerial contemplations in making the rounds of the stations, watching the crowds of travelers making their escape from Paris. The sudden vision of the truth after the illusion which the government had been creating with its optimistic dispatches, the certainty that the Germans were actually near when a week before they had imagined them completely routed, the Taubes flying over Paris, the mysterious threat of the Zeppelins, all these dangerous signs were filling a part of the community with frenzied desperation. The railroad stations, guarded by the soldiery, were only admitting those who had secured tickets in advance. Some had been waiting entire days for their turn to depart. The most impatient were starting to walk, eager to get outside the city as soon as possible. The roads were black with the crowds all going in the same directions. Toward the south, they were fleeing by automobile, in carriages, in gardeners' carts, on foot. Argensola surveyed this hegira with serenity. He would remain because he had always admired those men who witnessed the siege of Paris in 1870. Now it was going to be his good fortune to observe a historical drama perhaps even more interesting, the wonders that he would be able to relate in the future. But the distraction and indifference of his present audience were annoying him greatly. He would hasten back to the studio in feverish excitement to communicate the latest gratifying news to Desnoyers, who would listen as though he did not hear him. The night that he informed him that the government, the chambers, the diplomatic corps, and even the actors of the Comédie Française were going that very hour on special trains for Bordeaux, his companion merely replied with a shrug of indifference. Desnoyers was worrying about other things. That morning he had received a note from Marguerite, only 2 lines scrawled in great haste. She was leaving, starting immediately, accompanied by her mother. Adieu, and nothing more. The panic had caused many love affairs to be forgotten, had broken off long intimacies, but Marguerite's temperament was above such incoherencies. From mere flight, Julio felt that her terseness was very ominous. Why not mention the place to which she was going? In the afternoon, he took a bold step, which she had always forbidden. He went to her home and talked a long time with the concierge in order to get some news. The good woman was delighted to work off on him the loquacity so brusquely cut short by the flight of tenants and servants. The lady on the first floor, Marguerite's mother, had been the last to abandon the house in spite of the fact that she was really sick over her son's departure. They had left the day before without saying where they were going. The only thing that she knew was that they took the train to the Gare d'Orsay. They were going toward the south, like all the rest of the rich. And she supplemented her revelations with the vague news that the daughter had seemed very much upset by the information that she had received from the front. Someone in the family was wounded. Perhaps it was the brother, but she really didn't know. With so many surprises and strange things happening, it was difficult to keep track of everything. Her husband, too, was in the army, and she had her own affairs to worry about. "Where can she have gone?" Julio asked himself all day long. "Why does she wish to keep me in ignorance of her whereabouts?" When his comrade told him that night about the transfer of the seat of government, with all the mystery of news not yet made public, Desnoyers merely replied, "They are doing the best thing. I, too, will go tomorrow if I can." Why remain longer in Paris? His family was away. His father, according to Argensola's investigations, also had gone off without saying whither. Now Marguerite's mysterious flight was leaving him entirely alone in a solitude that was filling him with remorse. That afternoon, when strolling through the boulevards, he had stumbled across a friend considerably older than himself, an acquaintance in the fencing club which he used to frequent. This was the first time they had met since the beginning of the war, and they ran over the list of their companions in the army. Desnoyers' inquiries were answered by the older man. So and so, he had been wounded in Lorraine and was now in a hospital in the south. Another friend, dead in the Vosges. Another, disappeared at Charleroi. And thus had continued the heroic and mournful roll call. The others were still living, doing brave things. The members of foreign birth, young Poles, English residents in Paris, and South Americans had finally enlisted as volunteers. The club might well be proud of its young men who had practiced arms in times of peace, for now they were all jeopardizing their existence at the front. Desnoyers turned his face away as though he feared to meet in the eyes of his friend an ironical and questioning expression. Why had he not gone with the others to defend the land in which he was living? "Tomorrow I will go," repeated Julio, depressed by this recollection. But he went toward the south like all those who were fleeing from the war. The following morning, Argensola was charged to get him a railroad ticket for Bordeaux. The value of money had greatly increased, but 50 francs, opportunely bestowed, wrought the miracle and procured a bit of numbered cardboard whose conquest represented many days of waiting. "It is good only for today," said the Spaniard. "You will have to take the night train." Packing was not a very serious matter, as the trains were refusing to admit anything more than hand luggage. Argensola did not wish to accept the liberality of Julio, who tried to leave all his money with him. Heroes needed very little, and the painter of souls was inspired with heroic resolution. The brief harangue of Gallieni in taking charge of the defense of Paris he had adopted as his own. He intended to keep up his courage to the last, just like the hardy general. "Let them come," he exclaimed with a tragic expression. "They will find me at my post." His post was the studio, from which he could witness the happenings which he proposed relating to coming generations. He would entrench himself there with the eatables and wines. Besides, he had the plan, just as soon as his partner should disappear, of bringing to live there with him certain lady friends who were wandering around in search of a problematical dinner, and feeling timid in the solitude of their own quarters. Danger often gathers congenial folk together and adds a new attractiveness to the pleasures of a community. The tender affections of the prisoners of the Terror, when they were expecting momentarily to be conducted to the guillotine, flashed through his mind. "Let us drain life's goblet at one draught, since we have to die." The studio of the Rue de la Pompe was about to witness the mad and desperate revels of a castaway bark well stocked with provisions. End of section 38. Section 39, Part 2, Chapter 4, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñez. Translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Desnoyers left the Gare d'Orsay in a first-class compartment, mentally praising the good order with which the authorities had arranged everything, so that every traveler could have his own seat. At the Austerlitz station, however, a human avalanche assaulted the train. The doors were broken open. Packages and children came in through the windows like projectiles. The people pushed with the unreason of a crowd fleeing before a fire. In the space reserved for 8 persons, 14 installed themselves. The passageways were heaped with mountains of bags and valises that served later travelers for seats. All class distinctions had disappeared. The villagers invaded by preference the best coaches, believing that they would there find more room. Those holding first-class tickets hunted up the plainer coaches in the vain hope of traveling without being crowded. On the crossroads were waiting from the day before long trains made up of cattle cars. All the stables on wheels were filled with people seated on the wooden floor or in chairs brought from their homes. Every trainload was an encampment eager to take up its march. Whenever it halted, layers of greasy papers, hulls, and fruit skins collected along its entire length. The invaders pushing their way in put up with many annoyances and pardoned one another in a brotherly way. In war times, war measures, they would always say as a last excuse, and each one was pressing closer to his neighbor in order to make a few more inches of room, and helping to wedge his scanty baggage among the other bundles swaying most precariously above. Little by little, Desnoyers was losing all his advantage as a first comer. These poor people, who had been waiting for the train from 4 in the morning till 8 at night, awakened his pity. The women, groaning with weariness, were standing in the corridors, looking with ferocious envy at those who had seats. The children were bleating like hungry kids. Julio finally gave up his place, sharing with the needy and improvident the bountiful supplies of eatables with which Argensola had provided him. The station restaurants had all been emptied of food. During the train's long wait, soldiers only were seen on the platform, soldiers who were hastening at the call of the trumpet to take their places again in the strings of cars which were constantly steaming toward Paris. At the signal stations, long war trains were waiting for the road to be clear that they might continue their journey. The cuirassiers, wearing a yellow vest over their steel breastplate, were seated with hanging legs in the doorways of the stable cars, from whose interior came repeated neighing. Upon the flat cars were rows of gun carriages. The slender throats of the cannon of 75 were pointed upwards like telescopes. Young Desnoyers passed the night in the aisle, seated on a valise, noting the sodden sleep of those around him, worn out by weariness and exhaustion. It was a cruel and endless night of jerks, shrieks, and stops punctuated by snores. At every station, the trumpets were sounding precipitously, as though the enemy were right upon them. The soldiers from the south were hurrying to their posts, and at brief intervals another detachment of men was dragged along the rails toward Paris. They all appeared gay and anxious to reach the scene of slaughter as soon as possible. Many were regretting the delays, fearing that they might arrive too late. Leaning out of the window, Julio heard the dialogues and shouts on the platforms impregnated with the acrid odor of men and mules. All were evincing an unquenchable confidence. The Boches, very numerous with huge cannons, with many mitrailleuses, but we only have to charge with our bayonets to make them run like rabbits. The attitude of those going to meet death was in sharp contrast to the panic and doubt of those who were deserting Paris. An old and much decorated gentleman, type of a Jubilee functionary, kept questioning Desnoyers whenever the train started on again. "Do you believe that they will get as far as Tours?" Before receiving his reply, he would fall asleep. Brutish sleep was marching down the aisles with leaden feet. At every junction, the old man would start up and suddenly ask, "Do you believe that we will get as far as Bordeaux?" And his great desire not to halt until, with his family, he had reached an absolutely secure refuge made him accept as oracles all the vague responses. At daybreak, they saw the territorialists guarding the roads. They were armed with old muskets and were wearing the red kepis as their only military distinction. They were following the opposite course of the military trains. In the station at Bordeaux, the civilian crowds struggling to get out or to enter other cars were mingling with the troops. The trumpets were incessantly sounding their brazen notes, calling the soldiers together. Many were men of darkest coloring, natives with wide gray breeches and red caps above their black or bronzed faces. Julio saw a train bearing wounded from the battles of Flanders and Lorraine. Their worn and dirty uniforms were enlivened by the whiteness of the bandages sustaining the wounded limbs or protecting the broken heads. All were trying to smile, although with livid mouths and feverish eyes, at their first glimpse of the land of the South as it emerged from the mist, bathed in the sunlight, and covered with the regal vestures of its vineyards. The men from the north stretched out their hands for the fruit that the women were offering them, tasting with delight the sweet grapes of the country. For 4 days the distracted lover lived in Bordeaux, stunned and bewildered by the agitation of a provincial city suddenly converted into a capital. The hotels were overcrowded with many notables contenting themselves with servants' quarters. There was not a vacant seat in the cafes. The sidewalks could not accommodate the extraordinary assemblage. The president was installed in the prefecture. The state departments were established in the schools and museums. 2 theaters were fitted up for the future reunions of the Senate and the Chamber of Deputies. Julio was lodged in a filthy, disreputable hotel at the end of a foul-smelling alley. A little Cupid adorned the crystals of the door, and the looking-glass in his room was scratched with names and unspeakable phrases, souvenirs of the occupants of an hour. And yet many grand ladies, hunting in vain for temporary residence, would have envied him his good fortune. All his investigations proved fruitless. The friends whom he encountered in the fugitive crowd were thinking only of their own affairs. They could talk of nothing but incidents of the installation, repeating the news gathered from the ministers with whom they were living on familiar terms, or mentioning with a mysterious air the great battle which was going on, stretching from the vicinity of Paris to Verdun. A pupil of his days of glory, whose former elegance was now attired in the uniform of a nurse, gave him some vague information. "The little Madame Laurier? I remember hearing that she was living somewhere near here, perhaps in Biarritz." Julio needed no more than this to continue his journey to Biarritz. The first person that he encountered on his arrival was Chichi. She declared that the town was impossible because of the families of rich Spaniards who were summering there. "The Boches are in the majority, and I pass a miserable existence quarreling with them. I shall finally have to live alone." Then he met his mother. Embraces and tears. Afterwards he saw his Aunt Elena in the hotel parlors, most enthusiastic over the country and the summer colony. She could talk at great length with many of them about the decadence of France, They were all expecting to receive the news from one moment to another that the Kaiser had entered the capital. Ponderous men who had never done anything in all their lives were criticizing the defects and indolence of the Republic. Young men whose aristocracy aroused Dona Elena's enthusiasm broke forth into apostrophes against the corruption of Paris, corruption that they had studied thoroughly from sunset to sunrise in the virtuous schools of Montmartre. They all adored Germany, where they had never been, or which they knew only through the reels of the moving picture films. They criticized events as though they were witnessing a bullfight. "The Germans have the snap. You can't fool with them. They are fine brutes." And they appeared to admire this inhumanity as the most admirable characteristic. "Why will they not say that in their own home on the other side of the frontier?" Chichi would protest. "Why do they come into their neighbor's country to ridicule his troubles? Possibly they consider it a sign of their wonderful good breeding." But Julio had not gone to Biarritz to live with his family. The very day of his arrival he saw Marguerite's mother in the distance. She was alone. His inquiries developed the information that her daughter was living in Pau. She was a trained nurse taking care of a wounded member of the family. Her brother. Undoubtedly it is her brother, thought Julio. And he again continued his trip, this time going to Pau. His visits to the hospitals there were also unavailing. Nobody seemed to know Marguerite. Every day a train was arriving with a new load of bleeding flesh. But her brother was not among the wounded. A sister of charity, believing that he was in search of someone of his family, took pity on him and gave him some helpful directions. He ought to go to Lourdes. There were many of the wounded there, and many of the military nurses. So Desnoyers immediately took the shortcut between Pau and Lourdes. He had never visited the sacred city whose name was so frequently on his mother's lips. For Dona Luisa, the French nation was Lourdes. In her discussions with her sister and other foreign ladies who were praying that France might be exterminated for its impiety, the good senora always summed up her opinions in the same words: "When the Virgin wished to make her appearance in our day, she chose France. This country, therefore, cannot be as bad as you say. When I see that she appears in Berlin, we will then rediscuss the matter." But Desnoyers was not there to confirm his mother's artless opinions. Just as soon as he had found a room in a hotel near the river, he had hastened to the big hostelry, now converted into a hospital. The guard told him that he could not speak to the director until the afternoon. In order to curb his impatience, he walked through the street leading to the basilica, past all the booths and shops with pictures and pious souvenirs which had converted the place into a big bazaar. Here and in the gardens adjoining the church, he saw wounded convalescents with uniforms stained with traces of the combat. Their cloaks were greatly soiled in spite of repeated brushings. The mud, the blood, and the rain had left indelible spots and made them as stiff as cardboard. Some of the wounded had cut their sleeves in order to avoid the cruel friction on their shattered arms. Others still showed on their trousers the rents made by the devastating shells. They were fighters of all ranks and of many races: infantry, cavalry, artillerymen, soldiers from the metropolis and from the colonies, French farmers and African sharpshooters, red heads, faces of Mohammedan olive, and the black countenances of the Senegalese with eyes of fire and thick bluish blubber lips, some showing the good nature and sedentary obesity of the middle-class man suddenly converted into a warrior, others sinewy, alert, with the aggressive profile of men born to fight and experienced in foreign fields. The city, formerly visited by the hopeful Catholic sick, was now invaded by a crowd no less dolorous, but clad in carnival colors. All, in spite of their physical distress, had a certain air of good cheer and satisfaction. They had seen death very near, slipping out from his bony claws into a new joy and zest in life. With their cloaks adorned with medals, their theatrical Moorish garments, their kepis, and their African headdresses, this heroic band presented nevertheless a lamentable aspect. Very few still preserved the noble vertical carriage, the pride of the superior human being. They were walking along bent almost double, limping, dragging themselves forward by the help of a staff or friendly arm. Others had to let themselves be pushed along, stretched out on the handcarts which had so often conducted the devout sick from the station to the Grotto of the Virgin. Some were feeling their way along blindly, leaning on a child or nurse. The first encounters in Belgium and in the East, a mere half-dozen battles, had been enough to produce these physical wrecks, still showing a manly nobility in spite of the most horrible outrages. These organisms struggling so tenaciously to regain their hold on life, bringing their reviving energies out into the sunlight, represented but the most minute part of the number mowed down by the scythe of death. Back of them were thousands and thousands of comrades groaning on hospital beds from which they would probably never rise. Thousands and thousands were hidden forever in the bosom of the earth, moistened by their death agony, fatal land which, upon receiving a hail of projectiles, brought forth a harvest of bristling crosses. War now showed itself to Desnoyers with all its cruel hideousness. He had been accustomed to speak of it heretofore as those in robust health speak of death, knowing that it exists and is horrible, but seeing it afar off, so far off that it arouses no real emotion. The explosion of the shells were accompanying their destructive brutality with a ferocious mockery grotesquely disfiguring the human body. He saw wounded objects just beginning to recover their vital force, who were but rough skeletons of men, frightful caricatures, human rags, saved from the tomb by the audacities of science, trunks with heads which were dragged along on wheeled platforms, fragments of skulls whose brains were throbbing under an artificial cap, beings without arms and without legs, resting in the bottom of little wagons like bits of plaster models or scraps from the dissecting room, faces without noses that looked like skulls with great black nasal openings. And these half-men were talking, smoking, laughing, satisfied to see the sky, to feel the caress of the sun, to have come back to life, dominated by that sovereign desire to live which trustingly forgets present misery in the confident hope of something better. End of section 39. Section 40, Part 2, Chapter 4 continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ. Translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. So strongly was Julio impressed that for a little while he forgot the purpose which had brought him thither. If those who provoke war from diplomatic chambers or from the tables of the military staff could but see it, not in the field of battle fired with the enthusiasm which prejudices judgments, but in cold blood, as it is seen in the hospitals and cemeteries, in the wrecks left in its trail. To Julio's imagination, this terrestrial globe appeared like an enormous ship sailing through infinity. Its crews, poor humanity, had spent century after century in exterminating each other on the deck. They did not even know what existed under their feet in the hold of the vessel. To occupy the same portion of the surface in the sunlight seemed to be the ruling desire of each group. Men considered superior human beings were pushing these masses to extermination in order to scale the last bridge and hold the helm, controlling the course of the boat. And all those who felt the overmastering ambition for absolute command knew the same thing: nothing. Not one of them could say with certainty what lay beyond the visible horizon, nor whither the ship was drifting. The sullen hostility of mystery surrounded them all. Their life was precarious, necessitating incessant care in order to maintain it. Yet in spite of that, the crew for ages and ages had never known an instant of agreement, of teamwork, of clear reason. Periodically, half of them would clash with the other half. They killed each other that they might enslave the vanquished on the rolling deck floating over the abyss. They fought that they might cast their victims from the vessel, filling its wake with cadavers. And from the demented throng there were still springing up gloomy sophistries to prove that a state of war was the perfect state, that it ought to go on forever, that it was a bad dream on the part of the crew to wish to regard each other as brothers with a common destiny, enveloped in the same unsteady environment of mystery. Ah, human misery! Julio was drawn out of these pessimistic reflections by the childish glee which many of the convalescents were evincing. Some were Mussulmans, sharpshooters from Algeria and Morocco. In Lourdes, as they might be anywhere, they were interested only in the gifts which the people were showering upon them with patriotic affection. They all surveyed with indifference the basilica inhabited by the White Lady, their only preoccupation being to beg for cigars and sweets. Finding themselves regaled by the dominant race, they became greatly puffed up, daring everything like mischievous children. What pleased them most was the fact that the ladies would take them by the hand. Blessed war that permitted them to approach and touch these white women, perfumed and smiling as they appeared in their dreams of the paradise of the blessed. "Lady, lady," they would sigh, looking at them with dark sparkling eyes, and not content with the hand, their dark paws would venture the length of the entire arm, while the ladies laughed at this tremulous adoration. Others would go through the crowds, offering their right hand to all the women. "We touch hands," and then they would go away satisfied after receiving the handclasp. Desnoyers wandered a long time around the basilica, where in the shadow of the trees were long rows of wheeled chairs occupied by the wounded. Officers and soldiers rested many hours in the blue shade, watching their comrades who were able to use their legs. The sacred grotto was resplendent with the lights from hundreds of candles. Devout crowds were kneeling in the open air, fixing their eyes in supplication on the sacred stones, whilst their thoughts were flying far away to the fields of battle, making their petitions with that confidence in divinity which accompanies every distress. Among the kneeling mass were many soldiers with bandaged heads, kepis in hand and tearful eyes. Up and down the double staircase of the basilica were flitting women clad in white, with spotless headdresses that fluttered in such a way that they appeared like flying doves. These were the nurses and sisters of charity guiding the steps of the injured. Desnoyers thought he recognized Marguerite in every one of them, but the prompt disillusion following each of these discoveries soon made him doubtful about the outcome of his journey. She was not in Lourdes either. He would never find her in that France so immeasurably expanded by the war that it had converted every town into a hospital. His afternoon explorations were no more successful. The employees listened to his interrogations with a distraught air. He could come back again. Just now they were taken up with the announcement that another hospital train was on the way. The great battle was still going on near Paris. They had to improvise lodgings for the new consignment of mutilated humanity. In order to pass away the time until his return, Desnoyers went back to the garden near the grotto. He was planning to return to Pau that night. There was evidently nothing more to do at Lourdes. In what direction should he now continue his search? Suddenly he felt a thrill down his back, the same indefinable sensation which used to warn him of her presence when they were meeting in the gardens of Paris. Marguerite was going to present herself unexpectedly, as in the old days, without his knowing from exactly what spot, as though she came out of the earth or descended from the clouds. After a second's thought, he smiled bitterly. Mere tricks of his desire, illusions. Upon turning his head, he recognized the falsity of his hope. Nobody was following his footsteps. He was the only being going down the center of the avenue. Near him, in the diaphanous white of a guardian angel, was a nurse. Poor blind man! Desnoyers was passing on when a quick movement on the part of the white-clad woman, an evident desire to escape notice, to hide her face by looking at the plants, attracted his attention. He was slow in recognizing her. Two little ringlets escaping from the band of her cap made him guess the hidden head of hair. The feet, shod in white, were the signs which enabled him to reconstruct the person somewhat disfigured by the severe uniform. Her face was pale and sad. There wasn't a trace left in it of the old vanities that used to give it its childish, doll-like beauty. In the depths of those great, dark-circled eyes, life seemed to be reflected in new forms. Marguerite! They stared at one another for a long while, as though hypnotized with surprise. She looked alarmed when Desnoyers advanced a step toward her. No, no! Her eyes, her hands, her entire body seemed to protest, to repel his approach, to hold him motionless. Fear that he might come near her made her go toward him. She said a few words to the soldier who remained on the bench, receiving across the bandage on his face a ray of sunlight which he did not appear to feel. Then she rose, going to meet Julio, and continued forward, indicating by a gesture that they must find some place further on where the wounded man could not hear them. She led the way to a side path from which she could see the blind man confided to her care. They stood motionless, face to face. Desnoyers wished to say many things, many, but he hesitated, not knowing how to frame his complaints, his pleadings, his endearments. Far above all these thoughts towered one, fatal, dominant, and wrathful. Who is that man? The spiteful accent, the harsh voice with which he said these words surprised him, as though they came from someone else's mouth. The nurse looked at him with her great limpid eyes, eyes that seemed forever freed from contractions of surprise or fear. Her response slipped from her with equal directness. "It is Laurier. It is my husband." Laurier. Julio looked doubtfully and for a long time at the soldier before he could be convinced. That blind officer, motionless on the bench, that figure of heroic grief, was Laurier. At first glance, he appeared prematurely old, with roughened and bronzed skin, so furrowed with lines that they converged like rays around all the openings of his face. His hair was beginning to whiten on the temples and in the beard which covered his cheeks. He had lived 20 years in that 1 month. At the same time he appeared younger, with a youthfulness that was radiating an inward vigor, with the strength of a soul which has suffered the most violent emotions and, firm and serene in the satisfaction of duty fulfilled, can no longer know fear. As Desnoyers contemplated him, he felt both admiration and jealousy. He was ashamed to admit the aversion inspired by the wounded man, so sorely wounded that he was unable to see what was going on around him. His hatred was a form of cowardice, terrifying in its persistence. How pensive were Marguerite's eyes if she took them off her patient for a few seconds! She had never looked at him in that way. He knew all the amorous gradations of her glance, but her fixed gaze on this injured man was something entirely different, something that he had never seen before. He spoke with the fury of a lover who discovers an infidelity. "And for this you have run away without warning, without a word? You have abandoned me in order to go in search of him? Tell me, why did you come? Why did you come?" "I came because it was my duty." Then she spoke like a mother who takes advantage of a parenthesis of surprise in an irascible child's temper in order to counsel self-control, and explained how it had all happened. She had received the news of Laurier's wounding just as she and her mother were preparing to leave Paris. She had not hesitated an instant. Her duty was to hasten to the aid of this man. She had been doing a great deal of thinking in the last few weeks. The war had made her ponder much on the values in life. Her eyes had been getting glimpses of new horizons. Our destiny is not mere pleasure and selfish satisfaction. We ought to take part in pain and sacrifice. She had wanted to work for her country, to share the general stress, to serve as other women did. And since she was disposed to devote herself to strangers, was it not natural that she should prefer to help this man whom she had so greatly wronged? There still lived in her memory the moment in which she had seen him approach the station, completely alone among so many who had the consolation of loving arms when departing in search of death. Her pity had become still more acute on hearing of his misfortune. A shell had exploded near him, killing all those around him. Of his many wounds, the only serious one was that on his face. He had completely lost the sight of one eye, and the doctors were keeping the other bound up, hoping to save it. But she was very doubtful about it. She was almost sure that Laurier would be blind. Marguerite's voice trembled when saying this, as if she were going to cry. Although her eyes were tearless, they did not now feel the irresistible necessity for tears. Weeping had become something superfluous, like many other luxuries of peaceful days. Her eyes had seen so much in so few days. "How you love him!" exclaimed Julio, fearing that they might be overheard, and in order to keep him at a distance, she had been speaking as though to a friend. But her lover's sadness broke down her reserve. "No, I love you. I shall always love you." The simplicity with which she said this, and her sudden tenderness of tone, revived Desnoyers' hopes. "And the other one?" he asked anxiously. Upon receiving her reply, it seemed to him as though something had just passed across the sun, veiling its light temporarily. It was as though a cloud had drifted over the land and over his thoughts, enveloping them in an unbearable chill. "I love him, too." End of section 40. Section 41, Part 2, Chapter 4, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. She said it with a look that seemed to implore pardon, with the sad sincerity of one who has given up lying and weeps in foreseeing the injury that the truth must inflict. He felt his hard wrath suddenly dwindling like a crumbling mountain. Ah, Marguerite! His voice was tremulous and despairing. Could it be possible that everything between these two was going to end thus simply? Were her former vows mere lies? They had been attracted to each other by an irresistible affinity in order to be together forever, to be one. And now, suddenly, hardened by indifference, were they to drift apart like two unfriendly bodies? What did this absurdity about loving him at the same time that she loved her former husband mean, anyway? Marguerite hung her head, murmuring desperately, "You are a man, I am a woman. You would never understand me. No matter what I may say, men are not able to comprehend certain of our mysteries. A woman would be better able to appreciate the complexity." Desnoyers felt that he must know his fate in all its cruelty. She might speak without fear. He felt strong enough to bear the blow. What had Laurier said when he found that he was being so tenderly cared for by Marguerite? "He does not know who I am. He believes me to be a war nurse like the rest, who pities him, seeing him alone and blind, with no relatives to write to him or visit him. At certain times I have almost suspected that he guesses the truth. My voice, the touch of my hands made him shiver at first, as though with an unpleasant sensation. I have told him that I am a Belgian lady who has lost her loved ones and is alone in the world. He has told me his life story very sketchily, as if he desired to forget a hated past. Never one disagreeable word about his former wife. There are nights when I think he knows me, that he takes advantage of his blindness in order to prolong his feigned ignorance, and that distresses me. I long for him to recover his sight, for the doctors to save that doubtful eye, and yet at the same time I feel afraid. What will he say when he recognizes me? But no, it is better that he should see, no matter what may result. You cannot understand my anxiety. You cannot know what I am suffering." She was silent for an instant, trying to regain her self-control, again tortured with the agony of her soul. "Oh, the war!" she resumed. "What changes in our life! 2 months ago my present situation would have appeared impossible, unimaginable. I, caring for my husband, fearing that he would discover my identity and leave me, yet at the same time wishing that he would recognize me and pardon me. It is only 1 week that I have been with him. I disguise my voice when I can, and avoid words that may reveal the truth. But this cannot keep up much longer. It is only in novels that such painful situations turn out happily." Doubt suddenly overwhelmed her. "I believe," she continued, "that he has recognized me from the first. He is silent and feigns ignorance because he despises me, because he can never bring himself to pardon me. I have been so bad. I have wronged him so." She was recalling the long and reflective silences of the wounded man after she had dropped some imprudent words. After 2 days of submission to her care, he had been somewhat rebellious, avoiding going out with her for a walk. Because of his blind helplessness and comprehending the uselessness of his resistance, he had finally yielded in passive silence. "Let him think what he will," concluded Marguerite courageously. "Let him despise me. I am here where I ought to be. I need his forgiveness, but if he does not pardon me, I shall stay with him just the same. There are moments when I wish that he may never recover his sight, so that he may always need me, so that I may pass my life at his side, sacrificing everything for him." "And I?" said Desnoyers. Marguerite looked at him with clouded eyes, as though she were just awakening. It was true. And the other one? Kindled by the proposed sacrifice which was to be her expiation, she had forgotten the man before her. "You," she said after a long pause, "you must leave me. Life is not what we have thought it. Had it not been for the war, we might perhaps have realized our dream. But now, listen carefully and try to understand. For the remainder of my life, I shall carry the heaviest burden, and yet at the same time it will be sweet, since the more it weighs me down, the greater will my atonement be. Never will I leave this man whom I have so grievously wronged, now that he is more alone in the world and will need protection like a child. Why do you come to share my fate? How could it be possible for you to live with a nurse constantly at the side of a blind and worthy man whom we would constantly offend with our passion? No, it is better for us to part. Go your way alone and untrammeled. Leave me. You will meet other women who will make you more happy than I. Yours is the temperament that finds new pleasures at every step." She stood firmly to her decision. Her voice was calm, but back of it trembled the emotion of a last farewell to a joy which was going from her forever. The man would be loved by others, and she was giving him up. But the noble sadness of the sacrifice restored her courage. Only by this renunciation could she expiate her sins. Julio dropped his eyes, vanquished and perplexed. The picture of the future outlined by Marguerite terrified him. To live with her as a nurse taking advantage of her patient's blindness would be to offer him fresh insult every day. Ah, no, that would be villainy indeed. He was now ashamed to recall the malignity with which, a little while before, he had regarded this innocent unfortunate. He realized that he was powerless to contend with him. Weak and helpless as he was, sitting there on the garden bench, he was stronger and more deserving of respect than Julio Desnoyers with all his youth and elegance. The victim had amounted to something in his life. He had done what Julio had not dared to do. This sudden conviction of his inferiority made him cry out like an abandoned child, "What will become of me?" Marguerite, too, contemplating the love which was going from her forever, her vanquished hopes, the future illumined by the satisfaction of duty fulfilled but monotonous and painful, cried out, "And I? What will become of me?" As though he had suddenly found a solution which was reviving his courage, Desnoyers said, "Listen, Marguerite, I can read your soul. You love this man and you do well. He is superior to me, and women are always attracted by superiority. I am a coward. Yes, do not protest. I am a coward. With all my youth, with all my strength. Why should you not have been impressed by the conduct of this man? But I will atone for past wrongs. This country is yours, Marguerite. I will fight for it. Do not say no." And moved by his hasty heroism, he outlined the plan more definitely. He was going to be a soldier. Soon she would hear him well spoken of. His idea was either to be stretched on the battlefield in his first encounter, or to astonish the world by his bravery. In this way, the impossible situation would settle itself, either the oblivion of death or glory. "No, no!" interrupted Marguerite in an anguished tone. "You know! One is enough. How horrible! You too, wounded, mutilated forever, perhaps dead. No, you must live. I want you to live, even though you might belong to another. Let me know that you exist. Let me see you sometimes, even though you may have forgotten me, even though you may pass me with indifference, as if you did not know me." In this outburst, her deep love for him rang true. Her heroic and inflexible love, which would accept all penalties for herself if only the beloved one might continue to live. But then, in order that Julio might not feel any false hopes, she added, "Live. You must not die. That would be for me another torment. But live without me. No matter how much we may talk about it, my destiny beside the other one is marked out forever." "Oh, how you love him! How you have deceived me!" In a last desperate attempt at explanation, she again repeated what she had said at the beginning of their interview. She loved Julio and she loved her husband. They were different kinds of love. She could not say which was the stronger, but misfortune was forcing her to choose between the two, and she was accepting the most difficult, the one demanding the greatest sacrifices. "You are a man, and you will never be able to understand me. A woman would comprehend me." It seemed to Julio, as he looked around him, as though the afternoon were undergoing some celestial phenomenon. The garden was still illuminated by the sun, but the green of the trees, the yellow of the ground, the blue of the sky, all appeared to him as dark and shadowy as though a rain of ashes were falling. "Then all is over between us." His pleading, trembling voice, charged with tears, made her turn her head to hide her emotion. Then, in the painful silence, the two despairs formed one, and the same question, as if interrogating the shades of the future. "What will become of me?" murmured the man, and like an echo her lips repeated, "What will become of me?" All had been said. Hopeless words came between the two like an obstacle, momentarily increasing in size, impelling them in opposite directions. Why prolong the painful interview? Marguerite showed the ready and energetic decision of a woman who wishes to bring a scene to a close. "Goodbye." Her face had assumed a yellowish cast. Her pupils had become dull and clouded like the glass of a lantern when the light dies out. "Goodbye." She must go to her patient. She went away without looking at him, and Desnoyers instinctively went in the opposite direction. As he became more self-controlled and turned to look at her again, he saw her moving on and giving her arm to the blind man without once turning her head. He now felt convinced that he should never see her again, and became oppressed by an almost suffocating agony. And could two beings who had formerly considered the universe concentrated in their persons thus easily be separated forever? His desperation at finding himself alone made him accuse himself of stupidity. Now his thoughts came tumbling over each other in a tumultuous throng, and each one of them seemed to him sufficient to have convinced Marguerite. He certainly had not known how to express himself. He would have to talk with her again, and he decided to remain in Lourdes. He passed a night of torture in the hotel, listening to the ripple of the river among its stones. Insomnia had him in its fierce jaws, gnawing at him with interminable agony. He turned on the light several times, but was not able to read. His eyes looked with stupid fixity at the patterns of the wallpaper and the pious pictures around the room, which had evidently served as the lodging place of some rich traveler. He remained motionless and as abstracted as an Oriental who thinks himself into an absolute lack of thought. One idea only was dancing in the vacuum in his skull. I shall never see her again. Can such a thing be possible? He drowsed for a few seconds, only to be awakened with the sensation that some horrible explosion was sending him through the air. And so, with sweats of anguish, he wakefully passed the hours until in the gloom of his room the dawn showed a milky rectangle of light and began to be reflected on the window curtains. The velvet-like caress of day finally closed his eyes. Upon awakening, he found that the morning was well advanced, and he hurried to the garden of the grotto. Oh, the hours of tremulous and unavailing waiting, believing that he recognized Marguerite in every white-clad lady that came along, guiding a wounded patient. By afternoon, after a lunch whose dishes filed past him untouched, he returned to the garden in search of her. Beholding her in the distance, with the blind man leaning on her arm, a feeling of faintness came over him. She looked to him taller, thinner, her face sharper, with two dark hollows in her cheeks, and her eyes bright with fever, the lids drawn with weariness. He suspected that she, too, had passed an anguished night of tenacious, self-centered thought, of grievous stupefaction like his own, in the room of her hotel. Suddenly he felt all the weight of insomnia and listlessness, all the depressing emotion of the cruel sensations experienced in the last few hours. Oh, how miserable they both were! She was walking warily, looking from one side to the other as though foreseeing danger. Upon discovering him, she clung to her charge, casting upon her former lover a look of entreaty, of desperation, imploring pity. Ay, that look! He felt ashamed of himself. His personality appeared to be unrolling itself before him, and he surveyed himself with the eyes of a judge. What was this seduced and useless man called Julio Desnoyers doing there, tormenting with his presence a poor woman, trying to turn her from her righteous repentance, insisting on his selfish and petty desires, when all humanity was thinking of other things? His cowardice angered him, like a thief taking advantage of the sleep of his victim. He was stalking around this brave and true man who could not see him, who could not defend himself, in order to rob him of the only affection that he had in the world, which had so miraculously returned to him. Very well, gentleman Desnoyers. Oh, what a scoundrel he was! Such subconscious insults made him draw himself erect in haughty, cruel, and inexorable defiance against that other I who so richly deserved the judge's scorn. He turned his head away. He could not meet Marguerite's piteous eyes. He feared their mute reproach. Neither did he dare to look at the blind man in his shabby and heroic uniform, with his countenance aged by duty and glory. He feared him like remorse. So the vanquished lover turned his back on the two and went away with a firm step. Goodbye, love. Goodbye, happiness. He marched quickly and bravely on. A miracle had just taken place within him. He had found the right road at last. To Paris! A new impetus was going to fill the vacuum of his objectless existence. End of section 41. Section 42, Part 2, Chapter 5 of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ. Translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The Invasion. Don Marcelo was fleeing to take refuge in his castle when he met the mayor of Villeblanche. The noise of the firing had made him hurry to the barricade. When he learned of the apparition of the group of stragglers, he threw up his hands in despair. They were crazy. Their resistance was going to be fatal for the village. And he ran on to beg them to cease. For some time nothing happened to disturb the morning calm. Desnoyers had climbed to the top of his towers and was surveying the country with his field glasses. He couldn't make out the highway through the nearest group of trees, but he suspected that underneath their branches great activity was going on. Masses of men on guard, troops preparing for the attack. The unexpected defense of the fugitives had upset the advance of the invasion. Desnoyers thought despairingly of that handful of mad fellows and their stubborn chief. What was their fate going to be? Focusing his glasses on the village, he saw the red spots of kepis waving like poppies over the green of the meadows. They were the retreating men, now convinced of the uselessness of their resistance. Perhaps they had found a ford or forgotten boat by which they might cross the Marne, and so were continuing their retreat toward the river. At any minute now the Germans were going to enter Villeblanche. Half an hour of profound silence passed by. The village lay silhouetted against a background of hills, a mass of roofs beneath the church tower, finished with its cross and iron weathercock. Everything seemed as tranquil as in the best days of peace. Suddenly he noticed that the grove was vomiting forth something noisy and penetrating, a bubble of vapor accompanied by a deafening report. Something was hurtling through the air with a strident curve. Then a roof in the village opened like a crater, vomiting forth flying wood, fragments of plaster and broken furniture. All the interior of the house seemed to be escaping in a stream of smoke, dirt and splinters. The invaders were bombarding Villeblanche before attempting attack, as though fearing to encounter persistent resistance in its streets. More projectiles fell. Some passed over the houses, exploding between the hamlet and the castle. The towers of the Desnoyers property were beginning to attract the aim of the artillerymen. The owner was therefore about to abandon his dangerous observatory when he saw something white like a tablecloth or sheet floating from the church tower. His neighbors had hoisted this signal of peace in order to avoid bombardment. A few more missiles fell, and then there was silence. When Don Marcelo reached his park, he found the warden burying at the foot of a tree the sporting rifles still remaining in his castle. Then he went toward the great iron gates. The enemies were going to come, and he had to receive them. While uneasily awaiting their arrival, his compunctions again tormented him. What was he doing there? Why had he remained? But his obstinate temperament immediately put aside the promptings of fear. He was there because he had to guard his own. Besides, it was too late now to think about such things. Suddenly the morning stillness was broken by a sound like the deafening tearing of strong cloth. "Shots, master," said the warden. "Firing. It must be in the square." A few minutes after, they saw running toward them a woman from the village, an old soul dried up and darkened by age, who was panting from her great exertion and looking wildly around her. She was fleeing blindly, trying to escape from danger, and shut out horrible visions. Desnoyers and the keeper's family listened to her explanations, interrupted with hiccups of terror. The Germans were in Villeblanche. They had entered first in an automobile driven at full speed from one end of the village to the other. Its mitrailleuse was firing at random against closed houses and open doors, knocking down all the people in sight. The old woman flung up her arms with a gesture of terror. Dead, many dead, wounded, blood. Then other iron-plated vehicles had stopped in the square, and behind them cavalrymen, battalions of infantry, many battalions coming from everywhere. The helmeted men seemed furious. They accused the villagers of having fired at them. In the square they had struck the mayor and villagers who had come forward to meet them. The priest, bending over some of the dying, had also been trodden underfoot. All prisoners. The Germans were talking of shooting them. The old dame's words were cut short by the rumble of approaching automobiles. "Open the gates," commanded the owner to the warden. The massive iron grill work swung open and was never again closed. All property rights were at an end. An enormous automobile, covered with dust and filled with men, stopped at the entrance. Behind them sounded the horns of other vehicles that were putting on the brakes. Desnoyers saw soldiers leaping out, all wearing the greenish-gray uniform with a sheath of the same tone covering the pointed casque. The one who marched at their head put his revolver to the millionaire's forehead. "Where are the sharpshooters?" he asked. He was pale with the pallor of wrath, vengeance and fear. His face was trembling under the influence of his triple emotion. Don Marcelo explained slowly, contemplating at a short distance from his eyes the black circle of the threatening tube. He had not seen any sharpshooters. The only inhabitants of the castle were the warden with his family, and himself, the owner of the castle. The officer surveyed the edifice and then examined Desnoyers with evident astonishment, as though he thought his appearance too unpretentious for a proprietor. He had taken him for a simple employee, and his respect for social rank made him lower his revolver. He did not, however, alter his haughty attitude. He pressed Don Marcelo into the service as a guide, making him search ahead of him while 40 soldiers grouped themselves at his back. They advanced in 2 files to the shelter of the trees which bordered the central avenue, with their guns ready to shoot, and looking uneasily at the castle windows, as though expecting to receive from them hidden shots. Desnoyers marched tranquilly through the center, and the official who had been imitating the precautions of his men finally joined him when he was crossing the drawbridge. The armed men scattered through the rooms in search of the enemy. They ran their bayonets through beds and divans. Some, with automatic destructiveness, slit the draperies and the rich bed coverings. The owner protested. What was the sense in such useless destruction? He was suffering unbearable torture at seeing the enormous boots spotting the rugs with mud, on hearing the clash of guns and knapsacks against the most fragile, choicest pieces of furniture. Poor historic mansion! The officer looked amazed that he should protest for such trifling cause, but he gave orders in German, and his men ceased their rude explorations. Then, in justification of this extraordinary respect, he added in French, "I believe that you are going to have the honor of entertaining here the general of our division." The certainty that the castle did not hold any hidden enemies made him more amiable. He nevertheless persisted in his wrath against the sharpshooters. A group of the villagers had opened fire upon the Uhlans when they were entering unsuspiciously after the retreat of the French. Desnoyers felt it necessary to protest. They were neither inhabitants nor sharpshooters. They were French soldiers. He took good care to be silent about their presence at the barricade, but he insisted that he had distinguished their uniforms from a tower of the castle. The official made a threatening face. "You too? You, who appear a reasonable man, can repeat such yarns as these?" And in order to close the conversation, he said arrogantly, "They were wearing uniforms then, if you persist in saying so. But they were sharpshooters just the same. The French government has distributed arms and uniforms among the farmers that they may assassinate us. Belgium did the same thing. But we know their tricks, and we know how to punish them, too." The village was going to be burned. It was necessary to avenge the 4 Germans dead, lying on the outskirts of Villeblanche, near the barricade. The mayor, the priest, the principal inhabitants would all be shot. By the time they reached the top floor, Desnoyers could see floating above the boughs of his park dark clouds whose outlines were reddened by the sun. The top of the bell tower was the only thing that he could distinguish at that distance. Around the iron weathercock were flying long, thin fringes like black cobwebs lifted by the breeze. An odor of burning wood came toward the castle. The German greeted this spectacle with a cruel smile. Then, on descending to the park, he ordered Desnoyers to follow him. His liberty and his dignity had come to an end. Henceforth, he was going to be an underling at the beck and call of these men who would dispose of him as their whims directed. Ay, why had he remained? He obeyed, climbing into an automobile beside the officer, who was still carrying his revolver in his right hand. His men distributed themselves through the castle and outbuildings in order to prevent the flight of an imaginary enemy. The warden and his family seemed to be saying goodbye to him with their eyes. Perhaps they were taking him to his death. Beyond the castle woods, a new world was coming into existence. The shortcut to Villeblanche seemed to Desnoyers a leap of millions of leagues, a fall into a red planet where men and things were covered with the film of smoke and the glare of fire. He saw the village under a dark canopy, spotted with sparks and glowing embers. The bell tower was burning like an enormous torch. The roof of the church was breaking into flames with a crashing fury. The glare of the Holocaust seemed to shrivel and grow pale in the impassive light of the sun. Running across the fields with the haste of desperation were shrieking women and children. The animals had escaped from the stables and, driven forth by the flames, were racing wildly across the country. The cow and the work horse were dragging their halters, broken by their flight. Their flanks were smoking and smelt of burnt hair. The pigs, the sheep, and the chickens were all tearing along, mingled with the cats and the dogs. All the domestic animals were returning to a brute existence, fleeing from civilized man. Shots were heard and hellish ha-has. The soldiers outside of the village were making themselves merry in this hunt for fugitives. Their guns were aimed at beasts and were hitting people. End of section 42. Section 43, Part 2, Chapter 5 continued, of The 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ. Translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Desnoyers saw men, many men everywhere. They were like gray ants, marching in endless files toward the south, coming out from the woods, filling the roads, crossing the fields. The green of vegetation was disappearing under their tread. The dust was rising in spirals behind the dull roll of the cannons and the measured trot of thousands of horses. On the roadside, several battalions had halted with their accompaniment of vehicles and draw horses. They were resting before renewing their march. He knew this army. He had seen it in Berlin on parade, and yet it seemed to have changed its former appearance. There now remained very little of the heavy and imposing glitter of the mute and vainglorious haughtiness which had made his relatives-in-law weep with admiration. War, with its realism, had wiped out all that was theatrical about this formidable organization of death. The soldiers appeared dirty and tired out. The respiration of fat and sweaty bodies, mixed with the strong smell of leather, floated over the regiments. All the men had hungry faces. For days and nights they had been following the heels of an enemy which was always just eluding their grasp. In this forced advance, the provisions of the administration would often arrive so late at the cantonments that they could depend only on what they happened to have in their knapsacks. Desnoyers saw them lined up near the road, devouring hunks of black bread and moldy sausages. Some had scattered through the fields to dig up beetroots and other tubers, chewing with loud crunchings the hard pulp to which the grit still adhered. An ensign was shaking the fruit trees, using as a catch-all the flag of his regiment. That glorious standard, adorned with souvenirs of 1870, was serving as a receptacle for green plums. Those who were seated on the ground were improving this rest by drawing their perspiring, swollen feet from high boots, which were sending out an insufferable smell. The regiments of infantry which Desnoyers had seen in Berlin, reflecting the light on metal and leather straps, the magnificent and terrifying hussars, the cuirassiers in pure white uniform, like the paladins of the Holy Grail, the artillerymen with breasts crossed with white bands, all the military variations on that parade had drawn forth the Hartrott sighs of admiration. These were now all unified and mixed together, of uniform color, all in greenish mustard like the dusty lizards that, slipping along, try to be confounded with the earth. The persistency of the iron discipline was easily discernible. A word from the chiefs, the sound of a whistle, and they all grouped themselves together, the human being disappearing in the throngs of automatons. But danger, weariness, and the uncertainty of triumph had for the time being brought officers and men nearer together, obliterating caste distinction. The officers were coming part way out of their overbearing, haughty seclusion, and were condescending to talk with the lower orders, so as to revive their courage. One effort more and they would overwhelm both French and English, repeating the triumph of Sedan, whose anniversary they were going to celebrate in a few days. They were going to enter Paris. It was only a matter of a week. Paris! Great shops filled with luxurious things, famous restaurants, women, champagne, money, and the men, flattered that their commanders were stooping to chat with them, forgot fatigue and hunger, reviving like the throngs of the crusade before the image of Jerusalem. Nach Paris! The joyous shouts circulated from the head to the tail of the marching columns. To Paris! To Paris! The scarcity of their food supply was here supplemented by the products of a country rich in wines. When sacking houses, they rarely found eatables, but invariably a wine cellar. The humble German, the perpetual beer drinker, who had always looked upon wine as a privilege of the rich, could now open up casks with blows from his weapons, even bathing his feet in the stream of precious liquid. Every battalion left, as a souvenir of its passing, a wake of empty bottles. A halt in camp sowed the land with glass cylinders. The regimental trucks, unable to renew their stores of provisions, were accustomed to seize the wine in all the towns. The soldier lacking bread would receive alcohol. This donation was always accompanied by the good counsels of the officers. War is war. No pity toward our adversaries who do not deserve it. The French were shooting their prisoners, and their women were putting out the eyes of the wounded. Every dwelling was a den of traps. The simple-hearted and innocent German entering therein was going to certain death. The beds were made over subterranean caves. The wardrobes were make-believe doors. In every corner was lurking an assassin. This traitorous nation, which was arranging its ground like the scenario of a melodrama, would have to be chastised. The municipal officers, the priests, the schoolmasters were directing and protecting the sharpshooters. Desnoyers was shocked at the indifference with which these men were stalking around the burning village. They did not appear to see the fire and destruction. It was just an ordinary spectacle, not worth looking at. Ever since they had crossed the frontier, smoldering and blasted villages fired by the advance guard had marked their halting places on Belgian and French soil. When entering Villeblanche, the automobile had to lower its speed. Burned walls were bulging out over the street, and half-charred beams were obstructing the way, obliging the vehicle to zigzag through the smoking rubbish. The vacant lots were burning like fire pans between the houses still standing, with doors broken but not yet in flames. Desnoyers saw within these rectangular spaces partly burned wood, chairs, beds, sewing machines, iron stoves, all the household goods of the well-to-do countryman being consumed or twisted into shapeless masses. Sometimes he would spy an arm sticking out of the ruins, beginning to burn like a long wax candle. No, it could not be possible. And then the smell of cooking flesh began to mingle with that of the soot, wood and plaster. He closed his eyes, not able to look any longer. He thought for a moment he must be dreaming. It was unbelievable that such horrors could take place in less than an hour. Human wickedness at its worst, he had supposed incapable of changing the aspect of a village in such a short time. An abrupt stoppage of the motor made him look around involuntarily. This time the obstruction was the dead bodies in the street, 2 men and a woman. They had probably fallen under the rain of bullets from the machine gun which had passed through the town preceding the invasion. Some soldiers were seated a little beyond them, with their backs to the victims as though ignoring their presence. The chauffeur yelled to them to clear the track. With their guns and feet, they pushed aside the bodies, still warm, at every turn leaving a trail of blood. The space was hardly opened before the vehicle shot through. A thud, a leap. The black wheels had evidently crushed some very fragile obstacle. Desnoyers was still huddled in his seat, benumbed and with closed eyes. The horror around him made him think of his own fate. Whither was this lieutenant taking him? He soon saw the town hall flaming in the square. The church was now nothing but a stone shell, bristling with flames. The houses of the prosperous villagers had had their doors and windows chopped out by axe blows. Within them soldiers were moving about methodically. They entered empty-handed and came out loaded with furniture and clothing. Others in the upper stories were flinging out various objects, accompanying their trophies with jests and guffaws. Suddenly they had to come out flying, for fire was breaking out with the violence and rapidity of an explosion. Following their footsteps was a group of men with big boxes and metal cylinders. Someone at their head was pointing out the buildings into whose broken windows were to be thrown the lozenges and liquid streams which would produce catastrophe with lightning rapidity. Out of one of these flaming buildings, 2 men, who seemed but bundles of rags, were being dragged by some Germans. Above the blue sleeves of their military cloaks, Don Marcelo could distinguish blanched faces and eyes immeasurably distended with suffering. Their legs were dragging on the ground, sticking out between the tatters of their red pantaloons. One of them still had on his kepis. Blood was gushing from different parts of their bodies, and behind them, like white serpents, were trailing their loosened bandages. They were wounded Frenchmen, stragglers who had remained in the village because too weak to keep up with the retreat. Perhaps they had joined the group which, finding its escape cut off, had attempted that insane resistance. Wishing to make that matter more clearly understood, Desnoyers looked at the official beside him, attempting to speak, but the officer silenced him instantly. "French sharpshooters in disguise who are going to get the punishment they deserve." The German bayonets were sunk deep into their bodies. Then blows with the guns fell on the head of one of them, and these blows were repeated with dull thumps upon their skulls, crackling as they burst open. Again the old man wondered what his fate would be. Where was this lieutenant taking him across such visions of horror? They had reached the outskirts of the village, where the dragoons had built their barricade. The carts were still there, but at one side of the road. They climbed out of the automobile, and he saw a group of officers in gray, with sheathed helmets like the others. The one who had brought him to this place was standing rigidly erect, with one hand to his visor, speaking to a military man standing a few paces in front of the others. He looked at this man, who was scrutinizing him with his little hard blue eyes that had carved his spare, furrowed countenance with lines. He must be the general. His arrogant and piercing gaze was sweeping him from head to foot. Don Marcelo felt a presentiment that his life was hanging on this examination. Should an evil suggestion, a cruel caprice flash across his brain, he was surely lost. The general shrugged his shoulders and said a few words in a contemptuous tone, then entered his automobile with two of his aides, and the group disbanded. The cruel uncertainty, the interminable moments before the official returned to his side, filled Desnoyers with dread. "His Excellency is very gracious," announced the lieutenant. "He might have shot you, but he pardons you, and yet you people say that we are savages." With involuntary contempt, he further explained that he had conducted him thither fully expecting that he would be shot. The general was planning to punish all the prominent residents of Villeblanche, and he had inferred on his own initiative that the owner of the castle must be one of them. "Military duty, sir. War exacts it." After this excuse, the petty official renewed his eulogies of His Excellency. He was going to make his headquarters in Don Marcelo's property, and on that account granted him his life. He ought to thank him. Then again his face trembled with wrath. He pointed to some bodies lying near the road. They were the corpses of Uhlans, covered with some cloaks, from which were protruding the enormous soles of their boots. "Plain murder!" he exclaimed. "A crime for which the guilty are going to pay dearly." His indignation made him consider the death of 4 soldiers as an unheard of and monstrous outrage, as though it was only the enemy ought to fall, keeping safe and sound the lives of his compatriots. A band of infantry, commanded by an officer, approached. As their ranks opened, Desnoyers saw the gray uniforms roughly pushing forward some of the inhabitants. Their clothes were torn, and some had blood on face and hands. He recognized them one by one as they were lined up against the mud wall, at 20 paces from the firing squad of soldiers. The mayor, the priest, the forest guard, and some rich villagers whose houses he had seen falling in flames. "They are going to shoot them in order to prevent any doubt about it," the lieutenant explained. "I wanted you to see this. It will serve as an object lesson. In this way you will feel more appreciative of the leniency of His Excellency." The prisoners were mute. Their voices had been exhausted in vain protest. All their life was concentrated in their eyes, looking around them in stupefaction. And was it possible that they would kill them in cold blood without hearing their testimony, without admitting the proofs of their innocence? The certainty of approaching death soon gave almost all of them a noble serenity. It was useless to complain. Only one rich countryman, famous for his avarice, was whimpering desperately, saying over and over, "I do not wish to die. I do not want to die." End of section 43. Section 44, Part 2, Chapter 5, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ. Translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Trembling and with eyes overflowing with tears, Desnoyers hid himself behind his implacable guide. He knew them all. He had battled with them all, and repented now of his former wrangling. The mayor had a red stain on his forehead from a long skin wound. Upon his breast fluttered a tattered tricolor. The municipality had placed it there that he might receive the invaders who had torn most of it away. The priest was holding his little round body as erect as possible, wishing to embrace in a look of resignation the victims, the executioners, earth and heaven. He appeared larger than usual and more imposing. His black girdle, broken by the roughness of the soldiers, left his cassock loose and floating. His waving silvery hair was dripping blood, spotting with its red drops the white clerical collar. Upon seeing him cross the fatal field with unsteady step, because of his obesity, a savage roar cut the tragic silence. The unarmed soldiers who had hastened to witness the execution greeted the venerable old man with shouts of laughter. Death to the priest! The fanaticism of the religious wars vibrated through their mockery. Almost all of them were devout Catholics or fervent Protestants, but they believed only in the priests of their own country. Outside of Germany, everything was despicable, even their own religion. The mayor and the priest exchanged their places in the file, seeking one another. Each, with solemn courtesy, was offering the other the central place in the group. "Here, Your Honor, is your place as mayor at the head of all." "No, after you, Monsieur le Cure." They were disputing for the last time, but in this supreme moment each one was wishing to yield precedence to the other. Instinctively they had clasped hands, looking straight ahead at the firing squad that had lowered its guns in a rigid horizontal line. Behind them sounded laments. "Goodbye, my children. Adieu, life. I do not wish to die. I do not want to die." The two principal men felt the necessity of saying something, of closing the page of their existence with an affirmation. "Vive la République!" cried the mayor. "Vive la France!" said the priest. Desnoyers thought that both had said the same thing. Two uprights flashed above their heads, the arm of the priest making the sign of the cross, and the sabre of the commander of the shooters glistening at the same instant. A dry, dull thunderclap followed by some scattering, tardy shots. Don Marcelo's compassion for that forlorn cluster of massacred humanity was intensified on beholding the grotesque forms which many assumed in the moment of death. Some collapsed like half-emptied sacks, others rebounded from the ground like balls. Some leaped like gymnasts with upraised arms, falling on their backs or face downward like a swimmer. In that human heap he saw limbs writhing in the agony of death. Some soldiers advanced like hunters begging their prey. From the palpitating mass fluttered locks of white hair, and a feeble hand trying to repeat the sacred sign. A few more shots and blows on the livid, mangled mass, and the last tremors of life were extinguished forever. The officer had lit a cigar. "Whenever you wish," he said to Desnoyers with ironical courtesy. They re-entered the automobile in order to return to the castle by the way of Villeblanche. The increasing number of fires and the dead bodies in the streets no longer impressed the old man. He had seen so much. What could now affect his sensibilities? He was longing to get out of the village as soon as possible, to try to find the peace of the country. But the country had disappeared under the invasion. Soldiers, horses, cannons everywhere. Wherever they stopped to rest, they were destroying all that they came in contact with. The marching battalions, noisy and automatic as a machine, were preceded by the fifes and drums, and every now and then, in order to cheer their drooping spirits, were breaking into their joyous cry, "Nach Paris!" The castle, too, had been disfigured by the invasion. The number of guards had greatly increased during the owner's absence. He saw an entire regiment of infantry encamped in the park. Thousands of men were moving about under the trees, preparing the dinner in the movable kitchens. The flower borders of the gardens, the exotic plants, the carefully swept and graveled avenues were all broken and spoiled by this avalanche of men, beasts and vehicles. A chief, wearing on his sleeve the band of the military administration, was giving orders as though he were the proprietor. He did not even condescend to look at this civilian walking beside the lieutenant with the downcast look of a prisoner. The stables were vacant. Desnoyers saw his last animals being driven off with sticks by the helmeted shepherds. The costly progenitors of his herds were all beheaded in the park, like mere slaughterhouse animals. In the chicken houses and dovecotes there was not a single bird left. The stables were filled with thin horses who were gorging themselves before overflowing mangers. The feed from the barns was being lavishly distributed through the avenue, much of it lost before it could be used. The cavalry horses of various divisions were turned loose in the meadows, destroying with their hoofs the canals, the edges of the slopes, the level of the ground, all the work of many months. The dry wood was uselessly burning in the park. Through carelessness or mischief, someone had set the wood piles on fire. The trees, with the bark dried by the summer heat, were crackling on being licked by the flame. The building was likewise occupied by a multitude of men under this same superintendent. The open windows showed a continual shifting through the rooms. Desnoyers heard great blows that re-echoed within his breast. Ay, his historic mansion! The general was going to establish himself in it, after having examined on the banks of the Marne the works of the pontoon builders who had been constructing several military bridges for the troops. Don Marcelo's outraged sense of ownership forced him to speak. He feared that they would break the doors of the locked rooms. He would like to go for the keys in order to give them up to those in charge. The commissary would not listen to him, but continued ignoring his existence. The lieutenant replied with cutting amiability: "It is not necessary. Do not trouble yourself." After this considerate remark, he started to rejoin his regiment, but deemed it prudent, before losing sight of Desnoyers, to give him a little advice. He must remain quietly at the castle. Outside, he might be taken for a spy, and he already knew how promptly the soldiers of the emperor settled all such little matters. He could not remain in the garden, looking at his dwelling from any distance, because the Germans who were going and coming were diverting themselves by playing practical jokes upon him. They would march toward him in a straight line as though they did not see him, and he would have to hurry out of their way to avoid being thrown down by their mechanical and rigid advance. Finally, he sought refuge in the lodge of the keeper, whose good wife stared with astonishment at seeing him drop into a kitchen chair, breathless and downcast, suddenly aged by losing the remarkable energy that had been the wonder of his advanced years. "Ah, master, poor master!" Of all the events attending the invasion, the most unbelievable for this poor woman was seeing her employer take refuge in her cottage. "What is ever going to become of us?" she groaned. Her husband was in constant demand by the invaders. His Excellency's assistants, installed in the basement apartments of the castle, were incessantly calling him to tell them the whereabouts of things which they could not find. From every trip he would return humiliated, his eyes filled with tears. On his forehead was the black and blue mark of a blow, and his jacket was badly torn. These were souvenirs of a futile attempt at opposition, during his master's absence, to the German plunderings of stables and castle rooms. The millionaire felt himself linked by misfortune to these people, considered until then with indifference. He was very grateful for the loyalty of this sick and humble man, and the poor woman's interest in the castle, as though it were her own, touched him greatly. The presence of their daughter brought Chichi to his mind. He had passed near her without noting the transformation in her, seeing her just the same as when, with her little dog trot, she had accompanied the master's daughter on her rounds through the parks and grounds. Now she was a woman, slender and full grown, with the first feminine graces showing subtly in her 14-year-old figure. Her mother would not let her leave the lodge, fearing the soldiery, which was invading every other spot with its overflowing current, filtering into all open places, breaking every obstacle which impeded their course. Desnoyers broke his despairing silence to admit that he was feeling hungry. He was ashamed of this bodily want, but the emotions of the day, the executions seen so near, the danger still threatening, had awakened in him a nervous appetite. The fact that he was so impotent in the midst of his riches and unable to avail himself of anything on his estate but aggravated his necessity. "Poor master!" again exclaimed the faithful soul. And the woman looked with astonishment at the millionaire, devouring a bit of bread and a triangle of cheese, the only food that she could find in her humble dwelling. The certainty that he would not be able to find any other nourishment, no matter how much he might seek it, greatly sharpened his cravings. To have acquired an enormous fortune only to perish with hunger at the end of his existence! The good wife, as though guessing his thoughts, sighed, raising her eyes beseechingly to heaven. Since the early morning hours, the world had completely changed its course. Ay, this war! The rest of the afternoon and a part of the night, the proprietor kept receiving news from the keeper after his visits to the castle. The general and numerous officers were now occupying the rooms. Not a single door was locked, all having been opened with blows of the axe or gun. Many things had completely disappeared. The man did not know exactly how, but they had vanished, perhaps destroyed, or perhaps carried off by those who were coming and going. The chief with the bandaged sleeve was going from room to room, examining everything, dictating in German to a soldier who was writing down his orders. Meanwhile, the general and his staff were in the dining room drinking heavily, consulting the maps spread out on the floor, and ordering the warden to go down into the vaults for the very best wines. By nightfall, an onward movement was noticeable in the human tide that had been overflowing the fields as far as the eye could reach. Some bridges had been constructed across the Marne, and the invasion had renewed its march, shouting enthusiastically "Nach Paris." Those left behind till the following day were to live in the ruined houses or the open air. Desnoyers heard songs. Under the splendor of the evening stars, the soldiers had grouped themselves in musical knots, chanting a sweet and solemn chorus of religious gravity. Above the trees was floating a red cloud, intensified by the dusk, a reflection of the still burning village. Afar off were bonfires of farms and homesteads twinkling in the night with their blood-colored lights. End of section 44. Section 45, Part 2, Chapter 5, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The bewildered proprietor of the castle finally fell asleep in a bed in the lodge, made mercifully unconscious by the heavy and stupefying slumber of exhaustion. Without fright nor nightmare, he seemed to be falling into a bottomless pit, and on awaking fancied that he had slept but a few minutes. The sun was turning the window shades to an orange hue, spattered with shadows of waving boughs and birds fluttering and twittering among the leaves. He shared their joy in the cool, refreshing dawn of the summer day. It certainly was a fine morning, but whose dwelling was this? He gazed dumbfounded at his bed and surroundings. Suddenly the reality assaulted his brain that had been so sweetly dulled by the first splendors of the day. Step by step, the host of emotions compressed into the preceding day came climbing up the long stairway of his memory to the last black and red landing of the night before, and he had slept tranquilly surrounded by enemies, under the surveillance of an arbitrary power which might destroy him in one of its caprices. When he went into the kitchen, the warden gave him some news. The Germans were departing. The regiment encamped in the park had left at daybreak, and after them others, and still others. In the village there was still one regiment occupying the few houses yet standing and the ruins of the charred ones. The general had gone also with his numerous staff. There was nobody in the castle now but the head of a reserve brigade, whom his aide called the Count, and a few officials. Upon receiving this information, the proprietor ventured to leave the lodge. He saw his gardens destroyed but still beautiful. The trees were still stately in spite of the damage done to their trunks. The birds were flying about excitedly, rejoicing to find themselves again in possession of the spaces so recently flooded by the human inundation. Suddenly Desnoyers regretted having sallied forth. 5 huge trucks were lined up near the moat before the castle bridge. Gangs of soldiers were coming out, carrying on their shoulders enormous pieces of furniture, like peons conducting a moving. A bulky object wrapped in damask curtains, an excellent substitute for a sacking, was being pushed by 4 men toward one of the drays. The owner suspected immediately what it must be: his bath, the famous tub of gold. Then, with an abrupt revulsion of feeling, he felt no grief at his loss. He now detested the ostentatious thing, attributing to it a fatal influence. On account of it, he was here. But the other furnishings piled up in the drays. In that moment he suffered the extreme agony of misery and impotence. It was impossible for him to defend his property, to dispute with the head thief who was sacking his castle, tranquilly ignoring the very existence of the owner. Robbers, thieves! And he fled back to the lodge. He passed the remainder of the morning with his elbow on the table, his head in his hands, the same as the day before, letting the hours grind slowly by, trying not to hear the rolling of the vehicles that were bearing away these credentials of his wealth. Toward midday, the keeper announced that an officer who had arrived a few hours before in an automobile was inquiring for him. Responding to this summons, Desnoyers encountered outside the lodge a captain arrayed like the others in sheathed and pointed helmet, in mustard-colored uniform, red leather boots, sword, revolver, field glasses, and geographic map hanging in a case from his belt. He appeared young. On his sleeve was the staff emblem. "Do you know me? I did not wish to pass through here without seeing you." He spoke in Castilian, and Don Marcelo felt greater surprise at this than at the many things which he had been experiencing so painfully during the last 24 hours. "You really do not know me?" queried the German, always in Spanish. "I am Otto, Captain Otto von Hartrott." The old man's mind went painfully down the staircase of memory, stopping this time at a far distant landing. There he saw the old ranch and his brother-in-law announcing the birth of his second son. "I shall give him Bismarck's name," Karl had said. Then, climbing back past many other platforms, Desnoyers saw himself in Berlin during his visit to the von Hartrott's home, where they were speaking proudly of Otto, almost as learned as the older brother, but devoting his talents entirely to martial matters. He was then a lieutenant and studying for admission to the general staff. "Who knows but he may turn out to be another Moltke," said the proud father. And the charming Chichi had thereupon promptly bestowed upon the warlike wonder a nickname accepted through the family. From that time Otto was Moltkecito, the baby Moltke, to his Parisian relatives. Desnoyers was astounded by the transformation which had meanwhile taken place in the youth. This vigorous captain, with the insolent air, who might shoot him at any minute, was the same urchin whom he had seen running around the ranch, the beardless Moltkecito, who had been the butt of his daughter's ridicule. The soldier, meanwhile, was explaining his presence there. He belonged to another division. There were many. They were advancing rapidly, forming an extensive and solid wall from Verdun to Paris. His general had sent him to maintain the contact with the next division, but finding himself near the castle, he had wished to visit it. A family tie was not a mere word. He still remembered the days that he had spent at Villeblanche, when the Hartrott family had paid a long visit to their relatives in France. The officials now occupying the edifice had detained him that he might lunch with them. One of them had casually mentioned that the owner of the castle was somewhere about, although nobody knew exactly where. This had been a great surprise to Captain von Hartrott, who had tried to find him, regretting to see him taking refuge in the warden's quarters. "You must leave this hut. You are my uncle," he said haughtily. "Return to your castle where you belong. My comrades will be much pleased to make your acquaintance. They are very distinguished men." He very much regretted whatever the old gentleman might have suffered. He did not know exactly in what that suffering had consisted, but surmised that the first moments of the invasion had been cruel ones for him. "But what can you expect?" he repeated several times. "That is war." At the same time, he approved of his having remained on his property. They had special orders to seize the goods of the fugitives. Germany wished the inhabitants to remain in their dwellings as though nothing extraordinary had occurred. Desnoyers protested. But if the invaders were shooting the innocent ones and burning their homes? His nephew prevented his saying more. He turned pale, an ashy hue spreading over his face. His eyes snapped and his face trembled like that of the lieutenant who had taken possession of the castle. "You refer to the execution of the mayor and the others. My comrades have just been telling me about it. Yet that castigation was very mild. They should have completely destroyed the entire village. They should have killed even the women and children. We've got to put an end to these sharpshooters." His uncle looked at him in amazement. His Moltkecito was as formidable and ferocious as the others. But the captain brought the conversation to an abrupt close by repeating the monstrous and everlasting excuse. "Very horrible, but what else can you expect? That is war." Then he inquired after his mother, rejoicing to learn that she was in the south. He had been uneasy at the idea of her remaining in Paris, especially with all those revolutions which had been breaking out there lately. Desnoyers looked doubtful, as if he could not have heard correctly. What revolutions were those? But the officer, without further explanation, resumed his conversation about his family, taking it for granted that his relative would be impatient to learn the fate of his German kin. They were all in magnificent state. Their illustrious father was president of various patriotic societies, since his years no longer permitted him to go to war, and was besides organizing future industrial enterprises to improve the conquered countries. His brother, the sage, was giving lectures about the nations that the imperial victory was bound to annex, censoring severely those whose ambitions were unpretending or weak. The remaining brothers were distinguishing themselves in the army, one of them having been presented with a medal at Lorraine. The two sisters, although somewhat depressed by the absence of their fiancés, lieutenants of the hussars, were employing their time in visiting the hospitals and begging God to chastise traitorous England. Captain von Hartrott was slowly conducting his uncle toward the castle. The gray and unbending soldiers, who until then had been ignoring the existence of Don Marcelo, looked at him with interest now that he was in intimate conversation with a member of the general staff. He perceived that these men were about to humanize themselves by casting aside temporarily their inexorable and aggressive automatonism. Upon entering his mansion, something in his heart contracted with an agonizing shudder. Everywhere he could see dreadful vacancies which made him recall the objects which had formerly been there. Rectangular spots of stronger color announced the theft of furniture and paintings. With what dispatch and system the gentleman of the armlet had been doing his work! To the sadness that the cold and orderly spoliation caused was added his indignation as an economical man, gazing upon the slashed curtains, spotted rugs, broken crystal and porcelain, all the debris from a ruthless and unscrupulous occupation. His nephew, divining his thoughts, could only offer the same old excuse: "What a mess! But that is war." With Moltkecito he did not have to subside into the respectful civilities of fear. "That is not war," he thundered bitterly. "It is an expedition of bandits. Your comrades are nothing less than highwaymen." Captain von Hartrott swelled up with a jerk. Separating himself from the complainant and looking fixedly at him, he spoke in a low voice, hissing with wrath. "Look here, uncle. It is a lucky thing for you that you have expressed yourself in Spanish, and those around you could not understand you. If you persist in such comments, you will probably receive a bullet by way of an answer. The Emperor's officials permit no insults," and his threatening attitude demonstrated the facility with which he could forget his relationship if he should receive orders to proceed against Don Marcelo. Thus silenced, the vanquished proprietor hung his head. What was he going to do? The captain now renewed his affability, as though he had forgotten what he had just said. He wished to present him to his companions at arms. His Excellency, Count Meinburg, the major general, upon learning that he was a relative of the von Hartrotts, had done him the honor of inviting him to his table. Invited into his own demesne, he finally reached the dining room, filled with men in mustard color and high boots. Instinctively he made an inventory of the room. All in good order, nothing broken, walls, draperies and furniture still intact. But an appraising glance within the sideboard again caused a clutch at his heart. 2 entire table services of silver and another of old porcelain had disappeared without leaving the most insignificant of their pieces. He was obliged to respond gravely to the presentations which his nephew was making, and take the hand which the Count was extending with aristocratic languor. The adversary began considering him with benevolence on learning that he was a millionaire from a distant land where riches were acquired very rapidly. End of section 45. Section 46, Part 2, Chapter 5 continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ. Translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Soon he was seated as a stranger at his own table, eating from the same dishes that his family were accustomed to use, served by men with shaved heads, wearing coarse, striped aprons over their uniforms. That which he was eating was his, the wine was from his vaults, all that adorned the room he had bought. The trees whose boughs were waving outside the window also belonged to him. And yet he felt as though he were in this place for the first time, with all the discomfort and diffidence of a total stranger. He ate because he was hungry, but the food and wines seemed to have come from another planet. He continued looking with consternation at those occupying the places of his wife, children, and the Lacours. They were speaking in German among themselves, but those having a limited knowledge of French frequently availed themselves of that language in order that their guest might understand them. Those who could only mumble a few words repeated them to an accompaniment of amiable smiles. All were displaying an amicable desire to propitiate the owner of the castle. "You are going to lunch with the barbarians," said the Count, offering him a seat at his side. "Aren't you afraid that we may eat you alive?" The Germans burst into roars of laughter at the wit of His Excellency. They all took great pains to demonstrate by word and manner that barbarity was wrongly attributed to them by their enemies. Don Marcelo looked from one to another. The fatigues of war, especially the forced march of the last days, were very apparent in their persons. Some were tall and slender, with an angular slimness; others were stocky and corpulent, with short neck and head sunk between the shoulders. These had lost much of their fat in a month's campaign, the wrinkled and flabby skin hanging in folds in various parts of their bodies. All had shaved heads, the same as the soldiers. Around the table shone 2 rows of cranial spheres, reddish or dark. Their ears stood out grotesquely, and their jaw bones were in strong relief owing to their thinness. Some had preserved the upright moustache in the style of the emperor. The most of them were shaved or had a stubby tuft like a brush. A golden bracelet glistened on the wrist of the Count, stretched on the table. He was the oldest of them all, and the only one that kept his hair of a frosty red, carefully combed and glistening with pomade. Although about 50 years old, he still maintained a youthful vigor cultivated by exercise. Wrinkled, bony and strong, he tried to dissimulate his uncouthness as a man of battle under a suave and indolent laziness. The officers treated him with the greatest respect. Hartrott told his uncle that the Count was a great artist, musician and poet. The emperor was his friend. They had known each other from boyhood. Before the war, certain scandals concerning his private life had exiled him from court, mere lampoons of the socialists and scandal mongers. The Kaiser had always kept a secret affection for his former chum. Everybody remembered his dance, the caprices of Scheherazade, represented with the greatest luxury in Berlin through the endorsement of his powerful friend William II. The Count had lived many years in the Orient. In fact, he was a great gentleman and an artist of exquisite sensibility as well as a soldier. Since Desnoyers was now his guest, the Count could not permit him to remain silent, so he made an opportunity of bringing him into the conversation. "Did you see any of the insurrections? Did the troops have to kill many people? How about the assassination of Poincaré?" He asked these questions in quick succession, and Don Marcelo, bewildered by their absurdity, did not know how to reply. He believed that he must have fallen in with a feast of fools. Then he suspected that they were making fun of him. Uprisings? Assassinations of the president? Some gazed at him with pity because of his ignorance, others with suspicion, believing that he was merely pretending not to know of these events which had happened so near him. His nephew insisted. "The daily papers in Germany have been full of accounts of these matters. 15 days ago, the people of Paris revolted against the government, bombarding the Palais de l'Elysee and assassinating the president. The army had to resort to the machine guns before order could be restored. Everybody knows that." But Desnoyers insisted that he did not know it, that nobody had seen such things. And as his words were received in an atmosphere of malicious doubt, he preferred to be silent. His Excellency, superior spirit, incapable of being associated with a popular credulity, here intervened to set matters straight. The report of the assassination was perhaps not certain. The German periodicals might have unconsciously exaggerated it. Just a few hours ago, the general of the staff had told him of the flight of the French government to Bordeaux, and the statement about the revolution in Paris and the firing of the French troops was indisputable. The gentleman has seen it all, without doubt, but does not wish to admit it. Desnoyers felt obliged to contradict this lordling, but his negative was not even listened to. Paris. This name made all eyes glisten and everybody talkative. As soon as possible they wished to reach the Eiffel Tower, to enter victorious into the city, to receive their recompense for the privations and fatigues of a month's campaign. They were devotees of military glory. They considered war necessary to existence, and yet they were bewailing the hardship that it was imposing upon them. The Count exhaled the plaint of the crowd craftsmaster. "Oh, the havoc that this war has brought in my plans!" he sighed. "This winter they were going to bring out my dance in Paris." They all protested at his sadness. His work would surely be presented after the triumph, and the French would have to recognize it. "It will not be the same thing," complained the Count. "I confess that I adore Paris. What a pity that these people have never wished to be on familiar terms with us." And he relapsed into the silence of the unappreciated man. Desnoyers suddenly recognized in one of the officers, who was talking, with eyes bulging with covetousness of the riches of Paris, the chief thief with the band on his arm. He it was who so methodically had sacked the castle. As though divining the old Frenchman's thought, the commissary began excusing himself. "It is war, monsieur, the same as the others. War had to be paid with the treasures of the conquered." That was the new German system, the healthy return to the wars of ancient days, tributes imposed on the cities, and each house sacked separately. In this way, the enemy's resistance would be more effectually overcome and the war soon brought to a close. He ought not to be downcast over the appropriations, for his furnishings and ornaments would all be sold in Germany. After the French defeat, he could place a remonstrance claim with his government, petitioning it to indemnify his loss. His relatives in Berlin would support his demand. Desnoyers listened in consternation to his counsels. What kind of mentality had these men anyway? Were they insane, or were they trying to have some fun at his expense? When the lunch was at last ended, the officers arose and adjusted their swords for service. Captain von Hartrott rose too. It was necessary for him to return to his general. He had already dedicated too much time to family expansion. His uncle accompanied him to the automobile, where Montecito once more justified the ruin and plunder of the castle. "It is war. We have to be very ruthless that it may not last long. True kindness consists in being cruel, because then the terror-stricken enemy gives in sooner, and so the world suffers less." Don Marcelo shrugged his shoulders before this sophistry. In the doorway, the captain gave some orders to a soldier, who soon returned with a bit of chalk which had been used to number the lodging places. Von Hartrott wished to protect his uncle, and began tracing on the wall near the door, "Bitte nicht plundern. Es sind freundliche Leute." In response to the old man's repeated questions, he then translated the inscription. "It means, 'Please do not sack this house. Its occupants are kind people, friendly people.'" Ah, no! Desnoyers repelled this protection vehemently. He did not wish to be kind. He was silent because he could not be anything else. But a friend of the invaders of his country? No, no, no! His nephew rubbed out part of the lettering, leaving the first words, "Bitte nicht plundern." Then he repeated the scrawled request at the entrance of the park. He thought this notice advisable, because His Excellency might go away and other officials might be installed in the castle. Von Hartrott had seen much, and his smile seemed to imply that nothing could surprise him, no matter how outrageous it might be. But his relative continued, scorning his protection and laughing bitterly at the impromptu signboard. What more could they carry off? Had they not already stolen the best? "Goodbye, uncle. Soon we shall meet in Paris." And the captain climbed into his automobile, extending a soft, cold hand that seemed to repel the old man with its flabbiness. Upon returning to his castle, he saw a table and some chairs in the shadow of a group of trees. His Excellency was taking his coffee in the open air, and obliged him to take a seat beside him. Only 3 officers were keeping him company. There was here a grand consumption of liquors from his wine cellars. They were talking together in German, and for an hour Don Marcelo remained there, anxious to go, but never finding the opportune moment to leave his seat and disappear. He employed his time in imagining the great stir among the troops hidden by the trees, Another division of the army was passing by with the incessant, deafening roar of the sea. An inexplicable phenomenon kept the luminous calm of the afternoon in a continuous state of vibration. A constant thundering sounded afar off, as though an invisible storm were always approaching from beyond the blue horizon line. The Count, noticing his evident interest in the noise, interrupted his German chat to explain. "It is the cannon. A battle is going on. Soon we shall join in the dance." The possibility of having to give up his quarters here, the most comfortable that he had found in all the campaign, put His Excellency in a bad humor. "War," he sighed, "a glorious life, but dirty and deadening. In an entire month, today is the first that I have lived as a gentleman." And as though attracted by the luxuries that he might shortly have to abandon, he rose and went toward the castle. Two of the Germans betook themselves toward the village, and Desnoyers remained with the other officer, who was delightfully sampling his liquors. He was the chief of the battalion encamped in the village. "This is a sad war, monsieur," he said in French. Of all the inimical group, this man was the only one for whom Don Marcelo felt a vague attraction. Although a German, he appears a good sort, meditated the old man, eyeing him carefully. In times of peace he must have been stout, but now he showed the loose and flaccid exterior of one who has just lost much in weight. Desnoyers surmised that the man had formerly lived in tranquil and vulgar sensuousness, in a middle-class happiness suddenly cut short by war. "What a life, monsieur!" the officer rambled on. "May God punish well those who have provoked this catastrophe." End of section 46. Section 47, Part 2, Chapter 5, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Frenchman was almost affected. This man represented the Germany that he had many times imagined, a sweet and tranquil Germany composed of burghers, a little heavy and slow perhaps, but atoning for their natural uncouthness by an innocent and poetic sentimentalism. This Blumhardt, whom his companions called Bataillon Commandeur, was undoubtedly the good father of a large family. He fancied him walking with his wife and children under the lindens of a provincial square, all listening with religious unction to the melodies played by a military band. Then he saw him in the beer gardens with his friends, discussing metaphysical problems between business conversations. He was a man from old Germany, a character from a romance by Goethe. Perhaps the glory of the empire had modified his existence, and instead of going to the beer gardens, he was now accustomed to frequent the officers' casino, while his family maintained a separate existence, separated from the civilians by the superciliousness of military caste. But at heart he was always the good German, ready to weep copiously before an affecting family scene or a fragment of good music. Commandant Blumhardt, meanwhile, was thinking of his family living in Cassel. "There are 8 children, monsieur," he said, with a visible effort to control emotion. "The 2 eldest are preparing to become officers. The youngest is starting school this year. He is just so high." And with his right hand he measured off the child's diminutive stature. He trembled with laughter and grief at recalling the little chap. Then he broke forth into eulogies about his wife, excellent manager of the home, a mother who was always modestly sacrificing herself for her children and husband. Ay, the sweet Augusta! After 20 years of married life, he adored her as on the day he first saw her. In a pocket of his uniform, he was keeping all the letters that she had written him since the beginning of the campaign. "Look at her, monsieur. These are my children." From his breast pocket he had drawn forth a silver medallion adorned with the art of Munich, and touching a spring, he displayed the pictures of all the family. the Frau Kommandeur, of an austere and frigid beauty, imitating the air and coiffure of the Empress; the Fräulein Kommandeur, clad in white with uplifted eyes as though they were singing a musical romance; and at the end the children in the uniforms of the army schools or private institutions. And to think that he might lose these beloved beings if a bit of iron should hit him! And he had to live far from them now that it was such fine weather for long walks in the country. "Sad war," he again said. "May God punish the English." With a solicitude that Don Marcelo greatly appreciated, he in turn inquired about the Frenchman's family. He pitied him for having so few children, and smiled a little over the enthusiasm with which the old gentleman spoke of his daughter, saluting Fräulein Chichi as a witty sprite, and expressing great sympathy on learning that the only son was causing his parents great sorrow by his conduct. Tender-hearted Commandant! He was the first rational and human being that he had met in this hell of an invasion. There are good people everywhere, he told himself. He hoped that this new acquaintance would not be moved from the castle, for if the Germans had to stay there, it would better be this man than the others. An orderly came to summon Don Marcelo to the presence of His Excellency. After passing through the salons with closed eyes so as to avoid useless distress and wrath, he found the Count in his own bedroom. The doors had been forced open, the floors stripped of carpet, and the window frames of curtains. Only the pieces of furniture broken in the first moments now occupied their former places. The sleeping rooms had been stripped more methodically, everything having been taken that was not required for immediate use. Because the general with his suite had been lodging there the night before, this apartment had escaped the arbitrary destruction. The Count received him with the civility of a grandee who wishes to be attentive to his guests. He could not consent that Herr Desnoyers, a relative of a von Hartrott, whom he vaguely remembered having seen at court, should be staying in the keeper's lodge. He must return to his own rooms, occupying that bed, solemn as a catafalque with columns and plumes, which had had the honor, a few hours before, of serving as the resting place of an illustrious general of the empire. "I myself prefer to sleep here," he added condescendingly. "This other habitation accords better with my tastes." While saying this, he was entering Dona Luisa's rooms, admiring its Louis XV furniture of genuine value, with its dull golds and tapestries mellowed by time. It was one of the most successful purchases that Don Marcelo had made. The Count smiled with an artist's scorn as he recalled the man who had superintended the official sacking. What an ass! To think that he left this behind, supposing that it was old and ugly. Then he looked the owner of the castle squarely in the face. "Monsieur Desnoyers, I do not believe that I am committing any indiscretion, and even imagine that I am interpreting your desires when I inform you that I intend taking this set of furniture with me. It will serve as a souvenir of our acquaintance, a testimony to the friendship springing up between us. If it remains here, it will run the risk of being destroyed. Warriors, of course, are not obliged to be artists. I will guard these excellent treasures in Germany, where you may see them whenever you wish. We are all going to be one nation, you know. My friend the Emperor is soon to be proclaimed sovereign of the French." Desnoyers remained silent. How could he reply to that look of cruel irony, to the grimace with which the noble lord was underscoring his words? "When the war is ended, I will send you a gift from Berlin," he added in a patronizing tone. The old collector could say nothing to that either. He was looking at the vacant spots which many small pictures had left on the walls, paintings by the famous masters of the 18th century. The bandit brigand must also have passed these by as too insignificant to carry off. But the smirk illuminating the Count's face revealed their ultimate destination. He had carefully scrutinized the entire apartment, the adjoining bedroom, Chichi's, the bathroom, even the feminine robe room of the family, which still contained some of the daughters' gowns. The warrior fondled with delight the fine silky folds of the materials, gloating over their cool softness. This contact made him think of Paris, of the fashions, of the establishments of the great modistes. The Rue de la Paix was the spot which he most admired in his visits to the enemy's city. Don Marcelo noticed the strong mixture of perfumes which came from his hair, his mustache, his entire body. Various little jars from the dressing table were on the mantel. "What a filthy thing war is!" exclaimed the German. "This morning I was at last able to take a bath after a week's abstinence. At noon I shall take another. By the way, my dear sir, these perfumes are good, but they are not elegant. When I have the pleasure of being presented to the ladies, I shall give them the addresses of my source of supply. I use in my home essences from Turkey. I have many friends there. At the close of the war, I will send a consignment to the family." While speaking, the Count's eyes had been fixed upon some photographs upon the table. Examining the portrait of Madame Desnoyers, he guessed that she must be Dona Luisa. He smiled before the bewitchingly mischievous face of Mademoiselle Chichi. Very enchanting. He specially admired her militant, boyish expression, but he scrutinized the photograph of Julio with special interest. "Splendid type of youth," he murmured. "An interesting head and artistic, too. He would create a great sensation in a fancy dress ball. What a Persian prince he would make! A white aigrette on his head, fastened with a great jewel, the breast bared, a black tunic with golden birds." And he continued seeing in his mind's eye the heir of the Desnoyers arrayed in all the gorgeous raiment of an oriental monarch. The proud father, because of the interest which his son was inspiring, began to feel a glimmer of sympathy with the man. A pity that he should select so unerringly and appropriate the choicest things in the castle. Near the head of the bed, Don Marcelo saw lying upon a book of devotions forgotten by his wife, a medallion containing another photograph. It did not belong to his family, and the Count, following the direction of his eyes, wished to show it to him. The hands of this son of Mars trembled. His disdainful haughtiness had suddenly disappeared. An official of the Hussars of Death was smiling from the case. His sharp profile, with a beak curved like a bird of prey, was surmounted by a cap adorned with skull and crossbones. "My best friend," said the Count in tremulous tones, "the being that I love most in all the world. And to think that at this moment he may be fighting and they may kill him. To think that I too may die." Desnoyers believed that he must be getting a glimpse into a romance of the nobleman's past. That hussar was undoubtedly his natural son. His simplicity of mind could not conceive of anything else. Only a father's tenderness could so express itself, and he was almost touched by this tenderness. Here the interview came to an end, the warrior turning his back as he left the room in order to hide his emotion. A few minutes after was heard on the floor below the sound of a grand piano, which the commissary had not been able to carry off, owing to the general's interposition. His voice was soon heard above the chords that he was playing. It was rather a lifeless baritone, but he managed to impart an impassioned tremolo to his romance. The listening old man was now really affected. He did not understand the words, but the tears came into his eyes. He thought of his family, of the sorrows and dangers about them, and of the difficulties surrounding his return to them. As though under the spell of the melody, little by little, he descended the stairs. What an artist's soul that haughty scoffer had! At first sight, the Germans, with their rough exterior and their discipline which made them commit the greatest atrocities, gave one a wrong impression. One had to live intimately with them to appreciate their true worth. By the time the music had ceased, he had reached the castle bridge. A sub-officer was watching the graceful movements of the swans, gliding double over the waters of the moat. He was a young doctor of laws who just now was serving as secretary to His Excellency, a university man mobilized by the war. On speaking with Don Marcelo, he immediately revealed his academic training. The order for departure had surprised the professor in a private institute. He was just about to be married, and all his plans had been upset. What a calamity, sir! What an overturning for the world! Yet many of us have foreseen that this catastrophe simply had to come. We have felt strongly that it might break out any day. Capital, accursed capital, is to blame. End of section 47. Section 48, Part 2, Chapter 5, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ. Translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The speaker was a socialist. He did not hesitate to admit his cooperation in certain acts of his party that had brought persecutions and setbacks to his career. But the social democracy was now being accepted by the emperor and flattered by the most reactionary Junkers. All were now one. The deputies of his party were forming in the Reichstag the group most obedient to the government. The only belief that it retained from its former creed was its anathematization of capital, responsible for the war. Desnoyers ventured to disagree with this enemy, who appeared of an amiable and tolerant character. Did he not think that the real responsibility rested with German militarism? Had it not sought and prepared this conflict by its arrogance, preventing any settlement? The socialist denied this roundly. His deputies were supporting the war, and therefore must have good reason. Everything that he said showed an absolute submission to discipline, the eternal German discipline, blind and obedient, which was dominating even the most advanced parties. In vain the Frenchman repeated arguments and facts which everybody had read from the beginning of the war. His words simply slid over the calloused brains of this revolutionist, accustomed to delegating all his reasoning functions to others. "Who can tell?" he finally said. "Perhaps we have made a mistake. But just at this moment all is confused. The premises which would enable us to draw exact conclusions are lacking. When the conflict ends, we shall know the truly guilty parties, and if they are ours, we shall throw the responsibility upon them." Desnoyers could hardly keep from laughing at his simplicity. To wait till the end of the war to know who was to blame! And if the empire should come out conqueror, what responsibility could the socialists exact in the full pride of victory, they who always confined themselves to electoral battles without the slightest attempt at rebellion? "Whatever the cause may be," concluded the socialist, "this war is very sad. How many dead! I was at Charleroi. One has to see modern warfare close by. We shall conquer. We are going to enter Paris, so they say, but many of our men must fall before obtaining the final victory." And as though wishing to put these visions of death out of his mind, he resumed his diversion of watching the swans, offering them bits of bread so as to make them swing around in their slow and majestic course. The keeper and his family were continually crossing and recrossing the bridge. Seeing their master on such friendly terms with the invaders, they had lost some of the fear which had kept them shut up in their cottage. To the woman, it seemed but natural that Don Marcelo's authority should be recognized by these people. The master is always the master, and as though she had received a part of this authority, she was entering the castle fearlessly, followed by her daughter, in order to put in order her master's sleeping room. They had decided to pass the night in rooms near his, that he might not feel so lonely among the Germans. The two women were carrying bedding and mattresses from the lodge to the top floor. The keeper was occupied in heating a second bath for His Excellency, while his wife was bemoaning with gestures of despair the sacking of the castle. How many exquisite things had disappeared! Desirous of saving the remainder, she besought her master to make complaints, as though he could prevent the individual and stealthy robberies. The orderlies and followers of the Count were pocketing everything they could lay their hands on, saying smilingly that they were souvenirs. Later on, the woman approached Desnoyers with a mysterious air to impart a new revelation. She had seen a head officer force open the chiffoniers where her mistress was accustomed to keep her lingerie, and he was making up a package of the finest pieces, including a great quantity of blonde lace. "That's the one, master," she said soon after, pointing to a German who was writing in the garden, where an oblique ray of sunlight was filtering through the branches upon his table. Don Marcelo recognized him with surprise. Commandant Blumhardt, too! But immediately he excused the act. He supposed it was only natural that this official should want to take something away from the castle, since the Count had set the example. Besides, he took into account the quality of the objects which he was appropriating. They were not for himself, they were for the wife, for the daughters, a good father of his family. For more than an hour now, he had been sitting before that table, writing incessantly, conversing pen in hand with his Augusta and all the family in Cassel. Better that this good man should carry off his stuff than those other domineering officers with cutting voices and insolent stiffness. Desnoyers noticed, too, that the writer raised his head every time that Georgette, the warden's daughter, passed by, following her with his eyes. The poor father! Undoubtedly he was comparing her with his two girls home in Germany, with all their thoughts on the war. He, too, was thinking of Chichi, fearing sometimes that he might never see her again. In one of her trips from the castle to her home, Blumhardt called the child to him. She stopped before the table, timid and shrinking as though she felt a presentiment of danger, but making an effort to smile. The Prussian father, meanwhile, chatted with her and patted her cheeks with his great paws, a sight which touched Desnoyers deeply. The memories of a pacific and virtuous life were rising above the horrors of war. Decidedly, this one enemy was a good man anyway. Because of his conclusion, the millionaire smiled indulgently when the Commandant, leaving the table, came toward him. After delivering his letter and a bulky package to a soldier to take to the battalion post office in the village. "It is for my family," he explained. "I do not let a day pass without sending them a letter. Theirs are so precious to me. I am also sending them a few remembrances." Desnoyers was on the point of protesting, but with a shrug of indifference he concluded to keep silence, as if he did not object. The Commandant continued talking of the sweet Augusta and their children, while the invisible tempest kept on thundering beyond the serene twilight horizon. Each time the cannonading was more intense. "The battle," continued Blumhardt, "always a battle. Surely it is the last, and we are going to win. Within the week we shall be entering Paris, but how many will never see it? So many dead. I understand that tomorrow we shall not be here. All the reserves are to combine with the attack, so as to overcome the last resistance. If only I do not fall!" Thoughts of the possibility of death the following day contracted his forehead in a scowl of hatred. A deep vertical line was parting his eyebrows. He frowned ferociously at Desnoyers, as though making him responsible for his death and the trouble of his family. For a few moments Don Marcelo could hardly recognize this man, transformed by warlike passions, as the sweet-natured and friendly Blumhardt of a little while before. The sun was beginning to set when a sub-officer, the one of the Social Democracy, came running in search of the Commandant. Desnoyers could not understand what was the matter because they were speaking in German, but following the direction of the messenger's continual pointing, he saw beyond the iron gates a group of country people and some soldiers with guns. Blumhardt, after a brief reflection, started toward the group, and Don Marcelo behind him. Soon he saw a village lad in charge of some Germans who were holding their bayonets to his breast. His face was colorless, with the whiteness of a wax candle. His shirt, blackened with soot, was so badly torn that it told of a hand-to-hand struggle. On one temple was a gash, bleeding badly. A short distance away was a woman with disheveled hair, holding a baby and surrounded by 4 children, all covered with black grime, as though coming from a coal mine. The woman was pleading desperately, raising her hands appealingly, her sobs interrupting her story, which she was uselessly trying to tell the soldiers, incapable of understanding her. The petty officer, convoying the band, spoke in German with the Commandant while the woman besought the intervention of Desnoyers. When she recognized the owner of the castle, she suddenly regained her serenity, believing that he could intercede for her. That husky young boy was her son. They had all been hiding since the day before in the cellar of their burned house. Hunger and the danger of death from asphyxiation had forced them finally to venture forth. As soon as the Germans had seen her son, they had beaten him and were going to shoot him, as they were shooting all the young men. They believed that the lad was 20 years old, the age of a soldier, and in order that he might not join the French army, they were going to kill him. "It's a lie!" shrieked the mother. "He's not more than 18, not 18, a little less. He's only 17. She turned to those who were following behind in order to implore their testimony. Sad women, equally dirty, their ragged garments smelling of fire, poverty and death. All assented, adding their outcries to those of the mother. Some even went so far as to say that the overgrown boy was only 16, 15. And to this feminine chorus was added the wailing of the little ones, looking at their brother with eyes distended with terror. The Commandant examined the prisoner while he listened to the official. An employee of the township had said carelessly that the child was about 20, never dreaming that with this inaccuracy he was causing his death. "It was a lie," repeated the mother, guessing instinctively what they were saying. "That man made a mistake. My boy is robust and therefore looks older than he is, but he is not 20. The gentleman from the castle who knows him can tell you so. Is it not so, Monsieur Desnoyers?" Since, in her maternal desperation, she had appealed to his protection, Don Marcelo believed that he ought to intervene, and so he spoke to the Commandant. He knew this youth very well. He did not ever remember having seen him before, and believed that he really was under 20. "And even if he were of age," he added, "is that a crime to shoot a man for?" Blumhardt did not reply. Since he had recovered his functions of command, he ignored absolutely Don Marcelo's existence. He was about to say something, to give an order, but hesitated. It might be better to consult His Excellency. And seeing that he was going toward the castle, Desnoyers marched at his side. "Commandant, this cannot be," he commenced saying. "This lacks common sense, to shoot a man on the suspicion that he may be 20 years old." But the Commandant remained silent and continued on his way. As they crossed the bridge, they heard the sound of the piano. A good omen, Desnoyers thought. The aesthete who had so touched him with his impassioned voice was going to say the saving word. On entering the salon, he did not at first recognize His Excellency. He saw a man sitting at the piano, wearing no clothing but a Japanese dressing gown, a woman's rose-colored kimono, embroidered with golden birds, belonging to Chichi. At any other time he would have burst into roars of laughter at beholding this scrawny, bony warrior with the cruel eyes, with his brawny braceleted arms appearing through the loose sleeves. After taking his bath, the Count had delayed putting on his uniform, luxuriating in the silky contact of the feminine tunic, so like his oriental garments in Berlin. Blumhardt did not betray the slightest astonishment at the aspect of his general. In the customary attitude of military erectness, he spoke in his own language, while the Count listened with a bored air, meanwhile passing his fingers idly over the keys. End of section 48. Section 49, Part 2, Chapter 5, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ. Translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A shaft of sunlight from a nearby window was enveloping the piano and musician in a halo of gold. Through the window, too, was wafting the poetry of the sunset, the rustling of the leaves, the hushed song of the birds, and the hum of the insects whose transparent wings were glowing like sparks in the last rays of the sun. The general, annoyed that his dreaming melancholy should be interrupted by this inopportune visit, cut short the Commandant's story with a gesture of command and a word. One word only. He said no more. He took 2 puffs from a Turkish cigarette that was slowly scorching the wood of the piano, and again ran his hands over the ivory keys, catching up the broken threads of the vague and tender improvisation inspired by the gloaming. "Thanks, Your Excellency," said the gratified Desnoyers, surmising his magnanimous response. The Commandant had disappeared, nor could the Frenchman find him outside the castle. A soldier was pacing up and down near the iron gates in order to transmit commands, and the guards were pushing back with blows from their guns a screaming group of women and tiny children. The entrance was entirely cleared. Undoubtedly, the crowds were returning to the village after the general's pardon. Desnoyers was halfway down the avenue when he heard a howling sound composed of many voices, a hair-raising shriek such as only womanly desperation can send forth. At the same time, the air was vibrating with snaps, the loud cracking sound that he knew from the day before, shots. He imagined that on the other side of the iron railing there were some writhing bodies struggling to escape from powerful arms, and others fleeing with bounds of fear. He saw running toward him a horror-stricken, sobbing woman with her hands to her head. It was the wife of the keeper, who a little while before had joined the desperate group of women. "Oh, don't go on, master," she called, stopping his hurried step. "They have killed him. They have just shot him." Don Marcelo stood rooted to the ground. Shot! And after the general's pardon! Suddenly he ran back to the castle, hardly knowing what he was doing, and soon reached the salon. His Excellency was still at the piano, humming in low tones, his eyes moistened by the poesy of his dreams. But the breathless old gentleman did not stop to listen. "They have shot him, Your Excellency. They have just killed him in spite of your order." The smile which crossed the Count's face immediately informed him of his mistake. "That is war, my dear sir," said the player, pausing for a moment. "War with its cruel necessities. It is always expedient to destroy the enemy of tomorrow." And with a pedantic air, as though he were giving a lesson, he discoursed about the Orientals great masters of the art of living. One of the personages most admired by him was a certain sultan of the Turkish conquest, who with his own hands had strangled the sons of the adversary. "Our foes do not come into the world on horseback and brandishing a lance," said that hero. "All are born as children, and it is advisable to wipe them from the face of the earth before they grow up." Desnoyers listened without taking it in. One thought only was occupying his mind. That man that he had supposed just, that sentimentalist so affected by his own singing, had between two arpeggios coldly given the order for death. The Count made a gesture of impatience. He might retire now, and he counseled him to be more discreet in the future, avoiding mixing himself up in the affairs of the service. Then he turned his back, running his hands over the piano and giving himself up to harmonious melancholy. For Don Marcelo there now began an absurd life of the most extraordinary events, an experience which was going to last 4 days. In his life history, this period represented a long parenthesis of stupefaction, slashed by the most horrible visions. Not wishing to meet these men again, he abandoned his own bedroom, taking refuge on the top floor of the servants' quarters near the room selected by the warden and his family. In vain the good woman kept offering him things to eat as the night came on. He had no appetite. He lay stretched out on the bed, preferring to be alone with his thoughts in the dark. When would this martyrdom ever come to an end? There came into his mind the recollection of a trip which he had made to London some years ago. In his imagination he again saw the British Museum and certain Assyrian bas-reliefs, relics of bestial humanity, which had filled him with terror. The warriors were represented as burning the towns. The prisoners were beheaded in heaps. The pacific countrymen were marching in lines with chains on their necks, forming strings of slaves. Until that moment he had never realized the advance which civilization had made through the centuries. Wars were still breaking out now and then, but they had been regulated by the march of progress. The life of the prisoner was now held sacred. The captured towns must be respected. There existed a complete code of international law to regulate how men should be killed and nations should combat, causing the least possible harm. But now he had just seen the primitive realities of war, the same as that of thousands of years ago. The men with the helmets were proceeding in exactly the same way as those ferocious and perfumed satraps with blue mitre and curled beard. The adversary was shot, although not carrying arms. The prisoner died of shot or blow from the gun. The civilian captives were sent in crowds to Germany like those of other centuries. What avail was all our so-called progress? Where was our boasted civilization? He was awakened by the light of a candle in his eyes. The warden's wife had come up again to see if he needed anything. "Oh, what a night, master! Just hear them yelling and singing. The bottles that they have emptied, they are in the dining room. You better not see them. Now they are amusing themselves by breaking the furniture. Even the Count is drunk. Drunk, too, is that commandant that you were talking with, and all the rest. Some of them are dancing half naked." She evidently wished to keep quiet about certain details, but her love of talking got the better of her discretion. Some of the officers had dressed themselves up in the hats and gowns of her mistress, and were dancing and shouting, imitating feminine seductiveness and affectations. One of them had been greeted with roars of enthusiasm upon presenting himself with no other clothing than a combination of Mademoiselle Chichi's. Many were taking obscene delight in soiling the rugs and filling the sideboard drawers with indescribable filth, using the finest linens that they could lay their hands on. Her master silenced her peremptorily. Why tell him such vile, disgusting things? "And we are obliged to wait on them," wailed the woman. "They are beside themselves. They appear like different beings. The soldiers are saying that they are going to resume their march at daybreak. There is a great battle on, and they are going to win it, but it is necessary that every one of them should fight in it. My poor sick husband just can't stand it any longer. So many humiliations, and my little girl, my little girl!" The child was her greatest anxiety. She had her well hidden away, but she was watching uneasily the goings and comings of some of these men, maddened with alcohol. The most terrible of them all was that fat officer who had patted Georgette so paternally. Apprehension for her daughter's safety made her hurry restlessly away, saying over and over, "God has forgotten the world. Ay, what is ever going to become of us?" Don Marcelo was now tinglingly awake. Through the open window was blowing the clear night air. The cannonading was still going on, prolonging the conflict way into the night. Below the castle, the soldiers were intoning a slow and melodious chant that sounded like a psalm. From the interior of the edifice rose the whoopings of brutal laughter, the crash of breaking furniture, and the mad chase of dissolute pursuit. When would this diabolical orgy ever wear itself down? For a long time he was not at all sleepy, but was gradually losing consciousness of what was going on around him, when he was roused with a start. Near him, on the same floor, a door had fallen with a crash, unable to resist a succession of formidable batterings. This was followed immediately by the screams of a woman, weeping, desperate supplications, the noise of a struggle, reeling steps, and the thud of bodies against the wall. He had a presentiment that it was Georgette, shrieking and trying to defend herself. Before he could put his feet to the floor, he heard a man's voice, which he was sure was the keeper's. She was safe. "Ah, you villain!" Then the outbreak of a second struggle, a shot, silence. Rushing down the hallway that ended at the stairway, Desnoyers saw lights and many men who came trooping up the stairs, bounding over several steps at a time. He almost fell over a body from which escaped a groan of agony. At his feet lay the warden, his chest moving like a pair of bellows, his eyes glassy and unnaturally distended, his mouth covered with blood. Near him glistened a kitchen knife. Then he saw a man with a revolver in one hand and holding shut with the other a broken door that someone was trying to open from within. Don Marcelo recognized him in spite of his greenish pallor and wild look. It was Blumhardt, another Blumhardt, with a bestial expression of terrifying ferocity and lust. Don Marcelo could see clearly how it had all happened. The debauchee rushing through the castle in search of his prey, the anxious father in close pursuit, the cries of the girl, the unequal struggle between the consumptive with his emergency weapon and the warrior triumphant. The fury of his youth awoke in the old Frenchman, sweeping everything before it. What did it matter if he did die? "Ah, you villain!" he yelled, as the poor father had done, and with clenched fists he marched up to the German, who smiled coldly and held his revolver to his eyes. He was just going to shoot him, but at that instant Desnoyers fell to the floor, knocked down by those who were leaping up the stairs. He received many blows, the heavy boots of the invaders hammering him with their heels. He felt a hot stream pouring over his face. Blood. He did not know whether it was his own or that of the palpitating mortal slowly dying beside him. Then he found himself lifted from the floor by many hands which pushed him toward a man. It was His Excellency, with his uniform burst open and smelling of wine. Eyes and voice were both trembling. "My dear sir," he stuttered, trying to recover this suave irony, "I warned you not to interfere in our affairs, and you have not obeyed me. You may now take the consequences of your lack of discretion." He gave an order, and the old man felt himself pushed downstairs to the cellars underneath the castle. Those conducting him were soldiers under the command of a petty officer whom he recognized as the Socialist. This young professor was the only one sober, but he maintained himself erect and unapproachable with the ferocity of discipline. He put his prisoner into an arched vault without any breathing place except a tiny window on a level with the floor. Many broken bottles and chests with some straw were all that was in the cave. "You have insulted a head officer," said the officer roughly, "and they will probably shoot you tomorrow. Your only salvation lies in the continuance of the revels, in which case they may forget you." As the door of this sub-cellar was broken, like all the others in the building, a pile of boxes and furniture was heaped in the entrance way. End of section 49. Section 50, Part 2, Chapter 5, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ. Translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Don Marcelo passed the rest of the night tormented with the cold, the only thing which worried him just then. He had abandoned all hope of life. Even the images of his family seemed blotted from his memory. He worked in the dark in order to make himself more comfortable on the chests, burrowing down into the straw for the sake of its heat. When the morning breeze began to sift in through the little window, he fell slowly into a heavy, overpowering sleep like that of criminals condemned to death or duelists before the fatal morning. He thought he heard shouts in German, the galloping of horses, a distant sound of tattoo and whistle, such as the battalions of the invaders made with their fifes and drums. Then he lost all consciousness of his surroundings. On opening his eyes again, a ray of sunlight slipping through the window was tracing a little golden square on the wall, giving a regal splendor to the hanging cobwebs. Someone was removing the barricade before the door. A woman's voice, timid and distressed, was calling repeatedly, "Master, are you here?" He sprang up quickly, wishing to aid the worker outside and pushing vigorously. He thought that the invaders must have left. In no other way could he imagine the warden's wife daring to try to get him out of his cell. "Yes, they have gone," she said. "Nobody is left in the castle." As soon as he was able to get out, Don Marcelo looked inquiringly at the woman with her bloodshot eyes, disheveled hair and sorrow-drawn face. The night had weighed her down pitilessly with the pressure of many years. All the energy with which she had been working to free Desnoyers disappeared on seeing him again. "Oh, master, master!" she moaned convulsively, and she flung herself into his arms, bursting into tears. Don Marcelo did not need to ask anything further. He dreaded to know the truth. Nevertheless, he asked after her husband. Now that he was awake and free, he cherished the fleeting hope that what he had gone through the night before was but another of his nightmares. Perhaps the poor man was still living. "They killed him, monsieur. That man who seemed so good murdered him, and I don't know where his body is. Nobody will tell me." She had a suspicion that the corpse was in the fosse. The green and tranquil waters had closed mysteriously over this victim of the night. Desnoyers suspected that another sorrow was troubling the mother still more, but he kept modestly silent. It was she who finally spoke between outbursts of grief. Georgette was now in the lodge, horror-stricken and shuddering. She had fled there when the invaders had left the castle. They had kept her in their power until the last minute. "Oh, master, don't look at her. She is trembling and sobbing at the thought that you may speak with her about what she has gone through. She is almost out of her mind. She longs to die. My little girl. And is there no one who will punish these monsters?" They had come up from the cellars and crossed the bridge, the woman looking fixedly into the silent waters. The dead body of a swan was floating upon them. Before their departure, while their horses were being saddled, two officers had amused themselves by chasing with revolver shots the birds swimming in the moat. The aquatic plants were spotted with blood. Among the leaves were floating some tufts of limp white plumage, like a bit of washing escaped from the hands of a laundress. Don Marcelo and the woman exchanged a compassionate glance, and then looked pityingly at each other as the sunlight brought out more strongly their aging, wan appearance. The passing of these people had destroyed everything. There was no food left in the castle except some crusts of dry bread forgotten in the kitchen. "And we have to live, monsieur," exclaimed the woman with reviving energy as she thought of her daughter's need. "We have to live, if only to see how God punishes them." The old man shrugged his shoulders in despair. God? But the woman was right. They had to live. With the famished audacity of his early youth, when he was traveling over boundless tracts of land, driving his herds of cattle, he now rushed outside the park, hunting for some form of sustenance. He saw the valley, fair and green, basking in the sun, the groups of trees, the plots of yellowish soil with the hard spikes of stubble, the hedges in which the birds were singing, all the summer splendor of a countryside developed and cultivated during 15 centuries by dozens and dozens of generations. And yet, here he was alone at the mercy of chance, likely to perish with hunger. More alone than when he was crossing the towering heights of the Andes, those irregular slopes of rocks and snow, wrapped in endless silence, only broken from time to time by the flapping of the condor's wings. Nobody. His gaze could not distinguish a single movable point. Everything fixed, motionless, crystallized, as though contracted with fear before the peals of thunder which were still rumbling around the horizon. He went on toward the village, a mass of black walls with a few houses still intact, and a roofless bell tower with its cross twisted by fire. Nobody in the streets, sown with bottles, charred chunks of wood, and soot-covered rubbish. The dead bodies had disappeared, but a nauseating smell of decomposing and burned flesh assailed his nostrils. He saw a mound of earth where the shooting had taken place, and from it were protruding 2 feet and a hand. At his approach, several black forms flew up into the air from a trench so shallow that the bodies within were exposed to view. A whirring of stiff wings beat the air above him, flying off with the croakings of wrath. He explored every nook and corner, even approaching the place where the troopers had erected their barricade. The carts were still by the roadside. He then retraced his steps, calling out before the least injured houses and putting his head through the doors and windows that were unobstructed or but half consumed. Was nobody left in Villeblanche? He descried among the ruins something advancing on all fours, a species of reptile that stopped its crawling with movements of hesitation and fear, ready to retreat or slip into its hole under the ruins. Suddenly the creature stopped and stood up. It was a man, an old man. Other human larvae were coming forth, conjured by his shouts. Poor beings who hours ago had given up the standing position which would have attracted the bullets of the enemy, and had been enviously imitating the lower organisms, squirming through the dirt as fast as they could scurry into the bosom of the earth. They were mostly women and children, all filthy and black with snarled hair, the fierceness of animal appetite in their eyes, the faintness of the weak animal in their hanging jaws. They were all living hidden in the ruins of their homes. Fear had made them temporarily forget their hunger, but finding that the enemy had gone, they were suddenly assailed by all necessitous demands intensified by hours of anguish. Desnoyers felt as though he were surrounded by a tribe of brutalized and famished Indians like those he had often seen in his adventurous voyages. He had brought with him from Paris a quantity of gold pieces, and he pulled out a coin which glittered in the sun. Bread was needed, everything eatable was needed. He would pay without haggling. The flash of gold aroused looks of enthusiasm and greediness, but this impression was short-lived, all eyes contemplating the yellow discs with indifference. Don Marcelo was himself convinced that the miraculous charm had lost its power. They all chanted a chorus of sorrow and horrors with slow and plaintive voice, as though they stood weeping before a bier. "Monsieur, they have killed my husband. Monsieur, my sons, 2 of them are missing. Monsieur, they have taken all the men prisoners. They say it is to work the land in Germany. Monsieur, bread! My little ones are dying of hunger." One woman was lamenting something worse than death. "My girl, my poor girl!" Her look of hatred and wild desperation revealed the secret tragedy. Her outcries and tears recalled that other mother who was sobbing in the same way up at the castle. In the depths of some cave was lying the victim, half dead with fatigue, shaken with a wild delirium in which she still saw the succession of brutal faces inflamed with simian passion. The miserable group, forming themselves into a circle around him, stretched out their hands beseechingly toward the man whom they knew to be so very rich. The women showed him the death pallor on the faces of their scarcely breathing babies, their eyes glazed with starvation. "Bread! Bread!" they implored, as though he could work a miracle. He gave to one mother the gold piece that he had in his hand, and distributed more to the others. They took them without looking at them, and continued their lament. "Bread! Bread!" And he had gone to the village to make the same supplication. He fled, recognizing the uselessness of his efforts. End of section 50. Section 51, Part 2, Chapter 6 of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The Banner of the Red Cross. Returning in desperation to his estate, Don Marcelo Desnoyers saw huge automobiles and men on horseback forming a very long convoy and completely filling the road. They were all going in his direction. At the entrance to the park, a band of Germans was putting up the wires for a telephone line. They had just been reconnoitering the rooms befouled with the night's saturnalia, and were ha-haing boisterously over Captain von Hartrott's inscription, "Bitte nicht plündern." To them it seemed the acme of wit, truly Teutonic. The convoy now invaded the park with its automobiles and trucks bearing a red cross. A war hospital was going to be established in the castle. The doctors were dressed in grayish green and armed the same as the officers. They also imitated their freezing hauteur and repellent unapproachableness. There came out of the drays hundreds of folding cots, which were placed in rows in the different rooms. The furniture that still remained was thrown out in a heap under the trees. Squads of soldiers were obeying with mechanical promptitude the brief and imperious orders. An odor of an apothecary's shop of concentrated drugs now pervaded the quarters, mixed with the strong smell of the antiseptics with which they were sprinkling the walls in order to disinfect the filthy remains of the nocturnal orgy. Then he saw women clad in white, buxom girls with blue eyes and flaxen hair. They were grave, bland, austere, and implacable in appearance. Several times they pushed Desnoyers out of their way, as if they did not see him. They looked like nuns, but with revolvers under their habits. At midday, other automobiles began to arrive, attracted by the enormous white flag with the red cross, which was now waving from the castle tower. They came from the division battling beyond the Marne. Their metal fittings were dented by projectiles, their windshields broken by star-shaped holes. From their interiors appeared men and more men, some on foot, others on canvas stretchers, faces pale and rubicund, profiles aquiline and snubby, red heads and skulls wrapped in white turbans stiff with blood, mouths that laughed with bravado and mouths that groaned with bluish lips, jaws supported with mummy-like bandages, giants in agony whose wounds were not apparent, shapeless forms ending in a head that talked and smoked, legs with hanging flesh that was dyeing the first aid wrappings with their red moisture, arms that hung as inert as dead boughs, torn uniforms in which were conspicuous the tragic vacancies of absent members. This avalanche of suffering was quickly distributed throughout the castle. In a few hours it was so completely filled that there was not a vacant bed, the last arrivals being laid in the shadow of the trees. The telephones were ringing incessantly. The surgeons in coarse aprons were going from one side to the other, working rapidly. Human life was submitted to savage proceedings with roughness and celerity. Those who died under it simply left one more cot free for the others that kept on coming. Desnoyers saw bloody baskets filled with shapeless masses of flesh, strips of skin, broken bones, entire limbs. The orderlies were carrying these terrible remnants to the foot of the park in order to bury them in a little plot which had been Chichi's favorite reading nook. Pairs of soldiers were carrying out objects wrapped in sheets which the owner recognized as his. These were the dead, and the park was soon converted into a cemetery. No longer was the little retreat large enough to hold the corpses and the severed remains from the operations. New grave trenches were being opened nearby. The Germans, armed with shovels, were pressing into service a dozen of the farmer prisoners to aid in unloading the dead. Now they were bringing them down by the cartload, dumping them in like the rubbish from some demolished building. Don Marcelo felt an abnormal delight in contemplating this increasing number of vanquished enemies, yet he grieved at the same time that this precipitation of intruders should be deposited forever on his property. At nightfall, overwhelmed by so many emotions, he again suffered the torments of hunger. All day long he had eaten nothing but the crust of bread found in the kitchen by the warden's wife. The rest he had left for her and her daughter. A distress as harrowing to him as his hunger was the sight of poor Georgette's shocked despondency. She was always trying to escape from his presence in an agony of shame. "Don't let the master see me," she would cry, hiding her face, since his presence seemed to recall more vividly the memory of her assaults. Desnoyers tried, while in the lodge, to avoid going near her. Desperate with the gnawings of his empty stomach, he accosted several doctors who were speaking French, but all in vain. They would not listen to him, and when he repeated his petitions, they pushed him roughly out of their way. He was not going to perish with hunger in the midst of his riches. Those people were eating. The indifferent nurses had established themselves in his kitchen. But the time passed on without encountering anybody who would take pity on this old man, dragging himself weakly from one place to another in the misery of an old age intensified by despair and suffering in every part of the body, the results of the blows of the night before. He now knew the gnawings of a hunger far worse than that which he had suffered when journeying over the desert plains. A hunger among men in a civilized country, wearing a belt filled with gold, surrounded with towers, and castle halls, which were his, but in the control of others who would not condescend to listen to him. And for this piteous ending of his life he had amassed millions and returned to Europe. Ah, the irony of fate! He saw a doctor's assistant leaning up against a tree, about to devour a slab of bread and sausage. His envious eyes scrutinized this fellow, tall, thick-set, his jaws bristling with a great red beard. The trembling old man staggered up to him, begging for the food by signs and holding out a piece of money. The German's eyes glistened at the sight of the gold, and a beatific smile stretched his mouth from ear to ear. "Ja," he responded, and grabbing the money, he handed over the food. Don Marcelo commenced to swallow it with avidity. Never had he so appreciated the sheer ecstasy of eating as at that instant. In the midst of his gardens converted into a cemetery, before his despoiled castle where hundreds of human beings were groaning in agony, a grayish arm passed before his eyes. It belonged to the German, who had returned with 2 slices of bread and a bit of meat snatched from the kitchen. He repeated his smirking "Ja," and after his victim had secured it by means of another gold coin, he was able to take it to the 2 women hidden in the cottage. During the night, a night of painful watching, cut with visions of horror, it seemed to him that the roar of the artillery was coming nearer. It was a scarcely perceptible difference, perhaps the effect of the silence of the night, which always intensifies sound. The ambulances continued coming from the front, discharging their cargoes of riddled humanity and going back for more. Desnoyers surmised that his castle was but one of the many hospitals established in a line of more than 80 miles, and that on the other side, behind the French, were many similar ones in which the same activity was going on, the consignments of dying men succeeding each other with terrifying frequency. Many of the combatants were not even having the satisfaction of being taken from the battlefield, but were lying groaning on the ground, burying their bleeding members in the dust or mud, and weltering in the ooze from their wounds. And Don Marcelo, who a few hours before had been considering himself the unhappiest of mortals, now experienced a cruel joy in reflecting that so many thousands of vigorous men at the point of death could well envy him for his hale old age and for the tranquility with which he was reposing on that humble bed. The next morning, the orderly was waiting for him in the same place, holding out a napkin filled with eatables. Good, red-bearded man, helpful and kind, and he offered him the piece of gold. "Nine," replied the fellow, with a broad, malicious grin. 2 gleaming gold pieces appeared between Don Marcelo's fingers, another leering "9," and a shake of the head. Ah, the robber! How he was taking advantage of his necessity! And not until he had produced 5 gold coins was he able to secure the package. He soon began to notice all around him a silent and sly conspiracy to get possession of his money. A giant in a sergeant's uniform put a shovel in his hand, pushing him roughly forward. He soon found himself in a corner of the park that had been transformed into a graveyard near the cart of cadavers. There he had to shovel dirt on his own ground in company with the indignant prisoners. He averted his eyes so as not to look at the rigid and grotesque bodies piled above him at the edge of the pit, ready to be tumbled in. The ground was sending forth an insufferable odor, for decomposition had already set in the nearby trenches. The persistence with which his overseers accosted him and the crafty smile of the sergeant made him see through the deep-laid scheme. The Redbeard must be at the bottom of all this. Putting his hand in his pocket, he dropped the shovel with a look of interrogation. "Ja," replied the sergeant. After handing over the required sum, the tormented old man was permitted to stop grave digging and wander around at his pleasure. He knew, however, what was probably in store for him Those men were going to submit him to a merciless exploitation. Another day passed by, like its predecessor. In the morning of the following day, his perceptions, sharpened by apprehension, made him conjecture that something extraordinary had occurred. The automobiles were arriving and departing with greater rapidity, and there was greater disorder and confusion among the executive force. The telephone was ringing with mad precipitation, and the wounded arrivals seemed more depressed. The day before, they had been singing when taken from the vehicles, hiding their woe with laughter and bravado, all talking of the near victory and regretting that they would not be able to witness the triumphal entry into Paris. Now they were all very silent, with furrowed brows, thinking no longer about what was going on behind them, wondering only about their own fate. Outside the park was the buzz of the approaching throng which was blackening the roads. The invasion was beginning again, but with a refluent movement. For hours at a time, great strings of gray trucks went puffing by. Then regiments of infantry, squadrons, rolling stock. They were marching very slowly with a deliberation that puzzled Desnoyers, who could not make out whether this recessional meant flight or change of position. The only thing that gave him any satisfaction was the stupefied and downcast appearance of the soldiers, the gloomy sulks of the officers. Nobody was shouting. They all appeared to have forgotten their "Nach Paris." The greenish-gray monster still had its armed head stretched across the other side of the Marne, but its tail was beginning to uncoil with uneasy wrigglings. After night had settled down, the troops were still continuing to fall back. The cannonading was certainly coming nearer. Some of the thunderous claps sounded so close that they made the glass tremble in the windows. A fugitive farmer, trying to find refuge in the park, gave Don Marcelo some news. The Germans were in full retreat. They had installed some of their batteries on the banks of the Marne in order to attempt a new resistance, and the new arrival remained without attracting the attention of the invaders, who a few days before would have shot him on the slightest suspicion. The mechanical workings of discipline were evidently out of gear. Doctors and nurses were running from place to place, shouting orders and breaking out into a volley of curses every time a fresh ambulance load arrived. The drivers were commanded to take their patients on ahead to another hospital near the rear guard. Orders had been received to evacuate the castle that very night. In spite of this prohibition, one of the ambulances unloaded its relay of wounded men. So deplorable was their state that the doctors accepted them, judging it useless for them to continue their journey. They remained in the garden, lying on the same stretchers that they had occupied within the vehicle. By the light of the lanterns, Desnoyers recognized one of the dying. It was the secretary to His Excellency, the socialist professor who had shut him in the cellar vaults. At the sight of the owner of the castle, he smiled as though he had met a comrade. His was the only familiar face among all those people who were speaking his language. He was ghastly in hue, with sunken features and an impalpable gaze spreading over his eyes. He had no visible wounds, but from under the cloak spread over his abdomen, his torn intestines exhaled a fatal warning. The presence of Don Marcelo made him guess where they had brought him, and little by little he coordinated his recollections. As though the old gentleman might be interested in the whereabouts of his comrades, he told him all he knew in a weak and strained voice. Bad luck for their brigade. They had reached the front at a critical moment for the reserve troops. Commandant Blumhardt had died at the very first, a shell of 75 taking off his head. Dead, too, were all the officers who had lodged in the castle. His Excellency had had his jawbone torn off by a fragment of shell. He had seen him on the ground, howling with pain, drawing a portrait from his breast and trying to kiss it with his broken mouth. He had himself been hit in the stomach by the same shell. He had lain 42 hours on the field before he was picked up by the ambulance corps. And with the mania of the university man whose hobby is to see everything reasoned out and logically explained, he added in that supreme moment, with the tenacity of those who die, talking: "Sad war, sir. Many premises are lacking in order to decide who is the culpable party. When the war is ended, they will have to. And he closed his eyes, overcome by the effort. Desnoyers left the dead man thinking to himself, "Poor fellow." He was placing the hour of justice at the termination of the war, and meanwhile hundreds like him were dying, disappearing with all their scruples of ponderous and disciplined reasoning. End of section 51. Section 52, Part 2, Chapter 6, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That night there was no sleep on the place. The walls of the lodge were creaking, the glass crashing and breaking, the two women in the adjoining room crying out nervously. The noise of the German fire was beginning to mingle with that of other explosives close at hand. He surmised that this was the smashing of the French projectiles which were coming in search of the enemy's artillery above the Marne. For a few minutes his hopes revived as the possibility of victory flashed into his mind, but he was so depressed by his forlorn situation that such a hope evaporated as quickly as it had come. His own troops were advancing, but this advance did not, perhaps, represent more than a local gain. The line of battle was so extensive. It was going to be as in 1870. The French would achieve partial victories, modified at the last moment by the strategy of the enemies, until they were turned into complete defeat. After midnight, the cannonading ceased, but silence was by no means re-established. Automobiles were rolling around the lodge midst hoarse shouts of command. It must be the hospital convoy that was evacuating the castle. Then, near daybreak, the thudding of horses' hoofs and the wheels of chugging machines thundered through the gates, making the ground tremble. Half an hour afterwards sounded the tramp of multitudes moving at a quick pace, dying away in the depths of the park. At dawn, the old gentleman leaped from his bed, and the first thing he spied from the cottage window was the flag of the Red Cross still floating from the top of the castle. There were no more cots under the trees. On the bridge he met one of the doctors and several assistants. The hospital force had gone with all its transportable patients. There only remained in the castle, under the care of a company, those most gravely wounded. The Valkyries of the health department had also disappeared. The red-bearded Shylock was among those left behind, and on seeing Don Marcelo afar off, he smiled and immediately vanished. A few minutes after, he returned with full hands. Never before had he been so generous. Foreseeing pressing necessity, the hungry man put his hands in his pockets as usual, but was astonished to learn from the orderly's emphatic gestures that he did not wish any money. Nein, nein! What generosity was this? The German persisted in his negatives. His enormous mouth expanded in an ingratiating grin as he laid his heavy paws on Marcelo's shoulders. He appeared like a good dog, a meek dog, fawning and licking the hands of the passer-by, coaxing to be taken along with him. Franzosen! Franzosen! He did not know how to say any more, but the Frenchman read in his words the desire to make him understand that he had always been in great sympathy with the French. Something very important was evidently transpiring. The ill-humored air of those left behind in the castle and the sudden servility of this plowman in uniform made it very apparent. Some distance beyond the castle he saw soldiers, many soldiers. A battalion of infantry had spread itself along the walls with trucks, draft horses and swift mounts. With their pikes, the soldiers were making small openings in the mud walls, shaping them into a border of little pinnacles. Others were kneeling or sitting near the apertures, taking off their knapsacks in order that they might be less hampered. Afar off, the cannon were booming, and in the intervals between their detonations could be heard the bursting of shrapnel, the bubbling of frying oil, the grinding of a coffee mill, and the incessant crackling of rifle fire. Fleecy clouds were floating over the fields, giving to near objects the indefinite lines of unreality. The sun was a faint spot seen between curtains of mist. The trees were weeping fog moisture from all the cracks in their bark. A thunderclap rent the air so forcibly that it seemed very near the castle. Desnoyers trembled, believing that he had received a blow in the chest. The other men remained impassive with their customary indifference. A cannon had just been discharged but a few feet away from him, and not till then did he realize that 2 batteries had been installed in the park. The pieces of artillery were hidden under mounds of branches, the gunners having felled trees in order to mask their monsters more perfectly. He saw them arranging the last. With shovels, they were forming a border of earth a foot in width around each piece. This border guarded the feet of the operators, whose bodies were protected by steel shields on both sides of them. Then they raised a breastwork of trunks and boughs, leaving only the mouth of the cylindrical mortar visible. By degrees, Don Marcelo became accustomed to the firing, which seemed to be creating a vacuum within his cranium. He ground his teeth and clenched his fist at every detonation, but stood stock still with no desire to leave, dominated by the violence of the explosions, admiring the serenity of these men who were giving orders, erect and coolly, or moving like humble menials around their roaring metal beasts. All his ideas seemed to have been snatched away by that first discharge of cannon. His brain was living in the present moment only. He turned his eyes insistently toward the white and red banner which was waving from the mansion. "That is treachery," he thought, "a breach of faith." Far away on the other side of the Marne, the French artillery were belching forth their deadly fire. He could imagine their handiwork from the little yellowish clouds that were floating in the air, and the columns of smoke which were spouting forth at various points of the landscape where the German troops were hidden, forming a line which appeared to lose itself in infinity. An atmosphere of protection and respect seemed to be enveloping the castle. The morning mists had dissolved. The sun was finally showing its bright and limpid light, lengthening the shadows of men and trees to fantastic dimensions. Hills and woods came forth from the haze, fresh and dripping after their morning bath. The entire valley was now completely exposed, and Desnoyers was surprised to see the river from the spot to which he had been rooted, the cannon having opened great windows in the woods that had hid it from view. What most astonished him in looking over this landscape, smiling and lovely in the morning light, was that nobody was to be seen, absolutely nobody. Mountain tops and forests were bellowing without anyone's being in evidence. There must be more than 100,000 men in the space swept by his piercing gaze, and yet not a human being was visible. The deadly boom of arms was causing the air to vibrate without leaving any optical trace. There was no other smoke but that of the explosions, the black spirals that were flinging their great shells to burst on the ground. These were rising on all sides, encircling the castle like a ring of giant tops, but not one of that orderly circle ventured to touch the edifice. Don Marcelo again stared at the Red Cross flag. "It is treachery," he kept repeating. Yet at the same time he was selfishly rejoicing in the base expedient, since it served to defend his property. The battalion was at last completely installed in the entire length of the wall opposite the river. The soldiers, kneeling, were supporting their guns on the newly made turrets and grooves, and seemed satisfied with this rest after a night of battling retreat. They all appeared sleeping with their eyes open. Little by little they were letting themselves drop back on their heels or seeking the support of their knapsacks. Snores were heard in the brief spaces between the artillery fire. The officials standing behind them were examining the country with their field glasses, or talking in knots. Some appeared disheartened, others furious at the backward flight that had been going on since the day before. The majority appeared calm, with the passivity of obedience. The battle front was immense. Who could foresee the outcome? There they were in full retreat, but in other places, perhaps, their comrades might be advancing with decided gains. Until the very last moment, no soldier knows certainly the fate of the struggle. What was most grieving this detachment was the fact that it was all the time getting further away from Paris. Don Marcelo's eye was caught by a sparkling circle of glass, a monocle fixed upon him with aggressive insistence. A lank lieutenant with the corseted waist of the officers that he had seen in Berlin, a genuine Junker, was a few feet away, sword in hand, behind his men, like a wrathful and glowering shepherd. "What are you doing here?" he said gruffly. Desnoyers explained that he was the owner of the castle. "French?" continued the lieutenant. "Yes, French." The official scowled in hostile meditation, feeling the necessity of saying something against the enemy. The shouts and antics of his companions at arms put a summary end to his reflections. They were all staring upward, and the old man followed their gaze. For an hour past, there had been streaking through the air frightful roarings enveloped in yellowish vapors, strips of cloud which seemed to contain wheels revolving with frenzied rotation. They were the projectiles of the heavy German artillery which fired from various distances, threw their great shells over the castle. Certainly that could not be what was interesting the officials. He half shut his eyes in order to see better, and finally, near the edge of a cloud, he distinguished a species of mosquito flashing in the sunlight. Between brief intervals of silence could be heard the distant, faint buzz announcing its presence. The officers nodded their heads. Franzosen! Desnoyers thought so too. He could not believe that the enemy's two black crosses were between those wings. Instead, he saw with his mind's eye two tricolored rings, like the circular spots which color the fluttering wings of butterflies. This explained the agitation of the Germans. The French airbird remained motionless for a few seconds over the castle, regardless of the white bubbles exploding underneath and around it. In vain the cannon nearest hurled their deadly fire. It wheeled rapidly and returned to the place from which it came. "It must have taken in the whole situation," thought the old Frenchman. "It has found them out. It knows what is going on here." He guessed rightly that this information would swiftly change the course of events. Everything which had been happening in the early morning hours was going to sink into insignificance compared with what was coming now. He shuddered with fear, the irresistible fear of the unknown, and yet at the same time he was filled with curiosity, impatience and nervous dread before a danger that threatened and would not stay its relentless course. Outside the park, but a short distance from the mud wall, sounded a strident explosion like a stupendous blow from a gigantic axe, an axe as big as his castle. There began flying through the air entire tree tops, trunks split in two, great chunks of earth with the vegetation still clinging, a rain of dirt that obscured the heavens. Some stones fell down from the wall. The Germans crouched, but with no visible emotion. They knew what it meant. They had been expecting it as something inevitable after seeing the French aeroplane. The Red Cross flag could no longer deceive the enemy's artillery. Don Marcelo had not time to recover from his surprise before there came a second explosion nearer the mud wall, a third inside the park. It seemed to him that he had been suddenly flung into another world from which he was seeing men and things across a fantastic atmosphere which roared and rocked and destroyed with the violence of its reverberations. He was stunned at the awfulness of it all, and yet he was not afraid. Until then, he had imagined fear in a very different form. He felt an agonizing vacuum in his stomach. He staggered violently all the time, as though some force were pushing him about, giving him first a blow on the chest and then another on the back to straighten him up. A strong smell of acids penetrated the atmosphere, making respiration very difficult and filling his eyes with smarting tears. On the other hand, the uproar no longer disturbed him. It did not exist for him. He supposed it was still going on from the trembling air, the shaking of things around him, in the whirlwind which was bending men double, but was not reacting within his body. He had lost the faculty of hearing. All the strength of his senses had concentrated themselves in looking. His eyes appeared to have acquired multiple facets like those of certain insects. He saw what was happening before, beside, behind him, simultaneously, witnessing extraordinary things as though all the laws of life had been capriciously overthrown. An official a few feet away suddenly took an inexplicable flight. He began to rise without losing his military rigidity, still helmeted, with furrowed brow, mustache blonde and short, mustard-colored chest, and gloved hands still holding field glasses and map. But there his individuality stopped. The lower extremities, in their grayish leggings, remained on the ground, inanimate as reddening, empty molds. The trunk, in its violent ascent, spread its contents abroad like a bursting rocket. Further on, some gunners, standing upright, were suddenly stretched full length, converted into a motionless row, bathed in blood. End of section 52. Section 53, Part 2, Chapter 6, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The line of infantry was lying close to the ground. The men had huddled themselves together near the loopholes through which they aimed their guns, trying to make themselves less visible. Many had placed their knapsacks over their heads or at their backs to defend themselves from the flying bits of shell. If they moved at all, it was only to worm their way further into the earth, trying to hollow it out with their stomachs. Many of them had changed position with mysterious rapidity, now lying stretched on their backs as though asleep. One had his uniform torn open across the abdomen, showing between the rents of the cloth slabs of flesh, blue and red, that protruded and swelled up with a bubbling expansion. Another had his legs shot away and was looking around with surprised eyes and a black mouth rounded into an effort to howl, but from which no sound ever came. Desnoyers had lost all notion of time. He could not tell whether he had been rooted to that spot for many hours or for a single moment. The only thing that caused him anxiety was the persistent trembling of his legs, which were refusing to sustain him. Something fell behind him. It was raining ruin. Turning his head, he saw his castle completely transformed. Half of the tower had just been carried off. The pieces of slate were scattered everywhere in tiny chips. The walls were crumbling. Loose window frames were balancing on edge like fragments of stage scenery, and the old wood of the tower hood was beginning to burn like a torch. The spectacle of this instantaneous change in his property impressed him more than the ravages of death, making him realize the cyclopean power of the blind, avenging forces raging around him. The vital force that had been concentrated in his eyes now spread to his feet, and he started to run, without knowing whither, feeling the same necessity to hide himself as had those men enchained by discipline who were trying to flatten themselves into the earth in imitation of the reptiles' pliant invisibility. His instinct was pushing him toward the lodge, but halfway up the avenue he was stopped by another lot of astounding transformations. An unseen hand had just snatched away half of the cottage roof. The entire side wall doubled over, forming a cascade of bricks and dust. The interior rooms were now exposed to view like a theatrical setting. The kitchen where he had eaten, the upper floor with the room in which he descried his still unmade bed. The poor women! He turned around, running now toward the castle, trying to make the sub-cellar in which he had been fastened for the night. And when he finally found himself under those dusty cobwebs, he felt as though he were in the most luxurious salon, and he devoutly blessed the good workmanship of the castle builders. The subterranean silence began gradually to bring back his sense of hearing. The cannonading of the Germans and the bursting of the French shells sounded from his retreat like a distant tempest. There came into his mind the eulogies which he had been accustomed to lavish upon the cannon of '75, without knowing anything about it except by hearsay. Now he had witnessed its effects. "It shoots too well," he muttered. In a short time it would finish destroying his castle. He was finding such perfection excessive. But he soon repented of these selfish lamentations. An idea, tenacious as remorse, had fastened itself in his brain. It now seemed to him that all he was passing through was an expiation for the great mistake of his youth. He had evaded the service of his country, and now he was enveloped in all the horrors of war with the humiliation of a passive and defenseless being, without any of the soldier's satisfaction of being able to return the blows. He was going to die, he was sure of that, but a shameful death, unknown and inglorious. The ruins of his mansion were going to become his sepulchre, and the certainty of dying there in the darkness, like a rat that sees the openings of his hole being closed up, made this refuge intolerable. Above him the tornado was still raging. A peal like thunder boomed above his head, and then came the crash of a landslide. Another projectile must have fallen upon the building. He heard shrieks of agony, yells and precipitous steps on the floor above him. Perhaps the shell in its blind fury had blown to pieces many of the dying in the salons. Fearing to remain buried in his retreat, he bounded up the cellar stairs 2 steps at a time. As he scudded across the first floor, he saw the sky through the shattered roofs. Along the edges were hanging sections of wood, fragments of swinging tile, and furniture stopped halfway in its flight. Across the hall he had to clamber over much rubbish. He stumbled over broken and twisted iron. Parts of beds rained from the upper rooms into the mountain of debris in which he saw convulsed limbs and heard anguished voices that he could not understand. He leaped as he ran, feeling the same longing for light and free air as those who rush from the hold to the deck of a shipwreck. While sheltered in the darkness, more time had elapsed than he had supposed. The sun was now very high. He saw in the garden more corpses in tragic and grotesque postures. The wounded were doubled over with pain, or lying on the ground, or propping themselves against the trees in painful silence. Some had opened their knapsacks and drawn out their sanitary kits and were trying to care for their cuts. The infantry was now firing incessantly. The number of riflemen had increased. New bands of soldiers were entering the park, some with a sergeant at their head, others followed by an officer carrying a revolver at his breast as though guiding his men with it. This must be the infantry expelled from their position near the river, which had come to reinforce the second line of defense. The mitrailleuses were adding their tac-tac to the cracks of the fusiliers. The hum of the invisible swarms was buzzing incessantly. Thousands of sticky horseflies were droning around Desnoyers without his even seeing them. The bark of the trees was being stripped by unseen hands. The leaves were falling in torrents. The boughs were shaken by opposing forces. The stones on the ground were being crushed by a mysterious foot. All inanimate objects seemed to have acquired a fantastic life. The zinc spoons of the soldiers, the metallic parts of their outfit, the pails of the artillery were all clanking as though in an imperceptible hailstorm. He saw a cannon lying on its side with the wheels broken and turned over among many men who appeared asleep. He saw soldiers who stretched themselves out without a contraction, without a sound, as though overcome by sudden drowsiness. Others were howling and dragging themselves forward in a sitting position. The old man felt an extreme sensation of heat. The pungent perfume of explosive drugs brought the tears to his eyes and clawed at his throat. At the same time he was chilly and felt his forehead freezing in a glacial sweat. He had to leave the bridge. Several soldiers were passing bearing the wounded to the edifice in spite of the fact that it was falling in ruins. Suddenly he was sprinkled from head to foot as if the earth had opened to make way for a water spout. A shell had fallen into the moat, throwing up an enormous column of water, making the carp sleeping in the mud fly into fragments, breaking a part of the edges and grinding to powder the white balustrades with their great urns of flowers. He started to run on with his blindness of terror when he suddenly saw before him the same little round crystal, examining him coolly. It was the Junker, the officer of the monocle. With the end of his revolver, the German pointed to two pails a short distance away, ordering Desnoyers to fill them from the lagoon and give the water to the men overcome by the sun. Although the imperious tone admitted of no reply, Don Marcelo tried nevertheless to resist. He received a blow from the revolver on his chest at the same time that the lieutenant slapped him in the face. The old man doubled over, longing to weep, longing to perish. But no tears came, nor did life escape from his body under this affront, as he wished. With the two buckets in his hands, he found himself dipping up water from the canal, carrying it the length of the file, giving it to men who each in his turn dropped his gun to gulp the liquid with the avidity of panting beasts. He was no longer afraid of the shrill shrieks of invisible bodies. His one great longing was to die. He was strongly convinced that he was going to die. His sufferings were too great. There was no longer any place in the world for him. He had to pass by breaches opened in the wall, by the bursting shells. There was no natural object to arrest the eye looking through these gaps. Hedges and groves had been swept away or blotted out by the fire of the artillery. He descried at the foot of the highway near his castle several of the attacking columns which had crossed the Marne. The advancing forces were coming doggedly on, apparently, unmoved by the steady, deadly fire of the Germans. Soon they were rushing forward with leaps and bounds by companies, shielding themselves behind bits of upland in bends of the road, in order to send forth their blasts of death. The old man was now fired with a desperate resolution. Since he had to die, let a French ball kill him. And he advanced very erect with his two pails among those men shooting, lying down. Then, with a sudden fear, he stood still, hanging his head. A second thought had told him that the bullet which he might receive would be one danger less for the enemy. It would be better for them to kill the Germans. And he began to cherish the hope that he might get possession of some weapon from those dying around him and fall upon that Junker who had struck him. He was filling his pails for the third time and murderously contemplating the lieutenant's back when something occurred so absurd and unnatural that it reminded him of the fantastic flash of the cinematograph. The officer's head suddenly disappeared. 2 jets of blood spurted from his severed neck, and his body collapsed like an empty sack. At the same time, a cyclone was sweeping the length of the wall, tearing up groves, overturning cannon, and carrying away people in a whirlwind as though they were dry leaves. He inferred that death was now blowing from another direction. Until then, it had come from the front of the riverside, battling with the enemy's line ensconced behind the walls. Now, with the swiftness of an atmospheric change, it was blustering from the depths of the park. A skillful maneuver of the aggressors, the use of a distant road, a chance bend in the German line, had enabled the French to collect their cannon in a new position, attacking the occupants of the castle with a flank movement. It was a lucky thing for Don Marcelo that he had lingered a few moments on the bank of the fosse, sheltered by the bulk of the edifice. The fire of the hidden battery passed the length of the avenue, carrying off the living, destroying for a second time the dead, killing horses, breaking the wheels of vehicles, and making the gun carriages fly through the air with the flames of a volcano in whose red and bluish depths black bodies were leaping. He saw hundreds of fallen men. He saw disemboweled horses trampling on their entrails. The death harvest was not being reaped in sheaves. The entire field was being mowed down with a single flash of the sickle. And as though the batteries opposite divined the catastrophe, they redoubled their fire, sending down a torrent of shells. They fell on all sides. Beyond the castle, at the end of the park, craters were opening in the woods, vomiting forth the entire trunks of trees. The projectiles were hurling from their pits the bodies interred the night before. Those still alive were firing through the gaps in the walls. Then they sprang up with the greatest haste. Some grasped their bayonets, pale with clamped lips and a mad glare in their eyes. Others turned their backs, running toward the exit from the park, regardless of the shouts of their officers and the revolver shots sent after the fugitives. All this occurred with dizzying rapidity, like a nightmare. On the other side of the wall came a murmur swelling in volume like that of the sea. Desnoyers heard shouts, and it seemed to him that some hoarse, discordant voices were singing the Marseillaise. The machine guns were working with the swift steadiness of sewing machines. The attack was going to be opposed with furious resistance. The Germans, crazed with fury, shot and shot. In one of the breaches appeared a red kepis, followed by legs of the same color trying to clamber over the ruins. But this vision was instantly blotted out by the sprinkling from the machine guns, making the invaders fall in great heaps on the other side of the wall. Don Marcelo never knew exactly how the change took place. Suddenly he saw the red trousers within the park. With irresistible bounds they were springing over the wall, slipping through the yawning gaps, and darting out from the depths of the woods by invisible paths. They were little soldiers, husky, panting, perspiring, with torn cloaks, and mingled with them in the disorder of the charge, African marksmen with devilish eyes and foaming mouths, Zouaves in wide breeches and chasseurs in blue uniforms. End of section 53. Section 54, Part 2, Chapter 6, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The German officers wanted to die. With upraised swords, after having exhausted the shots in their revolvers, they advanced upon their assailants, followed by the soldiers who still obeyed them. There was a scuffle, a wild melee. To the trembling spectator, it seemed as though the world had fallen into profound silence. The yells of the combatants, the thud of colliding bodies, the clang of arms seemed as nothing after the cannon had quieted down. He saw men pierced through the middle by gun points whose reddened ends came out through their kidneys, muskets raining hammer-like blows, adversaries that grappled in hand-to-hand tussles, rolling over and over on the ground, trying to gain the advantage by kicks and bites. The mustard-colored fronts had entirely disappeared, and he now saw only backs of that color fleeing toward the exit, filtering among the trees, falling midway in their flight when hit by the pursuing balls. Many of the invaders were unable to chase the fugitives because they were occupied in repelling with rude thrusts of their bayonets the bodies falling upon them in agonizing convulsions. Don Marcelo suddenly found himself in the very thick of these mortal combats, jumping up and down like a child, waving his hands and shouting with all his might. When he came to himself again, he was hugging the grimy head of a young French officer who was looking at him in astonishment. He probably thought him crazy on receiving his kisses, on hearing his incoherent torrent of words. Emotionally exhausted, the worn old man continued to weep after the officer had freed himself with a jerk. He needed to give vent to his feelings after so many days of anguished self-control. Vive la France! His beloved French were already within the park gates. They were running, bayonets in hand, in pursuit of the last remnants of the German battalion trying to escape toward the village. A group of horsemen passed along the road. They were dragoons coming to complete the rout, but their horses were fagged out. Nothing but the fever of victory transmitted from man to beast had sustained their painful pace. One of the equestrians came to a stop near the entrance of the park, the famished horse eagerly devouring the herbage while his rider settled down in the saddle as though asleep. Desnoyers touched him on the hip in order to awaken him, but he immediately rolled off on the opposite side. He was dead, with his entrails protruding from his body. But swept on with the others, he had been brought thus far on his steady steed. Enormous tops of iron and smoke now began falling in the neighborhood. The German artillery was opening a retaliatory fire against its lost positions. The advance continued. There passed toward the north battalions, squadrons, and batteries, worn, weary, and grimy, covered with dust and mud, but kindled with an ardor that galvanized their flagging energy. The French cannon began thundering on the village side. Bands of soldiers were exploring the castle and the nearest woods. From the ruined rooms, from the depths of the cellars, from the clumps of shrubbery in the park, from the stables and burned garage, came surging forth men dressed in greenish gray and pointed helmets. They all threw up their arms, extending their open hands. Camarades, camarades, non caput. With the restlessness of remorse, they were in dread of immediate execution. They had suddenly lost all their haughtiness on finding that they no longer had any official powers and were free from discipline. Some of those who knew a little French spoke of their wives and children in order to soften the enemies that were threatening them with their bayonets. A brawny Teuton came up to Desnoyers and clapped him on the back. It was Redbeard. He pressed his heart and then pointed to the owner of the castle. Franzosen, great friend of the Franzosen. And he grinned ingratiatingly at his protector. Don Marcelo remained at the castle until the following morning, and was astounded to see Georgette and her mother emerge unexpectedly from the depths of the ruined lodge. They were weeping at the sight of the French uniforms. "It could not go on," sobbed the widow. "God does not die." After a bad night among the ruins, the owner decided to leave Villeblanche. What was there for him to do now in the destroyed castle? The presence of so many dead was racking his nerves. There were hundreds, there were thousands. The soldiers and the farmers were interring great heaps of them wherever he went, digging burial trenches close to the castle. In all the avenues of the park, in the garden paths around the outbuildings, even the depths of the circular lagoon were filled with corpses. How could he ever live again in that tragic community composed mostly of his enemies? Farewell forever, Castle of Villeblanche. He turned his steps toward Paris, planning to get there the best way he could. He came upon corpses everywhere, but they were not all the gray-green uniform. Many of his countrymen had fallen in the gallant offensive. Many would still fall in the last throes of the battle that was going on behind them, agitating the horizon with its incessant uproar. Everywhere red pantaloons were sticking up out of the stubble, hobnailed boots glistening in upright position near the roadside, livid heads, amputated bodies, stray limbs, and scattered through this funereal medley, red kepis and oriental caps, helmets with tufts of horsehair, twisted swords, broken bayonets, guns and great mounds of cannon cartridges. Dead horses were strewing the plain with their swollen carcasses. Artillery wagons with their charred wood and bent iron frames revealed the tragic moment of the explosion. Rectangles of overturned earth marked the situation of the enemy's batteries before their retreat. Amidst the broken cannons and trucks were cones of carbonized material, the remains of men and horses burned by the Germans on the night before their withdrawal. In spite of these barbarian holocausts, corpses were everywhere in infinite numbers. There seemed to be no end to their number. It seemed as though the earth had expelled all the bodies that it had received since the beginning of the world. The sun was impassively flooding the fields of death with its waves of light. In its yellowish glow, the pieces of the bayonets, the metal plates, the fittings of the guns were sparkling like bits of crystal. The damp night, the rain, the rust of time had not yet modified with their corrosive action these relics of combat. But decomposition had begun to set in. Graveyard odors were all along the road, increasing in intensity as Desnoyers plodded on toward Paris. Every half hour, the evidence of corruption became more pronounced. Many of the dead on this side of the river having lain there for 3 or 4 days. Bands of crows, at the sound of his footsteps, rose up, lazily flapping their wings, but returning soon to blacken the earth, surfeited but not satisfied, having lost all fear of mankind. From time to time the sad pedestrian met living bands of men, platoons of cavalry, gendarmes, zouaves, and chasseurs encamped around the ruined farmsteads, exploring the country in pursuit of German fugitives. Don Marcelo had to explain his business there, showing the passport that Lacour had given him in order to make his trip on the military train. Only in this way could he continue his journey. These soldiers, many of them slightly wounded, were still stimulated by victory. They were laughing, telling stories, and narrating the great dangers which they had escaped a few days before, always ending with, "We are going to kick them across the frontier." Their indignation broke forth afresh as they looked around at the blasted towns. Farms and single houses all burned, like skeletons of prehistoric beasts. Many steel frames twisted by the flames were scattered over the plains. The brick chimneys of the factories were either leveled to the ground or, pierced with the round holes made by shells, were standing up like giant pastoral flutes forced into the earth. Near the ruined villages, the women were removing the earth and trying to dig burial trenches, but their labor was almost useless, because it required an immense force to inter so many dead. "We are all going to die after gaining the victory," mused the old man. The plague is going to break out among us. The water of the river must also be contaminated by this contagion. So when his thirst became intolerable, he drank in preference from a nearby pond. But alas, on raising his head, he saw some greenish legs on the surface of the shallow water, the boots sunk in the muddy banks. The head of the German was in the depths of the pool. He had been trudging on for several hours when he stopped before a ruined house which he believed that he recognized. Yes, it was the tavern where he had lunched a few days ago on his way to the castle. He forced his way in among the blackened walls, where a persistent swarm of flies came buzzing around him. The smell of decomposing flesh attracted his attention. A leg which looked like a piece of charred cardboard was wedged in the ruins. Looking at it bitterly, he seemed to hear again the old woman with her grandchildren clinging to her skirts. "Monsieur, why are the people fleeing? War only concerns the soldiers. We country folk have done no wrong to anybody, and we ought not to be afraid." Half an hour later, on descending a hilly path, the traveler had the most unexpected of encounters. He saw there a taxicab, an automobile from Paris. The chauffeur was walking tranquilly around the vehicle as if it were at the cab stand, and he promptly entered into conversation with this gentleman, who appeared to him as downcast and dirty as a tramp, with half his livid face discolored from a blow. He had brought out here in his machine some Parisians who had wanted to see the battlefield. They were reporters, and he was waiting there to take them back at nightfall. Don Marcelo buried his right hand in his pocket. 200 francs if the man would drive him to Paris. The chauffeur declined with the gravity of a man faithful to his obligations. 500? And he showed his fist bulging with gold coins. The man's only response was a twirl of the handle which started the machine to snorting, and away they sped. There was not a battle in the neighborhood of Paris every day in the year. His other clients could just wait. And settling back into the motor car, Desnoyers saw the horrors of the battlefield flying past at a dizzying speed and disappearing behind him. He was rolling toward human life. He was returning to civilization. As they came into Paris, the nearby empty streets seemed to him to be crowded with people. Never had he seen the city so beautiful. He whirled through the Avenue de l'Opéra, whizzed past the Place de la Concorde, and thought he must be dreaming as he realized the gigantic leap that he had taken within the hour. He compared all that was now around him with the sights on that plain of death, but a few miles away. No, no, it was not possible. One of the extremes from this contrast must certainly be false. The automobile was beginning to slow down. He must be now in the Avenue Victor Hugo. He couldn't wake up. Was that really his home? The majestic concierge, unable to understand his forlorn appearance, greeted him with amazed consternation. "Ah, monsieur, where has monsieur been?" "In hell," muttered Don Marcelo. His wonderment continued when he found himself actually in his own apartment, going through its various rooms. He was somebody once more. The sight of the fruits of his riches and the enjoyment of home comforts restored his self-respect, at the same time that the contrast recalled to his mind the recollection of all the humiliations and outrages that he had suffered. Ah, the scoundrels! 2 mornings later, the doorbell rang. A visitor. There came toward him a soldier, a little soldier of the infantry, timid, with his kepis in his hand, stuttering excuses in Spanish. "I knew that you were here. I come to—" That voice, dragging him from the dark hallway, Don Marcelo conducted him to the balcony. How handsome he looked! The kepis was red, but darkened with wear. The cloak, too, large, was torn and darned. The great shoes had a strong smell of leather, yet never Had his son appeared to him so elegant, so distinguished looking as now, fitted out in these rough, ready-made clothes? You! The father embraced him convulsively, crying like a child, and trembling so that he could no longer stand. He had always hoped that they would finally understand each other. His blood was coursing through the boy's veins. He was good, with no other defect than a certain obstinacy. He was excusing him now for all the past, blaming himself for a great part of it. He had been too hard. "You, a soldier!" he kept exclaiming over and over. "You defending my country when it is not yours!" And he kissed him again, receding a few steps so as to get a better look at him. Decidedly, he was more fascinating now in his grotesque uniform than when he was so celebrated for his skill as a dancer and idolized by the women. When the delighted father was finally able to control his emotion, his eyes, still filled with tears, glowed with a malignant light. A spasm of hatred furrowed his face. "Go," he said simply. "You do not know what war is. I have just come from it. I have seen it close by. This is not a war like other wars with rational enemies. It is a hunt of wild beasts. Shoot without a scruple against them all. Every one that you overcome rids humanity of a dangerous menace." He hesitated a few seconds, then added with tragic calm, "Perhaps you may encounter familiar faces. Family ties are not always formed to our tastes. Men of your blood are on the other side. If you see any one of them, do not hesitate. Shoot. He is your enemy. Kill him. Kill him." End of section 54. Section 55, Part 3, Chapter 1 of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, Chapter 1, After the Marne. At the end of October, the Desnoyers family returned to Paris. Dona Luisa could no longer live in Biarritz, so far from her husband. In vain La Romantica discoursed on the dangers of a return. The government was still in Bordeaux, the president of the republic and the ministry making only the most hurried apparitions in the capital. The course of the war might change at a minute. That little affair of the Marne was but a momentary relief. But the good senora, after having read Don Marcelo's letters, opposed an adamantine will to all contrary suggestions. Besides, she was thinking of her son, her Julio, now a soldier. She believed that by returning to Paris, she might in some ways be more in touch with him than at this seaside resort near the Spanish frontier. Chichi also wished to return because Rene was now filling the greater part of her thoughts. Absence had shown her that she was really in love with him. Such a long time without seeing her little sugar soldier. So the family abandoned their hotel life and returned to the Avenue Victor Hugo. Since the shock of the first September days, Paris had been gradually changing its aspect. The nearly 2 million inhabitants who had been living quietly in their homes without letting themselves be drawn into the panic had accepted the victory with grave serenity. None of them could explain the exact course of the battle. They would learn all about it when it was entirely finished. One September Sunday, at the hour when the Parisians are accustomed to take advantage of the lovely twilight, they had learned from the newspapers of the great triumph of the Allies and of the great danger which they had so narrowly escaped. The people were delighted, but did not, however, abandon their calm demeanor. 6 weeks of war had radically changed the temperament of turbulent and impressionable Paris. The victory was slowly restoring the capital to its former aspect. A street that was practically deserted a few weeks before was now filled with transients. The shops were reopening. The neighbors, accustomed to the conventional silence of their deserted apartment houses, again heard sounds of returning life in the homes above and below them. Don Marcelo's satisfaction in welcoming his family home was considerably clouded by the presence of Dona Elena. She was Germany returning to the encounter, the enemy again established within his tents. Would he never be able to free himself from this bondage? She was silent in her brother-in-law's presence because recent events had rather bewildered her. Her countenance was stamped with a wondering expression, as though she were gazing at the upsetting of the most elemental physical laws. In reflective silence she was puzzling over the Marne enigma, unable to understand how it was that the Germans had not conquered the ground on which she was treading. And in order to explain this failure, she resorted to the most absurd suppositions. One especially engrossing matter was increasing her sadness. Her sons. What would become of her sons? Don Marcelo had never told her of his meeting with Captain von Hartrott. He was maintaining absolute silence about his sojourn in Villeblanche. He had no desire to recount his adventures at the Battle of the Marne. What was the use of saddening his loved ones with such miseries? He simply told Dona Luisa, who was alarmed about the possible fate of the castle, that they would not be able to go there for many years to come, because the hostilities had rendered it uninhabitable. A covering of zinc sheeting had been substituted for the ancient roof in order to prevent further injury from wind and rain to the wrecked interior. Later on, after peace had been declared, they would think about its renovation. Just now, it had too many inhabitants, and all the ladies, including Dona Elena, shuddered in imagining the thousands of buried bodies forming their ghastly circle around the building. This vision made Frau von Hartrott again groan. "Ay, my sons!" Finally, for humanity's sake, her brother-in-law set her mind at rest regarding the fate of one of them, the Captain von Hartrott. He was in perfect health at the beginning of the battle. He knew that this was so from a friend who had conversed with him, and he did not wish to talk further about him. Dona Luisa was spending part of each day in the churches, trying to quiet her uneasiness with prayer. These petitions were no longer vague and generous for the fate of millions of unknown men, for the victory of an entire people. With maternal self-centeredness, they were focused on one single person, her son, who was a soldier like the others, and perhaps at this very moment was exposed to the greatest danger. The tears that he had cost her. She had implored that he and his father might come to understand each other, and finally, just as God was miraculously granting her supplication, Julio had taken himself off to the field of death. Her entreaties never went alone to the throne of grace. Someone was praying near her, formulating identical requests. The tearful eyes of her sister were raised at the same time as hers to the figure of the crucified Savior. "Lord, save my son." When uttering these words, Dona Luisa always saw Julio as he looked in a pale photograph which he had sent his father from the trenches, with kepis and military cloak, a gun in his right hand, and his face shadowed by a growing beard. "Oh, Lord, have mercy upon us." And Dona Elena was at the same time contemplating a group of officers with helmets and reseda uniforms reinforced with leather pouches for the revolver, field glasses and maps with sword belt of the same material. Oftentimes, when Don Marcelo saw them setting forth together towards Saint-Honore-des-Laux, he would wax very indignant. "They are juggling with God. This is most unreasonable. How could he grant such contrary petitions? Ah, these women!" And then, with that superstition which danger awakens, he began to fear that his sister-in-law might cause some grave disaster to his son. Divinity, fatigued with so many contradictory prayers, was going to turn his back and not listen to any of them. Why did not this fatal woman take herself off? He felt as exasperated at her presence in his home as he had at the beginning of hostilities. Dona Luisa was still innocently repeating her sister's statements, submitting them to the superior criticism of her husband. In this way, Don Marcelo had learned that the victory of the Marne had never really happened. It was an invention of the Allies. The German generals had deemed it prudent to retire through profound strategic foresight, deferring till a little later the conquest of Paris, and the French had done nothing but follow them over the ground which they had left free. That was all. She knew the opinions of military men of neutral countries. She had been talking in Biarritz with some people of unusual intelligence. She knew what the German papers were saying about it. Nobody over there believed that yarn about the Marne. The people did not even know that there had been such a battle. "Your sister said that?" interrupted Desnoyers, pale with wrath and amazement. But he could do nothing but keep on longing for the bodily transformation of this enemy planted under his roof. Ay, if she could only be changed into a man! If only the evil genius of her husband could but take her place for a brief half hour! "But the war still goes on," said Dona Luisa in artless perplexity. "The enemy is still in France. What good did the Battle of the Marne do?" She accepted his explanations with intelligent noddings of the head, seeming to take them all in, and an hour afterwards would be repeating the same doubts. She nevertheless began to evince a mute hostility toward her sister. Until now she had been tolerating her enthusiasms in favor of her husband's country because she always considered family ties of more importance than the rivalries of nations. Just because Desnoyers happened to be a Frenchman and Karl a German, she was not going to quarrel with Elena. But suddenly this forbearance had vanished. Her son was now in danger. Better that all the von Hartrots should die than that Julio should receive the most insignificant wound. She began to share the bellicose sentiments of her daughter, recognizing in her an exceptional talent for appraising events, and now desiring all of Chichi's dagger thrusts to be converted into reality. End of section 55. Section 56, Part 3, Chapter 1, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fortunately, La Romantica took herself off before this antipathy crystallized. She was accustomed to pass the afternoons somewhere outside, and on her return would repeat the news gleaned from friends unknown to the rest of the family. This made Don Marcelo wax very indignant because of the spies still hidden in Paris. What mysterious world was his sister-in-law frequenting? Suddenly she announced that she was leaving the following morning. She had obtained a passport to Switzerland, and from there she would go to Germany. It was high time for her to be returning to her own. She was most appreciative of the hospitality shown her by the family, and Desnoyers bade her goodbye with aggressive irony. His regards to von Hartrott. He was hoping to pay him a visit in Berlin as soon as possible. One morning, Dona Luisa, instead of entering the neighboring church as usual, continued on to the Rue de la Pompe, pleased at the thought of seeing the studio once more. It seemed to her that in this way she might put herself more closely in touch with her son. This would be a new pleasure, even greater than poring over his photograph or re-reading his last letter. She was hoping to meet Argensola, the friend of good counsels, for she knew that he was still living in the studio. Twice he had come to see her by the service stairway, as in the old days, but she had been out. As she went up in the elevator, her heart was palpitating with pleasure and distress. It occurred to the good lady that the foolish virgins must have had feelings like this when for the first time they fell from the heights of virtue. The tears came to her eyes when she beheld the room whose furnishings and pictures so vividly recalled the absent. Argensola hastened from the door at the end of the room, agitated, confused, and greeting her with expressions of welcome at the same time that he was putting sundry objects out of sight. A woman's sweater lying on the divan, he covered with a piece of oriental drapery, a hat trimmed with flowers, he sent flying into a faraway corner. Dona Luisa fancied that she saw a bit of gauzy feminine negligee embroidered in pink flitting past the window frame. Upon the divan were two big coffee cups and bits of toast, evidently left from a double breakfast. These artists, the same as her son, and she was moved to compassion over the bad life of Julio's counselor. "My honored Dona Luisa, my dear Madame Desnoyers." He was speaking in French, and at the top of his voice, looking frantically at the door through which the white and rosy garments had flitted. He was trembling at the thought that his hidden companion, not understanding the situation, might in a jealous fit compromise him by a sudden apparition. Then he spoke to his unexpected guest about the soldier, exchanging news with her. Dona Luisa repeated almost word for word the paragraphs of his letters so frequently read. Argensola modestly refrained from displaying his. The two friends were accustomed to an epistolary style which would have made the good lady blush. "A valiant man," affirmed the Spaniard proudly, looking upon the deeds of his comrade as though they were his own. "A true hero. And I, Madame Desnoyers, know something about what that means. His chiefs know how to appreciate him." Julio was a sergeant after having been only 2 months in the campaign. The captain of his company and the other officers of the regiment belonged to the fencing club in which he had had so many triumphs. "What a career!" he enthused. "He is one of those who in youth reach the highest ranks, like the generals of the Revolution. And what wonders he has accomplished!" The budding officer had merely referred in the most casual way to some of the exploits, with the indifference of one accustomed to danger and expecting the same attitude from his comrades. But his chum exaggerated them, enlarging upon them as though they were the culminating events of the war. He had carried an order across an infernal fire after 3 messengers, trying to accomplish the same feat, had fallen dead. He had been the first to attack many trenches and had saved many of his comrades by means of the blows from his bayonet and hand-to-hand encounters. Whenever his superior officers needed a reliable man, they invariably said, "Let Sergeant Desnoyers be called." He rattled off all this as though he had witnessed it, as if he had just come from the seat of war, making Dona Luisa tremble and pour forth tears of joy mingled with fear over the glories and dangers of her son. That Argensola certainly possessed the gift of affecting his hearers by the realism with which he told his stories. In gratitude for these eulogies, she felt that she ought to show some interest in his affairs. What had he been doing of late? "I, madame, have been where I ought to be. I have not budged from this spot. I have witnessed the siege of Paris." In vain his reason protested against the inexactitude of that word, siege. Under the influence of his readings about the War of 1870, he had classed as a siege all those events which had developed near Paris during the course of the Battle of the Marne. He pointed modestly to a diploma in a gold frame hanging above the piano against a tricolored flag. It was one of the papers sold in the streets, a certificate of residence in the capital during the week of danger. He had filled in the blanks with his name and description of his person, and at the foot were very conspicuous the signatures of 2 residents of the Rue de la Pompe, a tavern keeper and a friend of the concierge. The district commissary of police, with stamp and seal, had guaranteed the respectability of these honorable witnesses. Nobody could remain in doubt after such precautions as to whether he had or had not witnessed the siege of Paris. He had such incredulous friends. In order to bring the scene more dramatically before his amiable listener, he recalled the most striking of his impressions for her special benefit. Once, in broad daylight, he had seen a flock of sheep in the boulevard near the Madeleine. Their tread had resounded through the deserted streets like echoes from the city of the dead. He was the only pedestrian on the sidewalks thronged with cats and dogs. His military recollections excited him like tales of glory. I have seen the march of the soldiers from Morocco. I have seen the Zouaves in automobiles. End of section 56. Section 57, Part 3, Chapter 1 continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The very night that Julio had gone to Bordeaux, he had wandered around till sunrise, traversing half of Paris from the Lion of Belfort to the Gare de l'Est. 20,000 men with all their campaign outfit coming from Morocco had disembarked at Marseilles and arrived at the capital, making part of the trip by rail and the rest afoot. They had come to take part in the great battle then beginning. They were troops composed of Europeans and Africans. The vanguard, on entering through the Orleans gate, had swung into rhythmic place, thus crossing half Paris toward the Gare de l'Est, where the trains were waiting for them. The people of Paris had seen squadrons from Tunis with theatrical uniforms, mounted on horses, nervous and fleet, Moors with yellow turbans, Senegalese with black faces and scarlet caps, colonial artillerymen, and light infantry from Africa. These were professional warriors, soldiers who in times of peace led a life of continual fighting in the colonies, men with energetic profiles, bronzed faces, and the eyes of beasts of prey. They had remained motionless in the streets for hours at a time until room could be found for them in the military trains. And Argensola had followed this armed, impassive mass of humanity from the boulevards, talking with the officials and listening to the primitive cries of the African warriors who had never seen Paris and who had passed through it without curiosity, asking where the enemy was. They had arrived in time to attack von Kluck on the banks of the Ourcq, obliging him to fall back or be completely overwhelmed. A fact which Argensola did not relate to his sympathetic guest was that his nocturnal excursion the entire length of this division of the army had been accompanied by the amiable damsel within and two other friends, an enthusiastic and generous coterie distributing flowers and kisses to the swarthy soldiers and laughing at their consternation and gleaming white teeth. Another day, he had seen the most extraordinary of all the spectacles of the war. All the taxicabs, some 2,000 vehicles, conveying battalions of Zouaves, 8 men to a motor car, had gone rolling past him at full speed, bristling with guns and red caps. They had presented a most picturesque train in the boulevards, like a kind of interminable wedding procession. And these soldiers got out of the automobiles on the very edge of the battlefield, opening fire the instant that they leaped from the steps. Gallieni had launched all the men who knew how to handle a gun against the extreme right of the adversary at the supreme moment when the most insignificant weight might tip the scales in favor of the victory which was hanging in the balance. The clerks and secretaries of the military offices, the orderlies of the government, and the civil police all had marched to give that final push, forming a mass of heterogeneous colors. And one Sunday afternoon, when with his 3 companions of the siege he was strolling with thousands of other Parisians through the Bois de Boulogne, he had learned from the extras that the combat which had developed so near to the city was turning into a great battle, a victory. I have seen much, Madame Desnoyers. I can relate great events. And she agreed with him. Of course, Argensola had seen much. And on taking her departure, she offered him all the assistance in her power. He was the friend of her son, and she was used to his petitions. Times had changed. Don Marcelo's generosity now knew no bounds. But the Bohemian interrupted her with a lordly gesture. He was living in luxury. Julio had made him his trustee. The draft from America had been honored by the bank as a deposit, and he had the use of the interest in accordance with the regulations of the moratorium. His friend was sending him regularly whatever money was needed for household expenses. Never had he been in such prosperous condition. War had its good side too, but not wishing to break away from old customs, he announced that once more he would mount the service stairs in order to bear away a basket of bottles. After her sister's departure, Dona Luisa went alone to the churches until Chichi, in an outburst of devotional ardor, suddenly surprised her with the announcement, "Mama, I am going with you." The new devotee was no longer agitating the household by her rollicking boyish joy. She was no longer threatening the enemy with imaginary dagger thrusts. She was pale and with dark circles under her eyes. Her head was drooping as though weighed down with a set of serious, entirely new thoughts on the other side of her forehead. Dona Luisa observed her in the church with an almost indignant jealousy. Her headstrong child's eyes were moist, and she was praying as fervently as the mother, but it was surely not for her brother. Julio had passed to second place in her remembrance. Another man was now completely filling her thoughts. The last of the Lacours was no longer a simple soldier, nor was he now in Paris. Upon her return from Biarritz, Chichi had listened anxiously to the reports from her little sugar soldier. Throbbing with eagerness, she had wanted to know all about the dangers which he had been experiencing, and the young warrior in the auxiliary service told her of his restlessness in the office during the interminable days in which the troops were battling around Paris, hearing afar off the boom of the artillery. His father had wished to take him with him to Bordeaux, but the administrative confusion of the last hour had kept him in the capital. He had done something more. On the day of the great crisis, when the acting governor had sent out all the available men in automobiles, he had, unasked, seized a gun and occupied a motor with others from his office. He had not seen anything more than smoke, burning houses, and wounded men. Not a single German had passed before his eyes, excepting a band of Uhlan prisoners, but for some hours he had been shooting on the edge of the road, and nothing more. For a while that was enough for Chichi. She felt very proud to be the betrothed of a hero of the Marne, even though his intervention had lasted but a few hours. In a few days, however, her enthusiasm became rather clouded. It was becoming annoying to stroll through the streets with Rene, a simple soldier, and in the auxiliary services. Besides, the women of the town, excited by the recollection of their men fighting at the front or clad in mourning because of the death of some loved one, would look at them with aggressive insolence. The refinement and elegance of the Republican prince seemed to irritate them. Several times she overheard uncomplimentary words hurled against the embusqués. The fact that her brother, who was not French, was in the thick of the fighting, made the Lacour situation still more intolerable. She had an embusqué for a lover. How her friends would laugh at her! The senator's son soon read her thoughts and began to lose some of his smiling serenity. For 3 days he did not present himself at the Desnoyers home, and they all supposed that he was detained by work at the office. One morning, as Chichi was going toward the Bois de Boulogne, escorted by one of the nut-brown maids, she noticed a soldier coming toward her. He was wearing a bright uniform of the new gray-blue, the horizon blue, just adopted by the French army. The chin strap of his kepi was gilt, and on his sleeve there was a little strip of gold. His smile, his outstretched hands, the confidence with which he advanced toward her, made her recognize him. Rene, an officer; her betrothed, a sub-lieutenant. Yes, of course, I could do nothing else. I had heard enough. Without his father's knowledge, and assisted by his friends, he had in a few days wrought this wonderful transformation. As a graduate of the École Centrale, he held the rank of a sub-lieutenant of the reserve artillery, and he had requested to be sent to the front. Goodbye to the auxiliary service. Within 2 days he was going to start for the war. "You have done this!" exclaimed Chichi. "You have done this!" Although very pale, she gazed fondly at him with her great eyes, eyes that seemed to devour him with admiration. "Come here, my poor boy. Come here, my sweet little soldier. I owe you something." And turning her back on the maid, she asked him to come with her around the corner. It was just the same there. The cross street was just as thronged as the avenue. But what did she care for the stare of the curious? Rapturously she flung her arms around his neck, blind and insensible to everything and everybody but him. "There! There!" And she planted on his face 2 vehement, sonorous, aggressive kisses. Then, trembling and shuddering, she suddenly weakened and, fumbling for her handkerchief, broke down in desperate weeping. End of section 57. Section 58, Part 3, Chapter 2 of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñez. Translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, In the Studio. Upon opening the studio door one afternoon, Argensola stood motionless with surprise, as though rooted to the ground. An old gentleman was greeting him with an amiable smile. "I am the father of Julio," and he walked into the apartment with the confidence of a man entirely familiar with his surroundings. By good luck, the artist was alone and was not obliged to tear frantically from one end of the room to the other, hiding the traces of convivial company. But he was a little slow in regaining his self-control. He had heard so much about Don Marcelo and his bad temper that he was very uncomfortable at this unexpected appearance in the studio. What could the fearful man want? His tranquility was restored after a furtive, appraising glance. His friend's father had aged greatly since the beginning of the war. He no longer had that air of tenacity and ill humor that had made him unapproachable. His eyes were sparkling with childish glee, his hands were trembling slightly, and his back was bent. Argensola, who had always dodged him in the street and had thrilled with fear when sneaking up the stairway in the avenue home, now felt a sudden confidence. The transformed old man was beaming on him like a comrade and making excuses to justify his visit. He had wished to see his son's home. Poor old man! He was drawn thither by the same attraction which leads the lover to lessen his solitude by haunting the places that his beloved has frequented. The letters from Julio were not enough. He needed to see his old abode, to be on familiar terms with the objects which had surrounded him, to breathe the same air, to chat with the young man who was his boon companion. His fatherly glance now included Argensola. A very interesting fellow, that Argensola, and as he thought this, he forgot completely that without knowing him, he had been accustomed to refer to him as shameless, just because he was sharing his son's prodigal life. Desnoyers' glance roamed delightedly around the studio. He knew well these tapestries and furnishings, all the decorations of the former owner. He easily remembered everything that he had ever bought, in spite of the fact that they were so many. His eyes then sought the personal effects, everything that would call the absent occupant to mind, and he pored over the miserably executed paintings, the unfinished dabs which filled all the corners. Were they all Julio's? Many of the canvases belonged to Argensola, but affected by the old man's emotion, the artist displayed a marvelous generosity. Yes, everything was Julio's handiwork, and the father went from canvas to canvas, halting admiringly before the vaguest daubs, as though he could almost detect signs of genius in their nebulous confusion. "You think he has talent, really?" he asked in a tone that implored a favorable reply. "I always thought him very intelligent, a little of the diable, perhaps, but a character changes with years. Now he is an altogether different man." And he almost wept at hearing the Spaniard, with his ready, enthusiastic speech, lauding the departed diable, graphically setting forth the way in which his great genius was going to take the world when his turn should come. The painter of souls finally worked himself up into feeling as much affected as the father, and began to admire this old Frenchman with a certain remorse, not wishing to remember how he had ranted against him not so very long ago. What injustice! Don Marcelo clasped his hand like an old comrade. All of his son's friends were his friends. He knew the life that young men lived. If at any time he should be in any difficulties, if he needed an allowance so as to keep on with his painting, there he was, anxious to help him. He then and there invited him to dine at his home that very night, and if he would care to come every evening, so much the better. He would eat a family dinner, entirely informal. War had brought about a great many changes, but he would always be as welcome to the intimacy of the hearth as though he were in his father's home. Then he spoke of Spain, in order to place himself on a more congenial footing with the artist. He had never been there but once, and then only for a short time. But after the war, he was going to know it better. His father-in-law was a Spaniard, his wife had Spanish blood, and in his home the language of the family was always Castilian. Ah, Spain, the country with a noble past and illustrious men! Argensola had a strong suspicion that if he had been a native of any other land, the old gentleman would have praised it in the same way. All this affection was but a reflex of his love for his absent son. But it so pleased the impressionable fellow that he almost embraced Don Marcelo when he took his departure. After that, his visits to the studio were very frequent. The artist was obliged to recommend his friends to take a good long walk after lunch, abstaining from reappearing in the Rue de la Pompe until nightfall. Sometimes, however, Don Marcelo would unexpectedly present himself in the morning, and then the soulful impressionist would have to scurry from place to place, hiding here, concealing there, in order that his workroom should preserve its appearance of virtuous labor. Youth, youth! The visitor would murmur with a smile of tolerance, and he actually had to make an effort to recall the dignity of his years in order not to ask Argensola to present him to the fair fugitives whose presence he suspected in the interior rooms. Perhaps they had been his boy's friends, too. They represented a part of his past anyway, and that was enough to make him presume that they had great charms which made them interesting. These surprises, with their upsetting consequences, finally made the painter rather regret his new friendship, and the invitations to dinner which he was constantly receiving bored him, too. He found the Desnoyers table most excellent, but too tedious, for the father and mother could talk of nothing but their absent son. Chichi scarcely looked at her brother's friend. Her attention was entirely concentrated on the war. The irregularity in the mails was exasperating her, so that she began composing protests to the government whenever a few days passed by without bringing any letter from Sub-Lieutenant Lacour. Argensola excused himself on various pretexts from continuing to dine in the avenue Victor Hugo. It pleased him far more to haunt the cheap restaurants with his female flock. His host accepted his negatives with good-natured resignation. Not today either? And in order to compensate for his guest's non-appearance, he would present himself at the studio earlier than ever on the day following. It was an exquisite pleasure for the doting father to let the time slip by seated on the divan which still seemed to guard the very hollow made by Julio's body, gazing at the canvases covered with color by his brush, toasting his toes by the beat of a stove which roared so cozily in the profound conventual silence. It certainly was an agreeable refuge, full of memories in the midst of monotonous Paris, so saddened by the war that he could not meet a friend who was not preoccupied with his own troubles. His former purchasing dissipations had now lost all charm for him. The Hotel Drouot no longer tempted him. At that time, the goods of German residents, seized by the government, were being auctioned off, a felicitous retaliation for the enforced journey which the fittings of the castle of Villeblanche had taken on the road to Berlin. But the agents told him in vain of the few competitors which he would now meet. He no longer felt attracted by these extraordinary bargains. Why buy anything more? Of what use was such useless stuff? Whenever he thought of the hard life of millions of men in the open field, he felt a longing to lead an ascetic life. He was beginning to hate the ostentatious splendors of his home on the avenue Victor Hugo. He now recalled without a regretful pang the destruction of the castle. No, he was far better off there, and there was always the studio of Julio. Argensola began to form the habit of working in the presence of Don Marcelo. He knew that the resolute soul abominated inactive people, so under the contagious influence of dominant willpower, he began several new pieces. Desnoyers would follow with interest the motions of his brush and accept all the explanations of the soulful delineator. For himself, he always preferred the old masters, and in his bargains had acquired the work of many a dead artist. But the fact that Julio had thought as his partner did was now enough for the devotee of the antique, and made him admit humbly all the Spaniard's superior theories. The artist's laborious zeal was always of short duration. After a few moments, he always found that he preferred to rest on the divan and converse with his guest. The first subject, of course, was the absentee. They would repeat fragments of the letters they had received, and would speak of the past with the most discreet allusions. The painter described Julio's life before the war as an existence dedicated completely to art. The father ignored the inexactitude of such words and gratefully accepted the lie as a proof of friendship. Argensola was a clever comrade, never in his loftiest verbal flights making the slightest reference to Madame Laurier. The old gentleman was often thinking about her nowadays, for he had seen her in the street giving her arm to her husband, now recovered from his wounds. The illustrious Lacour had informed him with great satisfaction of their reconciliation. The engineer had lost but one eye. Now he was again at the head of his factory, requisitioned by the government for the manufacture of shells. He was a captain and was wearing 2 decorations of honor. The senator did not know exactly how this unexpected agreement had come about. He had one day seen them coming home together, looking affectionately at each other, in complete oblivion of the past. "Who remembers things that happened before the war?" said the politic sage. "They and their friends have completely forgotten all about their divorce. Nowadays we are all living a new existence. I believe that the two are happier than ever before." Desnoyers had had a presentiment of this happiness when he saw them together, and the man of inflexible morality who was the year before anathematizing his son's behavior toward Laurier, considering it the most unpardonable of his adventures, now felt a certain indignation in seeing Marguerite devoted to her husband and talking to him with such affectionate interest. This matrimonial felicity seemed to him like the basest ingratitude. A woman who had had such an influence over the life of Julio, could she thus easily forget her love? The two had passed on as though they did not recognize him. Perhaps Captain Laurier did not see him very clearly, but she had looked at him frankly and then hastily averted her eyes so as to evade his greeting. The old man felt sad over such indifference, not on his own account, but on his son's. Poor Julio! The unbending parent, in complete mental immorality, found himself lamenting this indifference as something monstrous. End of section 58. Section 59, Part 3, Chapter 2, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The war was the other topic of conversation during the afternoons passed in the studio. Argensola was not now stuffing his pockets with printed sheets as at the beginning of hostilities. A serene and resigned calm had succeeded the excitement of those first moments when the people were daily looking for miraculous interventions. All the periodicals were saying about the same thing. He was content with the official report, and he had learned to wait for that document without impatience, foreseeing that, with but few exceptions, it would say the same thing as the day before. The fever of the first months, with its illusions and optimisms, now appeared to Argensola somewhat chimerical. Those not actually engaged in the war were returning gradually to their habitual occupations. Life had recovered its regular rhythm. One must live, said the people, and the struggle for existence filled their thoughts with its immediate urgency. Those whose relatives were in the army were still thinking of them, but their occupations were so blunting the edge of memory that they were becoming accustomed to their absence, regarding the unusual as the normal condition. At first the war made sleep out of the question, food impossible to swallow, and embittered every pleasure with its funereal pall. Now the shops were slowly opening, money was in circulation, and people were able to laugh. They talked of the great calamity, but only at certain hours, as something that was going to be long, very long, and would exact great resignation to its inevitable fatalism. Humanity accustoms itself easily to trouble, said Argensola, provided that the trouble lasts long enough. In this lies our strength. Don Marcelo was not in sympathy with the general resignation. The war was going to be much shorter than they were all imagining. His enthusiasm had settled on a speedy termination within the next 3 months. The next spring, probably. If peace were not declared in the spring, it surely would be in the summer. A new talker took part in these conversations. Desnoyers had become acquainted with the Russian neighbor of whom Argensola had so frequently spoken. Since this odd personage had also known his son, that was enough to make Tchernoff arouse his interest. In normal times he would have kept him at a distance. The millionaire was a great believer in law and order. He abominated revolutionists with the instinctive fear of all the rich who have built up a fortune and remember their humble beginnings. Tchernoff's socialism and nationality brought vividly to his mind a series of feverish images: bombs, daggers, stabbings, deserved expiations on the gallows, and exile to Siberia. No, he was not desirable as a friend. But now Don Marcelo was experiencing an abrupt reversal of his convictions regarding alien ideas. He had seen so much The revolting proceedings of the invasion, the unscrupulous methods of the German chiefs, the tranquility with which their submarines were sinking boats filled with defenseless passengers, the deeds of the aviators who were hurling bombs upon unguarded cities, destroying women and children, all this was causing the events of revolutionary terrorism which years ago used to arouse his wrath to sink into relative unimportance. "And to think," he said, "that we used to be as infuriated as though the world were coming to an end just because someone threw a bomb at a grandee." Those titled victims had had certain reprehensible qualities which had justified their execution. They had died in consequence of acts which they undertook, knowing well what the punishment would be. They had brought retribution on themselves without trying to evade it, rarely taking any precautions, while the terrorists of this war, with the violence of his imperious character, the old conservative now swung to the opposite extreme. "The true anarchists are yet on top," he said with an ironical laugh. "Those who terrified us formerly, all put together, were but a few miserable creatures. In a few seconds, these of our day kill more innocent people than those others did in 30 years." The gentleness of Tchernoff, his original ideas, his incoherencies of thought, bounding from reflection to word without any preparation, finally won Don Marcelo so completely over that he formed the habit of consulting him about all his doubts. His admiration made him, too, overlook the source of certain bottles with which Argensola sometimes treated his neighbor. He was delighted to have Tchernoff consume these souvenirs of the time when he was living at Sword's Point with his son. After sampling the wine from the Avenue Victor Hugo, the Russian would indulge in a visionary loquacity similar to that of the night when he evoked the fantastic cavalcade of the four horsemen of the Apocalypse. What his new convert most admired was his facility for making things clear and fixing them in the imagination. The Battle of the Marne, with its subsequent combats, and the course of both armies, were events easily explained. If the French only had not been so fatigued after their triumph of the Marne. "But human powers," continued Tchernoff, "have their limits. And the French soldier, with all his enthusiasm, is a man like the rest. In the first place, the most rapid of marches from the east to the north in order to resist the invasion of Belgium, then the combats, then the swift retreat that they might not be surrounded, finally a 7 days' battle, and all this in a period of 3 weeks, no more. In their moment of triumph, the victors lacked the legs to follow up their advantage, and they lacked the cavalry to pursue the fugitives. Their beasts were even more exhausted than the men. When those who were retreating found that they were being spurred on with lessening tenacity, they had stretched themselves half dead with fatigue on the field, excavating the ground and forming a refuge for themselves. The French also flung themselves down, scraping the soil together so as not to lose what they had gained. And in this way began the war of the trenches. Then each line, with the intention of wrapping itself around that of the enemy, had gone on prolonging itself toward the northeast. And from these successive stretchings had resulted the double course toward the sea, forming the greatest battle front ever known to history. When Don Marcelo, with optimistic enthusiasm, announced the end of the war in the following spring or summer, in 4 months at the outside, the Russian shook his head. "It will be long, very long. It is a new war, the genuine modern warfare." The Germans began hostilities in the old way, as though they had observed nothing since 1870. A war of involved movements, of battles in the open field, the same as Moltke might have planned, imitating Napoleon. They were desirous of bringing it to a speedy conclusion, and were sure of triumph. Why employ new methods? But the encounter of the Marne twisted their plans, making them shift from the aggressive to the defensive. They then brought into service all that the war staff had learned in the campaigns of the Japanese and Russians, beginning the War of the Trenches, the subterranean struggle which is the logical outcome of the reach and number of shots of the modern armament. The conquest of half a mile of territory today stands for more than did the assault of a stone fortress a century ago. Neither side is going to make any headway for a long time. Perhaps they may never make a definite advance. The war is bound to be long and tedious, like the athletic conquests between opponents who are equally matched. But it will have to come to an end sometime, interpolated Desnoyers. Undoubtedly, but who knows when? And in what condition will they both be when it is all over? End of section 59. Section 60, Part 3, Chapter 2, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ. Translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He was counting upon a rapid finale when it was least expected, through the exhaustion of one of the contestants, carefully dissimulated until the last moment. Germany will be vanquished, he added with firm conviction. I do not know when nor how, but she will fall logically. She failed in her master stroke in not entering Paris and overcoming its opposition. All the trumps in her pack of cards were then played. She did not win, but continues playing the game because she holds many cards, and she will prolong it for a long time to come. But what she could not do at first, she will never be able to do. For Tchernoff, the final defeat did not mean the destruction of Germany, nor the annihilation of the German people. Excessive patriotism irritates me, he pursued. Hearing people form plans for the definite extinction of Germany seems to me like listening to the pan-Germanists of Berlin when they talk of dividing up the continents. Then he summed up his opinion. Imperialism will have to be crushed for the sake of the tranquility of the world. The great war machine which menaces the peace of nations will have to be suppressed. Since 1870, we have all been living in dread of it. For 40 years the war has been averted, but in all that time, what apprehension! What was most irritating Tchernoff was the moral lesson born of this situation which had ended by overwhelming the world. The glorification of power, the sanctification of success, the triumph of materialism, the respect for the accomplished fact, the mockery of the noblest sentiments as though they were merely sonorous and absurd phrases, the reversal of moral values, a philosophy of bandits which pretended to be the last word of progress and was no more than a return to despotism, violence, and the barbarity of the most primitive epochs of history. While he was longing for the suppression of the representatives of this tendency, he would not therefore demand the extermination of the German people. This nation has great merits, jumbled with bad conditions inherited from a not far distant barbarous past. It possesses the genius of organization and work, and is able to lend great service to humanity. But first it is necessary to give it a douche, the douche of downfall. The Germans are mad with pride, and their madness threatens the security of the world. When those who have poisoned them with the illusion of universal hegemony have disappeared, when misfortune has freshened their imaginations and transformed them into a community of humans, neither superior nor inferior to the rest of mankind, they will become a tolerant people, useful, and who knows but they may even prove sympathetic. According to Tchernoff, there was not in existence today a more dangerous nation. Its political organization was converting it into a warrior horde, educated by kicks and submitted to continual humiliations in order that the willpower, which always resists discipline, might be completely nullified. It is a nation where all receive blows and desire to give them to those lower down. The kick that the Kaiser gives is transmitted from back to back down to the lowest rung in the social ladder. The blows begin in the school and are continued in the barracks, forming part of the education. The apprenticeship of the Prussian crown princes has always consisted in receiving fisticuffs and cowhidings from their progenitor, the king. The Kaiser beats his children, the officer his soldiers, the father his wife and children, the schoolmaster his pupils, and when the superior is not able to give blows, he subjects those under him to the torment of moral insult. On this account, when they abandoned their ordinary avocations, taking up arms in order to fall upon another human group, they did so with implacable ferocity. Each one of them, continued the Russian, carries on his back the marks of kicks, and when his turn comes, he seeks consolation in passing them on to the unhappy creatures whom war puts into his power. This nation of warlords, as they love to call themselves, aspires to lordship, but outside of the country. Within it are the ones who least appreciate human dignity and therefore long vehemently to spread their dominant will over the face of the earth, passing from lackeys to lords. Suddenly, Don Marcelo stopped going with such frequency to the studio. He was now haunting the home and office of the senator because this friend had upset his tranquility. Lacour had been much depressed since the heir of the family glory had broken through the protecting paternal net in order to go to war. One night, while dining with the Desnoyers family, an idea popped into his head which filled him with delight. "Would you like to see your son?" He needed to see Rene and had been negotiating for a permit from headquarters which would allow him to visit the front. His son belonged to the same army division as Julio. Perhaps their camps were rather far apart, but an automobile makes many revolutions before it reaches the end of its journey. It was not necessary to say more. Desnoyers instantly felt the most overmastering desire to see his boy, since for so many months he had had to content himself with reading his letters and studying the snapshot which one of his comrades had made of his soldier son. From that time on, he besieged the senator as though he were a political supporter desiring an office. He visited him in the mornings in his home, invited him to dinner every evening, and hunted him down in the salons of the Luxembourg. Before the first word of greeting could be exchanged, his eyes were formulating the same interrogation: "When will you get that permit?" The great man could only reply by lamenting the indifference of the military department toward the civilian element. It always had been inimical toward parliamentarism. Besides, Joffre is showing himself most unapproachable. He does not encourage the curious. Tomorrow I will see the president. A few days later he arrived at the house of the Avenue Victor Hugo with an expression of radiant satisfaction that filled Don Marcelo with joy. "It has come? It has come. We start the day after tomorrow." Desnoyers went the following afternoon to the studio in the Rue de la Pompe. "I am going tomorrow." The artist was very eager to accompany him. Would it not be possible for him to go too, as secretary to the senator? Don Marcelo smiled benevolently. The authorization was only for Lacour and one companion. He was the one who was going to pose as secretary, valet or utility man to his future relative-in-law. At the end of the afternoon, he left the studio, accompanied to the elevator by the lamentations of Argensola. To think that he could not join that expedition! He believed that he had lost the opportunity to paint his masterpiece. Just outside of his home he met Tchernoff. Don Marcelo was in high good humor. The certainty that he was going to see his son filled him with boyish good spirits. He almost embraced the Russian in spite of his slovenly aspect, his tragic beard and his enormous hat, which made everyone turn to look after him. At the end of the avenue, the Arc de Triomphe stood forth against a sky crimsoned by the sunset. A red cloud was floating around the monument, reflected on its whiteness with purpling palpitations. Desnoyers recalled the Four Horsemen and all that Argensola had told him before presenting him to the Russian. "Blood!" he shouted jubilantly. "All the sky seems to be blood red. It is the apocalyptic beast who has received his death wound. Soon we shall see him die." Tchernoff smiled too, but his was a melancholy smile. "No, the beast does not die. It is the eternal companion of man. It hides spouting blood 40, 60, 100 years, but eventually it reappears. All that we can hope is that its wound may be long and deep, that it may remain hidden so long that the generation that now remembers it may never see it again." End of section 60. Section 61, Part 3, Chapter 3 of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, by Vicente BLASCO IBÁñEZ, translated by Charlotte Brewster Jordan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, War. Don Marcelo was climbing up a mountain covered with woods. The forest presented a tragic desolation. A silent tempest had installed itself therein, placing everything in violent, unnatural positions. Not a single tree still preserved its upright form and abundant foliage as in the days of peace. The groups of pines recalled the columns of ruined temples. Some were still standing erect, but without their crowns, like shafts that might have lost their capitals. Others were pierced like the mouthpiece of a flute, or like pillars struck by a thunderbolt. Some had splintery threads hanging around their cuts like used toothpicks. A sinister force of destruction had been raging among these beeches, spruce and oaks. Great tangles of their cut boughs were cluttering the ground, as though a band of gigantic woodcutters had just passed by. The trunks had been severed a little distance from the ground with a clean and glistening stroke, as though with a single blow of the axe. Around the disinterred roots were quantities of stones mixed with sod, stones that had been sleeping in the recesses of the earth and had been brought to the surface by explosions. At intervals, gleaming among the trees or blocking the roadway with an importunity which required some zigzagging, was a series of pools all alike of regular geometrical circles. To Desnoyers they seemed like sunken basins for the use of invisible titans who had been hewing the forest. Their great depth extended to their very edges. A swimmer might dive into these lagoons without ever touching bottom. Their water was greenish, still water, rainwater with a scum of vegetation perforated by the respiratory bubbles of the little organisms coming to life in its vitals. Bordering the hilly pathway through the pines were many mounds with crosses of wood, tombs of French soldiers topped with little tricolored flags. Upon these moss-covered graves were the old kepis of the gunners. The ferocious wood chopper, in destroying this woods, had also blindly demolished many of the ants swarming around the trunks. Don Marcelo was wearing leggings, a broad hat, and on his shoulders a fine poncho arranged like a shawl, garments which recalled his far distant life on the ranch. Behind him came Lacour, trying to preserve his senatorial dignity in spite of his gasps and puffs of fatigue. He also was wearing high boots and a soft hat, but he had kept to his solemn frock coat in order not to abandon entirely his parliamentary uniform. Before them marched two captains as guides. They were on a mountain occupied by the French artillery, and were climbing to the top, where were hidden cannons, and cannons forming a line some miles in length. The German artillery had caused the woodland ruin around the visitors in their return of the French fire. The circular pools were the hollows dug by the German shells in the limy, non-porous soil which preserved all the runnels of rain. The visiting party had left their automobile at the foot of the mountain. One of the officers, a former artilleryman, explained this precaution to them. It was necessary to climb this roadway very cautiously. They were within reach of the enemy, and an automobile might attract the attention of their gunners. "A little fatiguing this climb," he continued. "Courage, Senator Lacour, we are almost there." They began to meet artillerymen. Many of them were not in uniform, but wearing the military kepis. They looked like workmen from a metal factory, foundrymen with jackets and pantaloons of corduroy. Their arms were bare, and some had put on wooden shoes in order to get over the mud with greater security. They were former iron laborers mobilized into the artillery reserves. Their sergeants had been factory overseers, and many of them officials, engineers, and proprietors of big workshops. Suddenly the excursionists stumbled upon the iron inmates of the woods. When these spoke, the earth trembled, the air shuddered, and the native inhabitants of the forest, the crows, rabbits, butterflies, and ants, fled in terrified flight, trying to hide themselves from the fearful convulsion which seemed to be bringing the world to an end. Just at present, the bellowing monsters were silent, so that they came upon them unexpectedly. Something was sticking up out of the greenery like a gray beam. At other times, this apparition would emerge from a conglomeration of dry trunks. Around this obstacle was cleared ground occupied by men who lived, slept, and worked about this huge manufactory on wheels. The senator, who had written verse in his youth and composed oratorical poetry when dedicating various monuments in his district, saw in these solitary men on the mountainside, blackened by the sun and smoke, with naked breasts and bare arms, a species of priests dedicated to the service of a fatal divinity that was receiving from their hands offerings of enormous explosive capsules, hurling them forth in thunderclaps. Hidden under the branches, in order to escape the observation of the enemy's birdmen, the French cannon were scattered among the hills and hollows of the highland range. In this herd of steel there were enormous pieces with wheels reinforced by metal plates, somewhat like the farming engines which Desnoyers had used on his ranch for plowing. Like smaller beasts, more agile and playful in their incessant yelping, the groups of 75 were mingled with the terrific monsters. The two captains had received from the general of their division orders to show Senator Lacour minutely the workings of the artillery, and Lacour was accepting their observations with corresponding gravity, while his eyes roved from side to side in the hope of recognizing his son. The interesting thing for him was to see Rene, but recollecting the official pretext of his journey, he followed submissively from cannon to cannon, listening patiently to all explanations. The operators next showed him the servants of these pieces, great oval cylinders extracted from subterranean storehouses called shelters. These storage places were deep burrows, oblique wells reinforced with sacks of stone and wood. They served as a refuge to those off duty and kept the munitions away from the enemy's shell. An artilleryman exhibited 2 pouches of white cloth, joined together and very full. They looked like a double sausage and were the charge for one of the large cannons. The open packet showed some rose-colored leaves, and the senator greatly admired this dainty paste, which looked like an article for the dressing table instead of one of the most terrible explosives of modern warfare. "I am sure," said Lacour, "that if I found one of these delicate packets on the street, I should have thought that it had been dropped from some lady's vanity bag, or by some careless clerk from a perfumery shop. Anything but an explosive. And with this trifle that looks as if it were made for the lips, it is possible to blow up an edifice." End of section 61.